Week 3 definitely was a crazy week as we've seen so many great moments from the teams and the players. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlight of week number 3. Starting with number 5. CF17 continues to prove to be a great jungler for J-Team after replacing 0711 in Season 2. In their match against INV Esports and after securing the Baron, he landed a 4-man Dragon's Rage knock-up that set the team fire up for J-Team to get the ace and immediately end the game in 13 minutes.
Back. Unleash has no chance to get closer. Might be able to flash in. That explosive jab from DY was perfect to stop him pushing in. Oh, the kick! A tree! What was that, J-Team? It's just gonna end the lives of Invade here. This game is done. That is gonna be a Baron, a 10k gold lead with 12, and that's an ace too. J-Team is gonna finish this game.
Number 4. We're back-to-back in Jungler's MVP highlight because this time we have to highlight Inya from Oh My God during their battle against Nova Esports. 10 minutes into the game and the second Dragon fight, he had the perfect catch on Long's intention and position after reading his past movement and plays. That allowed OMG to chase and punish him down, taking the second Dragon stack and winning the fight 3-1.
Oh no, you was in danger, goes in onto the Dragon's Pit. You also have Long, goes in for the grasp to rest onto the Dragon's Pit as well. Making it up, secures the damage, and now it's OMG who takes the Infernal Drake of their own. And now Nova is on the meat grinder. OMG just shreds them apart. And now it's Inya in the front lines. World Enter to the face of Remake with a flash as well to catch up. One.
Number 3. Yasuo has been trending more lately after some successes of teams and players with a sustained build. BMM joins as he made a massive outplay against G2 Blacklist when they were match point against them. 7 minutes into the game, G2 Blacklist tried to gank BMM in the top lane with 3 members that were diving, but they were all unsuccessful as the BMM stalled out hard, buying enough time for his teammates to respond, even getting a kill to Aaron and getting them a 2-0 win.
The snowball and stop with the utmost aggressive that they're doing right now, but they will try to be aggressive here onto BMM. Great knock up, great CC chain. The damage should be there, but it's taking too much time. The last minute's gonna be there. The counter engage and BMM lives.
Number 2. It's extremely hard to play as an ADC when you're going up against so many engaged champions, but that didn't seem to be the case for FPX's Dragon Laner Kong, with his impeccable performance against Keepest Gaming. 11 minutes into Game 3, FPX was positioning for a tower dive in the top lane when KG, Datan, and Anran attempted to burst him down. He managed to deny the engage, be backed up by FPX, and go wild against Keepest Gaming, securing a quadra kill in the process. This not only allowed them to win the fight, but also gained enough momentum to end the series, winning against Keepest Gaming and giving them their second reverse sweep loss.
To V1, Sky in a very low state of HP. KG, Hextech Automato onto single 7 as the jungler is now the 1 HP! Was able to bring it down as Andrew 9 would secure the finishing blow, but in trade FPX, Kong was able to bring down one more shot to the face, and Datan was not able to get that kill. The quadra is secured by FPX, and this is their moment to shine.
FPX is slaughtering KBG right now. Yuya's gonna be next. Give the penta.
2-game taunt on FPX, and it's Don 128 who will able to take that kill. The ace is secured.
And number 1. It was such a tough battle between JDG and Weibo Gaming as both teams really adapted against each other every succeeding game, and everything was on the line in game number 3 on the Everdragon fight. But in this highlight, we see JDG shine perfectly as they had the best engage with Lemon getting Kratos and Feibai getting a perfect flank to maximize his Vladimir damage to all the members of Weibo Gaming, deleting all of their health bars and even securing the first pentakill in Season 2 of Wild Rift League Asia as they successfully complete their reverse sweep against Weibo Gaming.
Into the back line, Kratos gonna be in trouble. Feibai as well joins! Gets a Zaya right now! Has the damage, has the burst! Gets a double kill, triple kill for Weibo! And now Weibo Gaming is gonna be in trouble! Zihan tries to capitalize on this, gets a counter strike done, but not able to get the CC chain from Fei, and they get the pentakill! The first pentakill in Season 2 is Feibai from Jingdong Gaming!
And Feibai popping off here in this game, and this is gonna be the victory for Jingdong Gaming.
Which highlight did you love the most? Let us know in the comment section and make sure to keep supporting teams as they progress in their tournament. My name is Giang, and we'll see you again in the next video.
Just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another week here at the Wild Rift League Asia. G10 coming at you. With me is Gia. Happy to be here, and it has been an explosive couple of weeks since I last saw you, my guy.
Yeah.
How was it?
Man, it has been a banger of the past few days, past few weeks, and even yesterday we have seen such an amazing action from our games, especially during the match of Team Flash versus KT Roster Y. Finally, congratulations to Team Flash once again for finally getting their first series win, and it's a big one because they had a reverse sweep against KT Roster Y.
Yeah, that is pretty big. KT Roster Y in the last season was one of the stronger teams, man. So having that on their, as an accolade, having beaten KT Roster Y, definitely something to keep that momentum going into the season. In the Chinese conference as well, a lot of big moves and shakers and a lot of things being solidified as well this early into the tournament, really.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's so many things that are about to happen as well. There's a new patch incoming that's actually, we're just waiting for it to be implemented in the competitive scene as well here in Wild Rift League Asia. Many changes for that patch as well, so we might see different champions being used in the near future by these amazing teams. And today we are very much loaded. We're quite early for this schedule, of course, because we have 4 matches set in store for you guys, as discussed or as shown a while ago before the live stream was started. And here are the standings as well so far. ThunderTalk, Trace Esports, and Woohoo Gaming leading the chart, but ThunderTalk and Trace Esports are actually the only teams to have no losses. But ThunderTalk, man, every game has been 2-0. They're just on a different dimension now.
That's insane. Trace Esports as well with a 5-0. I don't think we would have expected things to turn out like this, going into this season, because remember when KBG was like 2, we were like, oh man, they're fighting for him. But now look at that, number 6 on the standings, because it feels like they haven't fully grasped this kind of newer meta. It was something difficult to adjust to, I guess, from what they used to win the first season of the WRL-A.
Yeah, I mean, some teams are still kind of adapting. Some teams are experimenting with their roster positions, like their also strategies. So it might take some time. We're still just a little bit on the halfer part of this regular season.
Yeah.
Kind of getting close towards the end though, so they really need to step up a notch. And here on the APAC side, we see Naos Esports being the one to actually be in the top 1 ranking, especially with their prowess recently. And especially, I will always mention this, their win against Nova Esports is just the best they made so far. G2 Blacklist and KT Roster Y not really trailing that much behind. And we will have a bit of a contestant in the APAC side later on, since our first series is gonna be up of INV Esports and G2 Blacklist.
Yeah, speaking of G2 Blacklist, they are one of the 2 losses there of the top runner in the APAC standings, which is Naos Esports. So glad to see that the top 2 teams do come from the Philippines. A lot, the pros here, kind of proving that we are a region to be respected, and looked out for, which we are going to be seeing in this first match. Invade Esports still looking for that maiden win versus G2 Blacklist, who is, arguably one of the favorites in the APAC scene.
Oh yeah, I mean, we will see other teams really need to strive, to be honest. INV Esports is going to be one of them. So far, they haven't really secured any sort of win, not even a single game. Most of the time, we have seen them being on the receiving side of a one-sided beatdown. Even some, fastest games so far, like KBG, 10 minutes and 51 seconds against them just last Sunday. And just, it's a little bit sad to see this happening to INV Esports. But hopefully, just like Team Flash, they would be able to redeem themselves through a really great win.
Yeah, I mean, if they're able to take down G2 Blacklist, that would be one of the best things they could do to prove that they still belong here. Because this is a very, very scary team. Look, Aaron Golden Kite Draw, we already know what they're capable of. G2 Blacklist picked up an incredibly talented roster here. They're making the most of it right now, especially this early on in the season.
I mean, G2 Blacklist is still formidable as ever. You know, they're still able to get their wins going, securing top 2 so far here in this tournament. As of the first half of the regular season, they recently won against Team Flash as well in a 2-0 fashion, so they're really looking really good. And as we see here in the matchup, definitely everything that is going towards this head-to-head matchup is going to be better on the side of G2 Blacklist just because of their wins and their good performance so far. But I like to see some progress on the side of INV Esports, especially for Unleashed, because this guy has been really trying hard in checking out various champions like the Evelyn, like the Shen, even adapting many strategies and champions as well that might actually suit him better. But we have yet to see any success of it, and hopefully we do see one.
Yeah, here's hoping that there is, at least a little bit of life left in Invade Esports, because they really need, to prove that they belong here. They just have not had the best showing, in the last season and this season so far. So really, this is an important series for them, just in terms of momentum as well, because if they're able to turn things around here versus G2 Blacklist, that could signal kind of a turnaround for the rest of their season.
Yeah, I mean, in NVIDIA Esports, I think they are still developing. I think they're still trying to get their groove going, still trying to know what kind of composition really suits for them or what kind of strategy would be better for them. But just like Team Flash, it might happen to them. Let's go to the stage for the host to introduce the teams.
现场以及屏幕前的召唤师，大家下午好，欢迎来到英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场，我是曼曼。今天是常规赛第4周的第4个比赛日，首场对决由曼谷 INV 对阵魁松 G2B。在这赛季还未曾一胜的曼谷 INV 该如何面对劲敌魁松 G2B？ 让我们拭目以待。接下来，让我们欢迎 Bangkok INV Esports and Quezon City G2 Blacklist。 Today is the 4th match day of the 4th week of the regular season, and the first showdown will be brought to us by Bangkok INV and Quezon G2B. And Bangkok INV seems haven't played their full strength in this season, and they will versus Quezon G2B, which is a really powerful team right now. And how the battles unfold, let's wait and see in the wild. Next, let's welcome Bangkok INV Esports and Quezon City G2 Blacklist.
Smile a lot before the game, because the result will surely hurt you.
No way. Why I can see you guys on the ranking table.
Oof!
Oh,
come on!
You say why aren't you in the leaderboard, man? What you doing?
Okay.
Oh,
that's
man.
just
okay.
Brutal. But yeah, I still like the confidence that we are seeing here on NVIDIA Esports, but they have to back it up with actions, with results. And right now, we don't see it just yet. But hopefully in this match, maybe we will. Because G2 Blacklist are very comfortable. They know that they will be able to defeat NVIDIA Esports possibly in a 2-0 fashion. Just like all the teams that have battled to them so far.
Yeah, another Tuesday at the office here for G2 Blacklist. Because they really do not believe that Invade Esports of all teams are going to be a threat to them. So they could they could be a little bit more relaxed about this matchup, but this is a lot to prove on the other hand for Invade Esports, because so far, the trash talk from Blacklist is true. Where are they on the leaderboard? They haven't shown up, not even a single game. They're just being run over right now.
Shout out to Shaka, by the way, just being the referee right there on the backside. Nice hair, by the way. He just changed the color recently as well, trying to switch it up. The players here now being shown on the screen, just checking out how they are feeling as of the moment. Hopefully positive things are being shown here on the side of Invade Esports, and hopefully later on we would see some positive results as well, because it's still a long journey for this tournament. Hopefully Invade Esports does pick up the slack and secure a couple of wins in their name, because it's already coming towards a conclusion already here in this tournament. We're now at our 4th week, going towards the 5th week, and we have lesser days right now, to be honest, because last time we did have 10 weeks. Right now it's a little bit shorter, at least on the matches, because we're now only having 11 teams in the CN conference compared to 12 before. Rare Atom is no longer with us, at least for the season. And with Esports, lesser game means lesser chances of being able to secure a win.
Yeah, so little, chances left for them, especially considering, the length of the season. There's really not a lot more, momentum that they can get if they don't, take this match off of G2 Blacklist. So either they need a miracle, or they have to exploit some chink in the armor of G2 Blacklist, because otherwise it is kind of looking like a shutout match, just based on just the raw stats, just how these teams have been playing. G2 Blacklist so dominant, especially when playing against those APAC teams.
G2 Blacklist again is still a team that is very, very strong, and they have had so far the longest game here in season 2 so far, 27 minutes and 46 seconds during their game number 1 against Team Flash, in which they had a bit of a hard time against them because of the scaling composition of Team Flash, but suddenly Golden Kite went hard against them, getting the steal on the Elder Dragon that allowed them to win the fight and win the game.
Yeah, because stealing objectives, something that is very natural to G2 Blacklist, man, is something that they can kind of rely on because they're so confident with it. But before we get into our main match, of course, there is the fight for side, ladies and gentlemen. All 10 members of both teams meeting out here in the Howling Abyss. Let's get into the G2 Blacklist. They are in a little bit more aggressive of a spot because they've already gone for the first engage. Typro Pam is incredibly low, but he's still surviving that back.
It's map of Farum, in Howling Abyss. I do love seeing the Veigar, but finally, we do see a Teemo. I just love this.
Yeah, I mean, it is an ARAM, and it is going to be the couple of first kills there. MA for Typro Pam. Man, the Teemo. This what was it? The Special Ops Teemo as well. Very cool skin. I wonder if he's just going to litter his mushrooms around the rift once he gets to the level 6.
Great team fighting potential as well here in the composition of G2 Blacklist. Separate Teemo. Maybe we would see Draw just going with his shroom. Ime.
Oh, already going in. He goes for the big engage, but Unleash with it to the skies to go for a little bit more damage. There's a snowball, and Bank takes that kill already. G2 Blacklist, they are on the run, and the Teemo is looking like he's going to fall. Another couple of kills there, and that is INV Esports getting 4 kills for just 1.
Aaron gonna be trying to at least get 1. Does pick up the Jace under he's taken down, but the cage is just a big problem later.
Golden Guy immediately gets deleted as well by the Veigar. I mean, the primordial burst coming in from Typro Pam is a little bit too much to deal with, but that does mean that the score has evened up just a tiny bit, 4-6.
In Esports, they need to step it up.
Oh, Bluff X, he's going to live just barely. And on an Ari, 1 HP, literally 1 HP for Bluff X, and he still has not. This just means that he has to be super, super careful on the backside of the team.
Especially with a Teemo, right? Just 1 shroom or just 1 Dart Striker on the Bluff X would do the trick! Here you go!
Oh, he did it. That's exactly what happened, but then he did have to pay for good his life, and there's engagement once again from Golden Kite. But Blank is going to be able to get out of that. Bank, sorry, is able to get out of that. As Belby just hangs it up in the front for Invade Esports. There's so much aggression being shown here by G2 Blacklist.
I mean, this is a very aggressive team, especially when they do have the set. Can withstand stuff.
Speaking of the set, he is looking to die because the Ribbon with the ultimate will take him out. But inside of them all, of Vladimir, he's going to get out of that pool and really get charmed. Another kill here for Invade Esports. Now Draw is last man. Who is looking for an engage because Aaron just wants to be left alone. Okay, Typro Pam walks into the mushroom, and that's Draw bursting him down. Good flash from Bluff X, but Draw is a little bit too fast on it.
Yep. G2 Blacklist losing losing a little bit there, but still okay. Draw being very cheeky.
Snowballs! And big engage, taking him back in. What a huge set play from MA. Now Belby, he's really not doing all too much. He should be using the ultimate to stop that Jin, but that would just mean that he dies instead. But now MA going to get stopped up once again. There's a huge shield coming through, but there is the engage onto the backside. Therefore, man, Malphite ultimate. Belby, the god. He does get 3 kills for the team. Draw and MA the last man standing under the tower. And MA is not going to be standing for much longer. Now Draw, he's got Bank.
Missed
and
it!
he will just barely get that kill. The flash, accelerated shot blast will give an Undalish last laugh.
Yeah, unfortunate there for the Riven. Bank wasn't able to get the stun going to Draw and kind of got outplayed there.
Yeah, another huge engage coming through. BluffX just has to use that Spirit Rush to get that kill and possibly get out. Katie gonna go for the Q into the pool of blood. He gets charmed once again. Is it enough? The Q from the Malphite will do just enough damage. BluffX still living just barely at the back of the fight. The Jin gets jumped on. And now Bank is going to be fighting there for his life versus MA, who gets hit, killed, but just barely. He tries to flash for the next relic, and he just barely wins the fight. Just 100 HP left on MA.
That's the strength of a set. With your your armor, also with your haymaker, you can just turn any fight around and land a solid punch onto your enemy, and that was not expected by Bank. Got taken out. G2 Blacklist still is a little bit down in terms of the gold, in terms of the kills and the structures, but ooh.
The snowball engage with the Vladimir. I love the just the ballsiness of it. The courage that he knew just to go in for that snowball, and MA is going to pay for it just a little bit. He is very low. There's a kill onto the back. The Jin going down. Aaron has been sniped. MA and Golden Cat and everybody from the side of G2 Blacklist has been wiped. And that's all off the plays of Bank and BluffX.
INV Esports will get this second tower as well unlocked. I love the confidence. I love how aggressive INV Esports is becoming right now. Again, this is a momentum booster. Also, it's just a warm-up for all of these teams. Goes in, flashes onto the base of G2 Blacklist just to be executed. It's a little bit fun to see by Undalish. Yeah. INV Esports 23-15.
That's a pretty big and sizable lead for back off INV Esports now. But can G2 Blacklist find a perfect engage? I don't know if the demo was really a good decision here. I mean, that's Aaron. That's all random.
Like 5 kills.
Yeah, let's see, because MA now is the target. He did successfully defend himself with the rest of G2 Blacklist. It looks like Back was trying to make a big play, and it didn't happen. Now BluffX looking for more. He gets the charm onto MA. Ooh. And there it is, the Malphite ultimate onto 1. Immediately the Jin gets bursted down, but that is just the Malphite now useless after that because he already used his ultimate, but at least G2 Blacklist has been dissuaded from pushing in.
I mean, the biggest problem here is the Veigar!
Pam, because he is trying to just get in onto that Veigar's face. Did not quite have enough damage there, unfortunately, Golden Kite, but there's MA trying to make the most of it, and unfortunately Golden Kite does go down. MA who follows suit as well, and now it's a 3 versus 5. They're chasing across, and Draw is immediately taken out, and even on the backside of the fight, Katie, and then finally Aaron. Once again, a team-wide ace for G2 Blacklist.
Getting the ace, possibly even the game, but INV Esports doesn't have a wave, so they're just gonna be going for the execute play. Nexus is more than happy to take those kills for G2 Blacklist. Triple kill even handed over here to Aaron, and he just says thank you.
Thanks, guys. If you guys didn't know, that's because they touched, I think, one of his traps, his Lotus traps, and then they executed. So the last kind of pick of damage done was from the traps, so Aaron getting those kills. I saw he was able to buy a full item from that, so maybe that makes a difference. He is the highest level on G2 Blacklist team at the moment.
And those 2 kills might actually just help him out, or additional 2 kills that he has picked up with the help of the Nexus.
Oh, Belby though. Belby's been spotted out. And they always love to use that Malphite for the engage. It's hard to react to that football ultimate, but there is a snowball first. And then there is a set ulting him back into it back, though. That was a bad play for him because he just immediately got deleted. And there's a curtain call, gets 2 already. And the rest of G2 Blacklist takes chase. And that is another kill there. 3 already down on the side of INV Esports. KD looking to get in the 4th one. Finally, it's just Pam. A little bit of revenge here for the G2 Blacklist boys, but it is a 1v1 left standing.
That was a big mistake coming in from INV Esports, and they got punished heavily for it. Now, Aaron might actually just get this tower going. Cage not connecting here onto Aaron as well. And again, G2 Blacklist, this is a team that you did not want to commit a mistake to, because that will happen.
Yep, that is a lot of damage on that Jin. He does eventually die. He gets punished heavily, but Pam just melted like butter on a hot summer day there.
Absolutely. I mean, damage is still good on both sides, especially that they have picked up their items already. But in Esports, they still have a massive chance to actually get a win here through a great team fight setup, but it's all up to the Riven and the Malphite.
That's a team fight setup because it's already the Ari going down, and there's another onto the Jace. Now Belby, he can't even use his ultimate right here. He tried, he still died. Bag on the other hand though was going for the back line, but can K get him? No, he can't. But MA finally finds it. That is still a 3 for 4 here, and MA still alive. Pam may be looking for 1 kill for himself here.
Technically, that was a 4 versus 5, and a 4 for 4 trade was made there, especially because of that prowess of Bank. Now,
they're gonna go with Pam. Oh, he tried to go for the curtain call, but MA just did too much damage. Now MA, he's not gonna get executed. He's just gonna give the kill over to No, he just kills Bluff X. Doesn't care, doesn't matter. Aaron does too much damage as well. He was supporting right there, so at least with them going down there, they can go back. They were able to get that 1 kill onto Bluff X, so that's a worthwhile use of their time.
I mean, this game is going the distance a little bit here. G2 Blacklist and INV Esports still resisting.
On the Lish, look behind you. He immediately gets assaulted on the Cyclone, and then the ultimate football move from Malphite. Oh, he does get a little bit of damage, but there's so much damage onto the Riven Bank is making Box look like a platinum player, because Bank is making bank by getting those kills right there. This could maybe save Esports, but he is just running into the Teemo. Unfortunately, Bank will not be able to agree for that kill.
I just love Teemos, man. The traps, the poison dart, the blinds, and also just how playful this champion can be. I don't see this uncompetitive play. We are just cherishing every moment that we see it on Aram.
Snipes him out and immediately goes down. Aaron, dang, he just soloed that kill. And then the curtain call by Pam was there, and then Undelish just deleted Aaron from the face of the earth. Now Emmy's got in a 1 versus 2. What's he gonna do? Belby's the one who's gonna be facing him, but Undelish is the one who takes the final hit there. Now it's a 2 versus 2 on the field once again. Katie coming in, looking for a 1 versus 2 here. Undelish, he gets inside the pool of blood. Is that gonna be enough? No. Belby ults on top of him, the unstoppable force. Golden Guy try to use the Cyclone, a little bit of damage. Undelish does go down, finally gets the second Cyclone onto Belby. But now Bank is gonna be hiding in that bush. Didn't even have to show himself as Belby took that kill.
INV Esports still fighting back. Despite some great attempts there by G2 Blacklist, are unable to just reach the Nexus. But INV Esports will struggle as well because there's so many traps that Thro has put out here across the map. Flash out, just to escape. The punish is there.
Yep, these Teemo Shrooms. Oh god, look at all the damage onto Bluff X. He tried to make a big play there, immediately got punished, and then 2 of his homies, Bank and Belby, bit the dust as well because Aaron was ready on the draw.
Yeah, Aaron looking for 1 more. The cage will stop him though. But that
1
damage,
auto attack.
Half HP.
That is the 4th shot Jin power, man. Oh my god, the flash from MA just into the edge, the very edge of the circle there. Pam saving himself, but the Nexus is open here. Aaron is just going to get that auto attack.
This might be it.
This could be it.
Yeah.
Yep.
It is gonna be it. G2 Blacklist finally winning the fight for side And of course, the winner gets to decide on the side selection. And
yeah, usually when G2 Blacklist gets that W on the side selection priority, they do like to go on that blue side. So, I mean, if that's what they're expecting, I'm kind of expecting G2 Blacklist to out the day with a 2-0 as well. I mean, I'm feeling like they're super confident, especially when they see that INV Esports, you know, they don't have any wins yet. Maybe they can take a little bit of a more relaxed pace here. I'm not saying they underestimate INV Esports, but you know, they're definitely not you know, activating 100% of their brain power here.
Hopefully we do see more respect coming in from G2 Blacklist. I believe that's gonna be the case here. They don't really reserve their strength that much. They're like going all in, and also become very creative in their composition, just like this in what we've seen in the fight per side. And oftentimes, as a team, even before when they were formerly known as Nigma Galaxy, they have tried out the ADC composition with Gragas in the top lane or in the Baron lane as a tank, and them picking up champions like Kai'Sa, like Vayne, and just going beyond the meta. That's how creative this roster is on G2 Blacklist, especially with their coach TG. INV Esports has to be ready for it as well, knowing how explosive G2 Blacklist can be.
Yeah, explosive is a definite descriptor for what G2 Blacklist's playstyle is, and it's something that has had a lot of success, you know, in the Southeast Asian region, in the APAC region historically. So that's something that they've kind of mastered already, especially with the style of Wild Rift, and you know, just kind of League of Legends in general that pro players in the Philippines like to play. So I will be expecting quite a lot of just bold-faced plays, I would say, from the side of G2 Blacklist. And really, they are going to be quite aggressive, I feel, looking to make use of any single advantage they can, and you know, trying not to make this game last all too long.
They pick red side as well, so this is going to be very interesting. To pick prior is definitely some of the trend right now that we are constantly seeing, especially in the past few days. Shout out to Draw, just going with the heart, you know, Korean heart sign, also the actual heart sign. Fiora might just be picked up here though for Ime. He is just such an incredible player in the Baron lane. Loves picking up the Fiora alongside with other champions like Riven that will be buffed up in the next patch. So I do love to see that champion resurfacing more in the near future. But let's see what they have set in store for us.
Yeah, very cool. Riven, something that definitely deserves a spot in the competitive scene. But let's see, I don't know if they want to be picking Riven for the top lane just this moment. Maybe wait until that buff drops. But for now, we do have quite a lot of focus on the jungle here for the picks and bans. You know, regularly we see the Shen, the Hecarim, the you know, the E.
Jace might be prioritized as well. I mean, there's a bit of a difference with regards to the meta of APAC teams and the CN Confidence. Akali oftentimes gets banned away, denied from G2 Blacklist just because of how great Aaron is in picking that champion up, and also just a really strong champion overall. So now we might just see a priority on the Camille, possibly the Evelyn as well. Oftentimes G2 Blacklist has banned that out, but looks like they are gonna be denying the Vi from Unleashed too, and just limit the champions he's gonna be able to use to enable the rest of his squad.
That's true. Unleashed does have a lot riding on his shoulders after that invade jungler. A lot of them lost in thought here, trying to think about what they can do in this champ select to kind of trip up G2 Blacklist, and they're leaning kind of heavily on MA with that Fiora ban, the Shen targeted at KD, and of course Aaron, a monster, Akali in his own right. But that is a Jace ban at the last point for G2 Blacklist.
Very common ban, to be honest here, by G2 Blacklist. Fiora as well often gets denied from Ime. Gragas will be picked up, and it's just really good as a start here for INV Esports, but I kind of want to see them maybe pick up something like a Camille since it's open. That's just a really strong pick that can be paired up with something with a Galio, possibly even a Ziggs that oftentimes gets used into the mid lane right now. But Gragas is not real bad as well. They can pair it up maybe with a Kai'Sa later on, possibly a Zeri that hasn't been banned away just yet. But the Ornn goes through here to G2 Blacklist.
Yeah, Ornn really finding a pretty decent spot in the support position. G2 Blacklist, they definitely like that disruption, that disengage or engage, that flexibility, that Ornn can have, something that really complements their playstyle. I wonder if they're going to go for the Dragon Lane here. No, it looks like they will be picking up the Camille for Ime. Very good pick here for G2 Blacklist.
Just pick up the Camille, possibly even the Ziggs here for Aaron if he does want to, switch things up. Just have that wombo combo that we often seen being used, especially in the last season. But he is also really just good on many champions. One of the vastest champion pool that we have, especially back in season 1, and has recently been trying out champions like the Zoe and the Vladimir. That's just the meta right now.
Yeah, the meta is it is constantly fluctuating, but right now, that our mid laner, either the Zoe, the Vladimir, can really draw a lot of parity towards the end because you're looking to be the last one to reveal their mid laner, so there's a lot less chance to counter it. But right now, Aatrox's going to be going into the jungle, most likely here for Undalish.
Aatrox really strong. It can have really great sustain, but you have to really be careful of the early game. That's where G2 Blacklist is just so strong as well in setting the momentum up for this team. They have the Varus right now to also enable more crowd control for them and executing damage, of course, because the Varus stacks plus the piercing arrow or scattered arrows will just enable them to bursting out this Aatrox. So right now, even if we're happy seeing this Aatrox, it's still an asterisk so far for INV Esports.
Yeah, most definitely something that they need to justify with performance here for Belby. For Undalish here in the jungle spot, because he needs to be that unkillable Aatrox, that Demon King that can't be stopped later in the later phases of the game. And in order to do that, he needs to be on point in the jungle. He has to always be tracking where KD is going to be going and either get a gank going before KD gets there or try to counter something with an Aatrox, because he has a lot of chase potential in a gank turnaround situation.
Possibly the Lee Sin is going to be banned away here for KD as well. He's just really good on that champion. The Evelyn has been taken away already, which can affect the early game so well, especially by G2 Blacklist. KD is just really good on this champion already. And one of the ways you can just shut down the Aatrox is, of course, delaying his scaling. And that's going to be the goal here of G2 Blacklist. They have removed some of the late game scaling champions already in the Dragon Lane, like the Kai'Sa, like the Xayah, that is just so notorious for their repositioning and being able to dodge so many engages. I like the Yone ban, but still, KD has so many great champions that he can just use in the jungle to counter out this Aatrox. Yone is going to be one of them, so good that they have banned it away. But again, Lee Sin, Kha'Zix, still open. They have so many ways to set things up.
Yeah, a lot of great options here for G2 Blacklist if they wanted to, because that Lee Sin is still up, yeah. But they will be looking for that mid laner first. The Vladimir going into the hands of Aaron, now that is a scary proposition. But this Ezreal for Bank is quite an interesting proposition, and then they pick up the Orianna. A lot of these champions have been doing well, pretty well lately, especially in the safer side of things. And as you said, the Kha'Zix in the jungle here for KD.
Orianna, I like it. We have seen some wins with an Orianna in the mid lane already against a Vladimir.
But we have seen this by INV Esports, tried it out against Thundertalk and lose that game massively in 14 minutes. So let's see if they are going to be able to redeem themselves through this kind of composition, because the Kazakhs now has been taken by KD, and we have seen this kind of lineup many times already on G2 Blacklist. And we also have the approval ratings more on their side. But I like seeing a little bit more on the side of INV Esports as well. It's not a 90-10 or 80-20. No, it's 33%. So there's still hope for INV Esports. Many people are still hoping that they would pull off a win against G2 Blacklist, possibly even a series. We cannot know for sure, because that has been made by some other team already. Team Flash against KT.
Yeah, that's something that has to be said, you know. Team Flash and KT, that was a pretty well-deserved matchup, I would say. But for this one, I feel like INV needs to, they gotta prove themselves here. At least when it comes to the Apex scene.
Let's see who's gonna be pulling up the win this time around. It's just game number 1 of this best of 3 series. INV Esports versus G2 Blacklist. It's going to be a passive start for sure here for INV Esports, knowing that they have 4 scaling champions, Orianna, Jax, Aatrox, and Ezreal. They have to really watch out for G2 Blacklist, knowing that they have a Kha'Zix and a Camille. Top side can be very notorious on G2 Blacklist side. Since they have an Ornn as well, it's so easy to set up plays, even in the Dragon lane. So possibly 2 lanes that they can actually control, but wow!
Speaking of plays, Draw immediately gets jumped on, but then Golden Kite strikes back and gets a 2k for absolutely nothing. That was completely free. G2 Blacklist with the first 2 kills of the game.
2 kills by Golden Kite as well? Man, that is just disastrous for INV Esports. They already forced out a bit of a retreat there towards Draw, and that should have been good already, but they overcommitted towards that kill and got too deep. And then they just got heavily punished for it.
Yeah, they were in a little bit too deep. It was an ambitious play, to be sure, but sometimes, you gotta be safe in that laning phase. And they tried to pull off something cheesy, but G2 was just kind of ready for it.
Yeah,
that's something that I feel like we're gonna be seeing a lot, especially since Draw is now returning to favor with an engage outside Pro Pam. And Bank once again getting incredibly low. Golden Kite using that gold advantage to create a lot of space for himself.
This lane is done. INV Esports Dragon lane is done basically here. Especially after giving so many kills here towards their Dragon lane of G2 Blacklist. They have a strong early game or level 1 setup. Especially that they have Gragas and Ezreal. They can actually secure first blood. But after that unsuccessful attempt, after that big mistake of overstaying and overcommitting towards that kill, it just gave too much gold and momentum towards G2 Blacklist in the bottom lane. And after losing one more time, that's just game over.
Yeah, it is something that INV really has to consider here, how much they want to invest into.
Oh, they're gonna dive.
Bank is just going to go up in flames here. Great dive there. There really was nowhere they could hide from Draw. The CC was pretty much instant, and then Golden Kite. He's 4-0 right now.
4-0, 2 kills per minute has happened. Now Aaron's here.
And then they're gonna dive again because there's a knockup on there by Draw. Has to flash out from the back. Aaron just keeps bullying this bot lane duo from INV.
It's just a donation of kills right now here in the bottom lane. 5 kills at 2.5 minutes into the game. Even Aaron wanted a piece of the pie on the gold chunk that they have been receiving in the bottom lane. Now top lane is also destroyed, as Ime is just notorious for his aggression in every single champion that he uses. In INV Esports, 3,000 gold deficit at 3 minutes into the game. This is one of the worst starts that we have seen so far, and hopefully they do recover. But again, we're talking about G2 Blacks, a team that is notorious for their aggression, just like this.
Speaking of aggression, we got Draw at the end of that knockup onto Unleash, who's already tried to flash out, and Draw will finish that kill off. KD is there as well. He's going to be going onto the back, onto the bank, gets an isolation, forces the flash out, and then Golden Kite flashes back in, and there is the true shot barrage. He had to flash in the middle of that, but he's got nowhere to run from the hail of arrows.
Oh man, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. G2 Blacklist is spotting every opportunity across the map to make sure they get their momentum going. Fight that's done. They can fight back. No. It's not yet the time.
Draw is a little bit low, but he is a very tanky boy. He gets flashed on. Shockwave misses just barely. BluffX tried to go for that kill. He invested a lot, but will not be successful enough.
Unsuccessful in this early game as well here for INV Esports. Again, the game plan should have been, don't be aggressive, just scale. Because if you lose the momentum, if you even give a slight chance for G2 Blacklist to set the momentum up in the early game, you're just gonna get dominated and chumped all the way. That has happened right now. 1,000 goal lead per minute here by G2 Blacklist. Look at the score of their Dragon laners and bot laners. 3 kills each.
Oh,
everyone's
God.
rich.
Oh god, G2 Blacklist. Their bot lane is just incredibly fed. Yeah, that lane is over. That is a go next already. Yeah, at this point, you are bots just trying to farm the wave. Because G2 Blacklist, you can't really match them in terms of power if you want to go for fight. Even with the Shockwave, even with the threat of True Shot Barrage or something, there is really not a lot of threat that INV Esports poses, especially when Belby is looking to get caught out right here by Aaron and Katie.
It might be in trouble again. Belby just wants to farm, he just wants to scale up, he just wants to secure kills on minions, man. But G2 Black is not even allowing that now.
Oh, Hexagon made him onto one member. They just go 4-man into one. Well, 3 technically. They 3-man that one kill. They're looking for Thypro Pam also again, but that is a little bit of a tanky Gragas explosive pass. Splits the fight a tiny bit. BluffX now running away, running towards MA. But MA is in the back of the bank. There's a Shockwave onto 2, but then immediately gets deleted by that Camille, and then another kill right there for Golden Kite, I believe it is. KB looking to isolate and gets a bank, even though he gets executed by the tower afterwards.
Okay, at least it's a kill by the Ezreal. So, shutdown goal was been able to be secured by Bank, but still, it's a massive landslide victory right now by G2 Blacklist, securing every single thing that can be secured, killing everyone that can be killed, and just wiping the floor with the bodies here of INV Esports, taking everything away in the process. KD got a little bit too deep there just to get a kill, but yeah, just wanted to have some fun.
At this point, G2 Blacklist is already playing with their food. They are at 6.7 thousand gold lead. And this is really looking like 2 different levels of Wild Rift pro play. It just seems like G2 Blacklist understands the game at so much more of a standard level, while INV Esports is kind of trying to still find their synergy with each other. G2 is just feasting on this indecision from INV Esports. And another attempt onto Bang, because there is the Orange set that up as well. Katie's the one who takes that kill, as the Kazik should. He is an assassin. Thypro Pam now under tower.
They're not even allowed to move. They're not even allowed to stay under the tower.
You can't. I mean, sure, he's gonna try with the explosive cast to get out of there, but Ime and Draw is just tanking it as the good support does.
He's just tanking everything, soaking every single damage. He has Warmarks already at this point in time, and possibly even more after going back into the base. We see this replay into the mid lane, possibly something that we haven't seen, but again, Golden Kite will just flash it just like this. Yeah, we kind of saw it coming. And Shelly just helped out deny that one auto attack from the tower to maybe get that 1-for-1. And 9,000 gold lead at 7.5. It looks like G2 Blacklist just wants a piece of the record breaking that has been happening against INV Esports.
Yeah, they want to break the record for shortest game. Most definitely. It's already 7:41. Or it is 7 minutes and 41 right now, and now G2 Blacklist, they're just looking for more. They get Shockwave, both of them, but there's already under the tower, BluffX already gone. Thypro Pam looking for a little bit more onto Draw, but Draw is a little bit too tanky for him, but not for Undelish, who comes in from behind and gets 1, gets 2. Golden Kite trying to fight, he's gonna arrows right onto that 8, drops his face, get another kill for himself. That Varus, man, is just a little bit too fed.
Okay, if we're talking records here, time might not be possible here, because the fastest so far we have seen is 10 minutes and 17 seconds. But in kills, the highest is actually 15 kills against INV, and that was from FPX. And now there's 17. Belby's about to just get taken down, flashes away. But again, we're talking about Ime here.
Yeah.
Alright! Possible counter?
Possible Katie coming in from behind, looking for Belby. It finally finds it, the double slice, and then he may be hunted down there. Unleash, a little bit of hesitation there to try to find him because the rest of the team is now there. Ime is there, but unfortunately, Unleash finishes off that kill. So at least it was a 1-for-1 trade.
1-for-1 is actually pretty good here for INV Esports. We cannot deny them still this game. There is still a big possibility that they can scale throughout the game. I mean, they have 4 scaling champions for Christ's sake, and G2 Blacklist has some, but it can be countered out, especially with the sustain of the Aatrox, with the help out of the Orianna, as well as explosive gas. We have seen many wonders of it, but so far in this early game, more wonders has been made by G2 Blacklist. That damage by KD, out of this world. He tried to flash out and arcane shift out, but not enough to actually escape the Kazakhs.
That really feels like, you know, old school Kazakhs before he was adjusted quite a bit. Just an incredibly potent assassin as he looks for an entry into here. There's 4-man shockwave onto the side though, but they dive in with Hextech ultimatum onto the back. Lundalish already dead, already followed by his AD as BluffX has to get out of there. Even with his beautiful shockwave, he couldn't prevent the pounce of G2 Blacklist.
And now they pounce onto the dragon, just making sure to get every single objective here in this map. And well, it's a little bit of a sad day right now for INV Esports in general. They're down so much gold, 12,000 at 10 minutes into the game, down 18 kills compared to G2 Blacklist. And right now, Soul Point as well is present for this team right now. Potentially even the Baron at 12 minutes can be just easily taken here by G2 Blacklist just because they have the Paris and they have the Kazakhs.
Yeah, this is just a thorough handling of INV Esports by G2 Blacklist. They have so much leeway here, a lot of map to work with, and yeah, they could just immediately kill that Baron off with the isolation damage, with the virus damage, and they can just 2-man that and defend the hit from Invade and just kind of force them to accept that the Baron is theirs. But right now, G2, they want to extend this kind of lead. They want to look for more kills onto BluffX there. He is going to get finished off by the second part of the Oran Horn. And that is a quick and dirty drive-by by Katie and draw.
Oh man, G2 Blacklist is just giving this one-sided beatdown against INV Esports right now. I hope we do see some sign of life coming from this team. The gold lead still keeps on ballooning. Every minute that passes by, Golden Kite reaches so many power spike. 4 people of G2 Blacklist is ahead of INV Esports. Draw is even ahead against BluffX, the carries here of INV Esports.
Oh, this is just G2 Blacklist showing how dominant they can be, how practiced they are at this game, and that they're here to take no prisoners, especially against INV Esports. Well, BluffX just gets assassinated immediately. His shockwave didn't even go off, and now Katie versus Unleash in the back. Unfortunately, Katie might have been off a little bit more than he could use, so he has to leap out, but it's okay because Draw tags in, takes his place. Aaron's there as well to do the damage, while Draw and Golden Kite look to kind of distract Invade, but with that successful kill out of the way, G2 Blacklist now got the Baron.
Easy Baron takedown here by G2 Blacklist, especially with the Kazakhs right now, and after that, the annihilation of INV Esports. 12 minutes, just 20 seconds after the Baron spawned out, G2 Blacklist just decides to take it. And they're just 2 kills away from breaking the record of FPX having the highest kills against INV Esports.
Yeah, I can't wait for that because they are looking to break some records here. If they can't prove themselves to be the top team here, because they might be if they win this, but that is a great engage attempt. Golden Kite, though, he did go golden for a while. He has to flash out, save himself right there. Katie from the back, looking to isolate a couple, but from the back, Aaron as well. He is in the middle of them all. Typrofan just narrowly got away with his life, but then the Hextech ultimatum, and Bank is not able to circle back and get away. So that is 3 kills for absolutely nothing. G2 Blacklist team fighting perfectly.
And just pushing every single lane as well. Top lane, mid lane, bottom lane with their Baron-powered minions. Easily taking down these inhibitor turrets and possibly even just ending this game. Even if we have the Nexus shield, it can't really withstand the damage here of G2 Blacklist. They're just too strong.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the more one-sided games we've ever seen in either Season 1 or 2 of the Wild Rift League Asia. G2 Blacklist, they want to have at least one more brawl here inside the base, but there will be 2 final kills before the Nexus blows up, and that is an easy victory for G2 Blacklist.
I mean, they're not even feeling any pressure here in this game right now. G2 Blacklist is just enjoying every single kill that they have secured, and they beat the record of FPX. 27 kills, I think, was the final score of G2 Blacklist, and it's just an amazing performance by them in general. I mean, this is a very strong team coming in recently. Just transition from Nigma Galaxy to G2 Blacklist, same roster, same coaching staff here, being led by TG. And INV Esports, again, it seems to be the same cycle that they have been experiencing on and on for the entire tournament. One-sided beatdowns and no sign of life.
That's true, man. Unfortunately, the pattern wasn't broken by INV Esports so far. They still have a little bit of a chance here with the second game. If they lose that, it probably is all over for them. The G2 Blacklist will tie up with Naus Esports at the top of the leaderboards, where actually G2 Blacklist, if they win this, they should have an advantage in terms of the head-to-head versus Naus Esports in the top spot.
I mean, that's the goal here of G2 Blacklist, being a contender of Naus Esports and bring the PH flag across the international scene even more. And right now, for INV Esports, it's not really the case so far. It's been a sad time for them. I hope they follow the steps of Team Flash and how they started to redeem themselves in their last match, because that can be a motivating tool for them. But it requires so much adjustment from their composition, from their decision making, from the bans that they make against G2 Blacklist here in this series, and also their execution. I like seeing them being aggressive in the early game. Actually, the bottom lane had a really good chance in securing that first blood for INV Esports. But being too greedy just cost you so much. Look at this gold lead over time. It's just linear. Linear. Every minute, there's 1,000 gold lead. Even more towards the late game. And that's how strong G2 Blacklist is. If you give them any sort of chance to just secure a lead, they will take it without hesitation. So you have to be careful with your movements.
Yeah, and looks like if we're going through the stats, KD will probably be the MVP for this game. I mean, that Kha'Zix just did so much. He enabled like all the parts of the map of G2 Blacklist. Just a masterclass on that dog. Assassinations left and right, and just jumping on people, having them be unaware, and then immediately taken out in the next moment by the Kha'Zix, and then that just snowballs into basically a one fight for G2 Blacklist, and he did that again and again and again. So I wonder,
and again and again and again and again and again by G2 Blacklist. INV Esports, the same thing, but on the receiving end, unfortunately.
Unfortunate, but really, G2 Blacklist, I think this is what we were expecting as a result, just looking at how these teams have been playing past a few weeks. So I really don't think that INV Esports was just, they weren't ready to go up against G2 Blacklist here, and Draw is going to be the MVP, actually, and not KD.
Well, Draw is notorious for just being able to secure many MVPs because of his playmaking potential. He has even secured so many kills here. Like 6, 1, and 14. Is he really a support or actually a carry here? A low-key carry. Yeah,
I feel like he's kind of the player that enables the rest of the team to be so risky, to have a lot in their bag of tricks. So that is game number 1 here, done for G2 Blacklist. Can they get that 2-0 and then tie up with Naus Esports in the top spot? Let's find out in game number 2.
just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once again to the Wild Rift League Asia. We are now in game number 2 here. G2 Blacklist just laid the smackdown on INV Esports, and they're hungry for more.
Absolutely hungry for more. Just looking to solidify this lead into a 2-0 sweep against INV Esports as they switch towards blue side, getting the priority pick this time around. So possibly, since Card is gonna be now the Baron laner for G2 Blacklist, he can just, pressure out another Fiora here, and just get the one-sided beatdown in the Baron lane. You have to deny the Fiora. In Esports, if you're watching right now, hopefully you do know that you have to ban away the Fiora from Carl. Just take it away, because if you don't, you're just gonna get swept.
Yeah, getting swept is not something that INV Esports is unfamiliar with. Every single game that they've had so far was a 2-0 loss. But hopefully they can at least put up a little bit of a fight here, because honestly, G2 Blacklist in the last game looked like they were on a whole other level, and it just seemed like INV Esports didn't know how to deal with all of the pressure that G2 Blacklist was putting on them.
Shen as well gonna be denied here for INV Esports. It's one of our most banned champions as well. Does have really good synergy with the Camille and the Galio, but it's very counterable if that's the if that's a good way to describe it. INV Esports last ban should be Fiora. Okay, it's not.
It's not.
So Fiora. That's Fiora. Fiora first pick.
Yeah, just
surely.
immediately picked.
It's just gonna be Fiora. We see draw right now saying, come on, just pick Fiora. Just praying for INV Esports. basically right now. Actually, we don't see the Fiora first pick. We see Akali being hovered right now. Smiles on the faces of G2 Blacklist because they're just discomfortable right now in this game. And that's not the goal of INV Esports. They want to see them tensed right now. But since that's not the case, we just see confidence and just so much positivity on G2 Blacklist in their ability to maybe just 2-0 this game right now, unless INV Esports would be able to pull something off a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, because something that they could do is keep G2 Blacklist kind of underestimating them, you know, because it does seem like G2 is incredibly comfortable. They're picking the Akali first here for Aaron, and you know he is incredibly deadly on that Assassin Ninja. But INV Esports, they're the ones who take that Camille. They have to know that they're going up against a Fiora.
You know what, G10? If G2 Blacklist picks up first pick Akali, that just means Aaron is basically telling BluffX, you can pick any mid laner champion you want. May it be a Zoe, may it be a Vladimir, I don't care. I can outplay you and out mid or just mid diff you all throughout this game. And if Fiora gets picked up here by Carl, it's basically game over.
Oh, Fiora, yep, will be Carl
No
play, and Draven Golden Kite is he gonna go for the League of Draven himself? I love to see it because this means that G2 Blacklist, look at how much damage they're picking up. They have Fiora, they have Akali, they have Draven. They are non-stop on the damage train right here. No, they're not gonna go for the Draven, they're gonna take the Alistar first.
I would have been so happy to see the Draven. We haven't seen Draven just yet here in our actual games. Viper side, the Howling Abyss in the Aram, yeah, but not yet in the actual one. But maybe, since it's just the support that has been picked up here for Draw, that a while ago secured 6 kills, Christ's sake, as a support. Lee Sin gets picked up here by INV Esports, so at least this is actually a positive sign that they are willing to invest in early game. Because G2 Blacklist is always about early game. They will dominate early game, or at least attempt to do that, so that they can take control of the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that happen in the last game. The last time we saw Invade versus G2 Blacklist just a bit ago. Their bot lane was 5-0 at like 2 minutes. It was insane how much early game dominance G2 Blacklist can lay down on an unsuspecting team.
Yeah. That was a sad start, to be honest. I was weirded out why that happened as well. I mean, the first instance, okay, you screwed up, so fine. But afterwards, it was just really sad because knowing G2 Blacklist, they get a lead in bottom lane, they will continue to apply pressure and pin you down even more. It's just it's a sad time for INV Esports in game number 1. Nila gets banned away, which is interesting. Because I don't think G2 Blacklist would actually be interested in picking that kind of champion out. I mean, G2 Blacklist loves early game. They would love to pick maybe even another Kha'Zix here for KD just to enable that even more.
I wonder if they can actually make that happen. If they want to like put everything on KD. Because he is going to be playing against Undelicious Lee Sin. I wonder how Undelicious is going to deal with how aggressive KD can be. I mean, he could go for the Kha'Zix, he could go for the Yone, a very strong champion in the jungle so far. With the Fate Seal just doing incredible amounts of damage, it's such a good utility as well when he goes for those lane ganks.
Ash, come on, just pick the Draven up, man. Golden Kite. I love Ash, especially when it's piloted by Golden Kite. But you hovered the Draven a while ago. Just pick it. You just have to pick it up. But it's okay.
Just do it.
I mean, this is more playmaking movements here from G2 Blacklist with the Ash Arrow later on. So many crowd controls is present for them. Twisted Fate being picked up is very interesting for me. Hopefully this is going to be enabling INV Esports early game, especially with the Destiny and the global pressure that this provides, especially with the Galio. I love this composition and how it can actually be potentially taking over against G2 Blacklist. But G2 Blacklist is very defensive. They have so many ways to counter out, so they need to be, again, just like game number 1, be very careful.
Careful is something that cannot be overstated here. For INV Esports, they have to literally just check every single bush, you know, cross their T's, dot their I's. Cannot afford to let a single piece of their guard down. I guess G2 Blacklist, man. This is something that you can see. G2 Blacklist aren't even, you know, they're not even feeling any sort of pressure at the moment. They're just chilling. They're having a fun time. Just gaming with the homies and loading into the Wild Rift.
Let's see if through this composition, INV Esports can actually push this to a game number 3. Because again, G2 Blacklist's match point, they still have invested heavily into the early game, especially with this Ashe pick and massive late game scaling with the Akali as well, and the Fiora, plus the Yone here of KD that has been banned away in game number 1. So now it's still equally as scary as it was in that game number 1.
How scary can G2 Blacklist be in game number 2 when they have picked an arguably much scarier composition, bookended by that Akali, by that Yone, and the Fiora? Just that is an insanely difficult team fight to run away with if you're on INV Esports side.
Ooh. Actually, interesting take here by Endelish, going for the invade, just limiting the amount of camps that KD is going to be getting. But no level 2 for both of them is just awkward. And KD will just start this red buff out. Draw is going to be here as well, just to this way on the leash and just prevent him from getting any more camps, which is a good response. But I love the start here from INV Esports.
Yeah, INV Esports definitely getting a little bit of value there. Inside the jungle, getting a lot of information as well. Vipro Pam coming up to say hello to Aaron just a little bit, putting a little bit more pressure onto that mid lane. But I'm surprised that he feels good enough to leave his AD in the dragon lane. But he does draw up from behind.
And let's talk about the impact of that short invade, this one camp. That can actually help out INV Esports prevent KD from getting level 5, but this gank will help him just get the kill here on the Bluff X. First blood by KD.
Yep, big first blood there for KD. Once again, this jungler looking to be the linchpin here for G2 Blacklist.
Going Kite, find the Kite out bank here. Does have this slow. Lucian, you don't have any crowd control, and you're just gonna get outplayed here by Golden Kite.
Big outplay there for Golden Kite. Was the entire outplay was he flashed forward into his face and just auto attacked him to death. I mean, that's the AD carry 1v1 right there. The Ashe just wins out. I feel like if there was one more auto attack on the other side, it would have turned out a little bit more differently.
This time, INV Esports looks to fight through the crowd control. They can actually withstand the damage here of G2 Blacklist. Draw might actually get taken down. Bluff is also going to be joining with the gold guard. Karl a little bit unsuccessful on that parry, and KD might just get taken out here, but still, Dragon's Rage did connect. Aaron's going to be here flashing in with a golden card. At least Bluffix would prevent any sort of follow-up, but still, they need to be very careful. Aaron's going to be going in.
Perfect
Bluffix does have the gold card here. But again, they're just stuck under the tower. It's just patient play here for G2 Blacklist, waiting for KD to be here, waiting for the Ashe to just connect. Hyperpam is going to be here to maybe stop it with the Justice Punch. The crowd control is going to be there. CC chain to just pin him down. Now Belby goes for the hook shot. Headskill ultimatum will be denied. Hyperpam does have crowd control, just waiting patiently for that Justice Punch. But after the ignite and the damage by Karl, INV Esports will just cut it short.
Belby almost eating it, almost broken it, but at the end of the day, Karl was able to get out of there scot-free. G2 Blacklist once again looking for an early game spot to be in.
Destiny, Culling gonna be used as well. Great damage. No ult just yet for this Alistar.
Yeah, unfortunately, he didn't have his indomitable will to survive through so much of that damage from INV Esports, but at least it wasn't a kill onto Golden Kite. Keep that AD safe. You know, because that is the role of the support. So G2 Blacklist definitely still not sweating, but they're facing a lot more resistance than they did in the last game at the very least.
Yeah, I actually would agree on that. I was a little bit nervous at the first, but now more nervous as the CC chain comes through and no mobility for the Twisted Fate. No flash as well gonna be used anymore to escape. And G2 Blacklist, that is how strong this comp is.
from downtown, and immediately the jump on him from the rest of G2 Blacklist, just taking the pit where they can, as KD looks to be the one who is trying to get fed here. 2 kills already, half of the kills on his team. A very decent start here for the jungler, which they really need to find an answer to.
And again, massive pressure, a lot more for INV Esports. This composition expires in the mid game and more towards the late game. They have to set more plays, set more ganks, especially for Belby, right? He's using the Twisted Fate right now. They have Hyperopam as well on the Galio to just follow up. They need to find a way to shut down Aaron as well, because later on, they're just gonna be toys, food, source of money here for G2 Blacklist. Nobody would even be able to 1v1 Carl here with this Fiora, and it's already, just being buffed up here.
Yeah, speaking of Carl on that Fiora, trying to go for a little bit of spice there onto Belby.
Okay, great kick. Destiny as well to just spot out this Akali, and is gonna get taken down here. Fate sealed by KD, denied for a follow-up kill. Will they actually go in? Arrow gonna be connected, but unable to help out KD, and that's 2 kills for Invade.
That is sick. Invade Esports, now they have the in towards that dragon. They're going to be taking that Ocean Drake, the first one of the game, but they're going to get interrupted by G2.
Yeah, and the Leash now hit by the Grand Challenge, but they do have Belby to just help out a little bit here, and it will prevent Invade Esports for actually taking this dragon.
Good prevention there by G2 Blacklist. Draw trying to start it himself, bringing Aaron, Katie, Carl into it. See, they might have died there, they might have given up the kills, but they're the ones who are selling this dragon now.
Let's see if Invade Esports would even attempt to steal this out. Looks like that could be the case. They're looking to trade it out here on the top side. RH started out and will be taken. They need to exit. Again, team fighting is very promising here on the side of G2 Blacklist. Gold card has been used out. They won't engage for now.
What I want to see is Demon Kite landing those enchanted crystal arrows.
That's
like exactly what we're gonna see.
And then CC Chain, great kick though by Unleash on that Dragon's Rage. At least just preventing any sort of follow-up.
I like how he immediately saw that enchanted crystal arrow fly across my screen. Golden Kite just, he's got that mind meld with me. We read each other's thoughts right here. So that's something that I think INV Esports really needs to track. They need to be very aware of where that enchanted crystal arrow can be coming from.
Golden Kite, Destiny as well has been used, but will not push through just yet. Especially after seeing Draw, right? He's there,
Yeah.
KD is there as well. RH will be spawned out in the mid lane since nobody's there to actually defend. This might be just Tower 1 unlocked in the mid lane for INV Esports, and that's at least good macro.
Yeah, they're at least getting a little bit for their efforts there. Unfortunately, Golden
Just to
Kite
stop!
is tagged.
Great safeguard just to close out the distance. Draw a little bit later on the follow, but KD is here. Landing damage, Page sealed as well, just getting the kill now. Gold card connecting onto this Yone, but Aaron is on the backside now going in with the damage. Great exhaust to at least pin them down for a little bit, but Draw is still here, committing on the fight. And the follow-up is just there from KD. Aaron as well, getting a kill, perfect execution onto the Twisted Fate. And that's just gonna be 3 kills gifted to G2 Blacklist.
Red team champion slain. Red team champion slain. First turret destroyed.
Yeah, that's just absolutely amazing coming in from G2 Blacklist. Overall, despite the attempt here of Invade Esports, they weren't really able to capitalize on the global pressure that they should be applying towards G2 Blacklist. The exhaust onto Aaron was good, but it's not enough to actually just deny him from this team fight. He re-entered through the shuriken toss and then just went through with the 2 kills.
Yep, a very slick play there coming in from Aaron. Now, that does mean that G2 Blacklist has a lot more confidence in these team fights. They can look to contest a lot more of what G2 Blacklist is looking for, but of course, their #1 way to get picks is from that enchanted crystal arrow, just scouting, looking for anybody just around the map. And that's why they have that Ashe there in the middle between the 2 groups, but looks like there's a big engage.
4 versus 3, 5 versus 3 rather, but still unable to secure any kills, and now Katie's gonna be joining now. Carl as well, starting us off with the damage. Aaron joining as well. preventing INV Esports from committing to this. This is how strong G2 Blacklist is. 5 versus 3, but still able to withstand and not take that much damage.
Yeah, because Draw was in the middle of everybody. He was just tanking it up.
Oh no!
Cow said.
Okay.
Good denial by Undalish Dragon's Rage to get KD off of him.
Actually, he has been making really good ganks and plays as well on the leash. But again, it's still not enough. They need to step it up a notch, or else G2 Blacklist is gonna be the one taking over. It's nice that INV Esports is not really trailing that much behind in terms of gold. But again, we're talking about a late game scaling composition G2.
Yeah, that late game scaling is going to unlock a lot faster if G2 Blacklist just goes on a little bit more of a rampage, goes on a tear. But right now they're being very careful, very respectful of INV Esports, seeing as how close the game is. There's barely a lead here for G2 Blacklist. And the macro from that INV Esports is showing right now is very good, incredibly efficient here versus G2 Blacklist, because they know they can't give up any sort of advantage here.
Even Belby's having a little bit of a hard time here against Aaron. What more if it's Sapiora, right? Oh!
No, Pam! He tried.
Not caught on camera? That could have been not seen. But yeah, just sad. Caught in 4K. And everyone knows it from G2 Blacklist. Arrow?
Oh, his bluff is caught.
It did connect, but no follow-up so far here from G2 Blacklist. Now Draw goes in. Fates it as well here onto Type Pro Pam. Great disengagement with Dragon's Rage. Heroes exit as well by time.
Yeah, the heroes exit just to save his life. Nobody died in that exchange, but G2 is a little bit better off here.
Are they really going to be committing here? They don't have any utilities anymore, and G2 Black will secure the Dragon and the kills as well. Underleash being chased out, damage coming through, Aaron follows up, back 3v1 against this, Akali still will be able to take him down, that's good. But now, re-engage coming in from G2 Black, damage coming through to Golden Kai, Bluffix as well, doesn't have mana, fortunately does land the gold card to this way KD. But Carl is moving towards the backside, spotted out from Bloom, and Golden Kite flashing away, still kiting. Arrow again! Just connecting here onto Bank, and the slow is just forcing him to use this flash. Draw chasing down, the slow connects. Good slow coming in from Draw, now to close the distance. Headbutt without Pulverize, though it's a bit of an oopsie, doesn't have mana for it. And INV Esports just got away.
That's so sad. Draw tried to secure the kill, but because he had no mana, he just headbutted him in safety. But that was a very long, very intense fight, just fighting front to back here. And look at how much distraction KD was able to do. And then teleport back to the Shadow, of course. Back was still there doing a lot of damage, but it just seemed like he wasn't doing enough to kill everybody. Now Aaron's back in the mix.
Only just gonna be used. Baron is up. And we have seen G2 Blacklist in game number 1 secured it in 12 minutes and 20 seconds. Oh! Wow, it just drifted here towards Solution. The bank's just gonna be taken down, absolutely for sure. Now the Colosseum might actually be in trouble. Stuck under tower, gets CC chain. Even Draw is not gonna be able to tank everything here, including the tower. And that's 2 kills here for Bluffix.
2 really decent kills for Bluffix. And as a Twisted Fate, you know, this is something that is very, very relevant for his build. He is the one with, you know, up there in the most gold. And his gold cards have to be super on point. That's how a lot of the team's picks are happening here on INV Esports, is either Destiny or just running with a card. Carl looking to be in a 2 versus 1 here, but he's got the tower, so I don't think INV's gonna actually dive here. They are available. A lot of people.
Yeah, that's 4 people lingering down here in the bottom lane. At least a tower gets secured here by INV Esports. But again, Arrow connects on the Galio. KD starting the Baron up. They spot him out. Destiny has been used. Will they actually go in? Bluffix connects the gold card here onto Draw, but forces them actually to disengage. Great move by INV.
Just a pressure play there from G2 Blacklist, checking to see if INV was awake. If they were alive, alert, awake, and enthusiastic about this fight. They get that gold card on to Draw. They are getting this siege done. They've got another tower just immediately, instantly. Yeah, great ways of just moving around the map together and catching G2 Blacklist off guard.
That's the benefit of having a Twisted Fate, having a Galio, having the Camille as well. Massive macro plays can be made in a split decision as well, just in a short amount of time. But G2 Blacklist can wipe them off equally as well in short amount of time. Underleash gets wiped out! deleted from the map, and now the arrow is gonna be coming through here on Bank. Aaron just joining, landing the damage, landing the Shuriken. Hero's entrance to just prevent Belby from being bursted out, calling as well onto the back line. Draw gonna be taken down here. KD flashing out. Aaron left behind as Bluffik lands the gold card. INV Esports might has just done it on this team fight right now, but we see a teleport coming in from the Fiora. Shuriken did not connect. A punish goes through onto the Gallo. Bank going to be the next target as now as Bluffik as well is being chased out. And G2 Blacklist made a mistake, but INV Esports makes a more grievous mistake. Aaron now not committing onto Bluffix, but they do commit on the Baron.
Yeah, finally G2 Blacklist finds the fight that they were looking for, leaves it in a 1 versus 3 situation, and while Aaron was trying to chase down that Twisted Fate, that Baron's just gonna be going in it for free, and immediately it did look like G2 Blacklist bit off a lot more than they could chew after this kill onto English. He just gets a one-shot, one-tap by Katie. Yeah, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow does land onto Bank on the back, but that just was not something that they were fighting around. It was more Belby who was absorbing the aggro, and then INV Esports with the re-engage gets one, and then Golden Guy follows soon after, and that looked like, you know, kind of the end there, but Katie was able to set up that teleport, and Aaron here as well. The Shuriken didn't land, but that was enough for him to stay over the wall, and then just press onto Bluff X, get the kill onto Bank, and there's the kill onto the Dragon for G2 Blacklist.
Arrow not going to be connecting this time around. Typer Pam though is left alone with KD to just take him down. Wakeful card, draw actually taking too much damage, goes in still, and Aaron going to be following up. Carl as well, Fate Seal not connecting onto anyone, but the damage still so crisp from G2 Blacklist, just denying any sort of disengage here from INV Esports. Under this is going to be flashing out. Still is able to survive, but again, everyone is just chasing him down, and they can also just push mid lane. And G2 Blacklist is just continuously applying pressure from INV Esports. And to add the thing about a while ago, INV Esports just cut their profits a while ago and just been happy taking Golden Kite, not overcommitting.
But now they've kind of overcommitted here as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands, sealing his fate, and that's the Nexus down for INV Esports. That is G2 Blacklist with another 2-0 on the board, tying themselves up at 5-2 with Naos Esports.
Props to INV Esports. I actually love this game for them. Like their performance. Might be their greatest performance just yet, but still, it's not enough to pull up a win against G2 Blacklist. They got overzealous, got too overconfident after getting a couple of kills and overextended that caused their demise and be punished by G2 Blacklist, especially that play in topside. In the topside river, and then them overcommitting into the topside after Carl just teleported. Everyone was just pincered because Aaron just went from the edge of the Baron pit straight to them and caught them off guard. Everyone was just surrounding INV Esports at that time, and afterwards it's just another series of events of a one-sided beatdown by G2.
Yeah, I mean, one-sided it was. At the very end though is really when things started to come together for G2 Blacklist. For a lot of that game, they were pretty neck and neck, you know, trying to trade back and forth. But then when the team fighting came out, it was just a lot cleaner on G2's Blacklist side, how they managed fights, and especially with Katie playing that once again star jungler role, 28,000 damage on Yone. I mean, look at how that gold graph did fluctuate until that very end where it just spiked all the way into G2 Blacklist's favor.
Props to INV Esports. This draft might be one of their best so far. I love the creativity, I love the execution as well. In some instances, I like how proactive Bluffix can be with this Twisted Fate and Typro Pam in just helping out in those rotations, in the macros, in the team fights as well. But again, it's not enough, especially if you commit too much. If you make a big mistake of overstaying and get punished for it. That's the only thing that made INV Esports lose the advantage that they should have had here in this game. And maybe through some polishment, some, you know, patches of the mistakes, they can improve it on their next game. Still not the end of the world. Still not the end of them. They still have more games to follow after this week. And I can't wait to see them actually being able to finally have better movements with this.
Yeah, me too. That's something that we have to wait for in the next week or so. But definitely, I feel like we do need to give a lot of props here to KD, who not only was he the MVP of game number 2, but he did insane in game number 1 as well. He was the Kazakhs who just took over the entire game. And even though it was Draw who eventually became the MVP, it's still KD who set that up so well in the first parts of the game. And let's take a look at these highlights.
Just a series of battles between both of these teams, especially in the early game, knowing that both of them are very aggressive. INV Esports also possesses great early game champions, but it's about mistakes, and how you can punish them is the name of the game here for G2 Blacklist. They punished INV Esports so many times after overextending so many times. But also, G2 Blacklist were prone to that as well, and that actually paves way for INV Esports to get a couple of kills after overextensions of G2 Blacklist. But in here is actually the moment we did see the biggest mistake of INV Esports. Them just overextending after getting so many kills already. They should have been happy with that and just went for reset and go towards the Dragon to deny the soul point from G2 Blacklist, but that didn't happen. They overstayed and then they just got swept.
Yeah, a little bit of greed here went a long way for G2 Blacklist, because that was Invade's greed for them staying and trying to get a little bit more. But they knew that they had to risk it for the biscuit, basically, because they were losing their footing in these team fights. And then at the very end, I mean, KD, he just was able to play that isolation game so much better on that Yone.
Oh yeah, KD on the Yone is definitely one of the best champions we can just see here in Holy Wild Rift, and he is gonna be securing so much popularity rating as well. The damage in this game is massive as well, 29%, and just overall a great performance by G2 Blacklist, and we look forward definitely to seeing more of them soon.
Yeah, I mean, definitely G2 Blacklist is a team that you have to be very aware of, just because of their tenure, you know, before they were Neighbor Galaxy, and then they got picked up by G2 Blacklist, and they did give a pretty decent time to KBG when they met in the finals of last season. So not only do you have to kind of respect the potential of this team, you just really have to prepare a lot if you're going to be facing up against G2 Blacklist.
We're also going to be just waiting for the interview here of G2 Blacklist, and honestly, I just want to know how they feel, how they think, what they think about INV Esports. G2 Blacklist is a very humble team. We have seen them battle against many other teams as well, especially in APAC, and they give very positive comments, especially during their recent match against Team Flash. I can still remember in the interview they said that Team Flash is a great team and they continue to evolve. They actually respect them so much, and I believe they will have the same sentiments here against Invade.
Yep, something that Invade really has to improve on is that kind of synergy and their decision making. It seemed like they were hesitating so much and just overstaying because they didn't know what else to do. So they really have to improve, I think, on that aspect. You know, shot calling and decision making there, just so that they're a little bit more decisive. But let's go to the interview right now.
欢迎来到赛后采访，我是麦麦。首先让我们恭喜魁宗 G2B 今天2-0拿下了首场比赛的胜利。我们也是邀请到了 Caddy 选手，那先请 Caddy 跟大家打个招呼。Hi Caddy, can you say hello to all the audiences here?
Hi guys.
Hi， 那么第一个问题想要问到的就是，今天真的是一场压倒性的胜利啊！想问一下，面对到曼谷 INV 的时候，你们的思路打法是什么样的呢？ So actually today you dominate this game, and I think you are so aggressive. So can you share your plan or strategy versus against Bangkok INV?
Our strategy against Invade is to play really confident, like go aggressive because we know that we're gonna win.
OK， 他还说到他们的打法就是自信就完了，因为他们觉得面对到 INV 的时候，他们有完全的胜利，面对到3线开花。那么第二个问题想问到的就是，今天第一把解说老师说你们的经济差甚至跑得比时间还快，为什么会压制性这么强呢 ？So actually in the first game, Game 1, the caster said your economic advantages run faster than the time. So why you play that such aggressively?
I don't know.
don't know.
I don't know because I think the enemy bot lane played really bad at the first game because they always die in the bot lane.
OK， 他也是说到，他觉得他们3线都是非常有优势的，然后尤其是在中路，他觉得中路的优势非常大。那么最后一个问题想问到的就是，你们下一把要遇到 CN 赛区非常强的 FunPlus 战队了，并且你会遇到你之前的老对手荡128，你有没有什么应对措施想要去应对他们一下呢 ？So in the last game you will versus like FunPlus Phoenix and your old opponent like down 128. So do you have any strategy or adjustment to deal with them?
Can you repeat?
Okay, next time you will versus FunPlus Phoenix, you know, your old opponent like down 128. Yeah, what's your strategy?
It's a secret.
Okay, it's a
I
secret.
can say it. Yeah.
Okay, so do you confident to win them?
Yeah, maybe 60%.
Okay, I believe in you guys. Okay.
Thank you.
OK， 开始说到他们在下场的比赛有大约60%啊，60%的自信能够战胜 FunPlus Phoenix， 那也是非常期待他们在之后带给我们的表现。那今天的赛后采访就结束了 ，Thank you, Katie. Thanks for joining me today.
Thank you.
那么接下来让我把时间交还给千寻。
Ooh, that's going to be very interesting because G2 Blacklist, or formerly known as Nigma Galaxy, last season didn't battle against FPX just because of the position. And next week, on Wednesday, we are going to be seeing them again. So we're done here for this first series. We're going towards our next, but before that, we'll just take a short break. We'll see you in just a bit. Week 3 definitely was a crazy week as we've seen so many great moments from the teams and the players. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlight of week number 3. Starting with number 5. CF17 continues to prove to be a great jungler for J-Team after replacing 0711 in Season 2. In their match against INV Esports, after securing the Baron, he landed a 4-man Dragon's Rage knock-up that set the team fire up for J-Team to get the ace and immediately end the game in 13 minutes.
Back. Unleash has no chance to get closer. Might be able to flash in. That explosive jab from DY was perfect to stop her pushing in. Oh, the kick! On tree! What was that, J-Team? It's just gonna end the lives of Invade here. This game is done. That is gonna be a Baron, a 10k gold lead with 12, and that's an ace too. J-Team is gonna finish this game.
Number 4. We're back-to-back in Jungler's MVP highlight because this time we have to highlight Inya from Oh My God during their battle against Nova Esports. 10 minutes into the game and the second Dragon fight, he had the perfect catch on Long's intention and position after reading his past movement and plays. That allowed OMG to chase and punish him down, taking the second Dragon stack and winning the fight 3-1.
Oh no, you! Is in danger, goes in onto the Dragon's Pit. You also have Long. Goes in for the collapse caress onto the Dragon's Pit as well. Making it secures the damage, and now it's OMG who takes the Infernal Drake on their own. And now Nova is on the meat grinder. OMG just shreds them apart. And now it's Inya in the front lines. World Enter to the face of Remake with a flash as well.
The slap. Number 3. Yasuo has been trending more lately after some successes of teams and players with a sustained build. BMM joins as he made a massive outplay against G2 Blacklist when they were match point against them. 7 minutes into the game, G2 Blacklist tried to gank BMM in the top lane with 3 members tower diving, but they were all unsuccessful as the BMM stalled out hard, buying enough time for his teammates to respond, even getting a kill to Aaron and getting them a 2-0.
The snowball and stop with the utmost aggressive they're doing right now, but they will try to be aggressive here onto BMM. Great knock up, great CC chain. The damage should be there, but it's taking too much time. The last minute's gonna be there. The counter engage and BMM lives.
Number 2. It's extremely hard to play as an ADC when you're going up against so many engaged champions, but that didn't seem to be the case for FPX's Dragon laner Kong, with his impeccable performance against KBG. 11 minutes into game 3, FPX was positioning for a tower dive in the top lane when KG, Datan, and Anran attempted to burst him down. He managed to deny the engage, be backed up by FPX, and go wild against KBG Gaming, securing a quadra kill in the process. This not only allowed but also gained enough momentum to end the series, winning against KBG Gaming and giving them their second reverse sweep loss.
To V1, Spy in a very low state of HP. KG, Hextech Automator on single 7 as the jungler is now 1 HP! Was able to bring it down as Andrew and I will secure the finishing blow, but in trade PX Kong was able to bring down one more shot to the face, and the Sun was not able to get that kill. The Quadra is secured by FPX, and this is their moment to shine.
FPX is slaughtering KBG right now! Yuya's gonna be next! Give the Penta!
2-game taunt on FPX, and it's Don 128 who will able to take that kill. The ace is secured.
And number 1. It was such a tough battle between JD.
Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another match here at the WRL-A Season 2. I'm G10 coming at you. With me is Crazy Apple coming with me for the first time in a long time. How you doing, my guy? It's been a while since we've been on air together.
Yeah, it's been a while. Years, I guess. Yeah, that we've been on the broadcast together. But I'm doing great. I'm here to see some great Wild Rift action, and we earlier just saw Blacklist and Invate duking it out with Blacklist getting that 2-0. That was I would say, as Blacklist did mention, G2 Blacklist mentioned, it was a WRL speedrun any percent.
They're trying very much. It was a quick 2-0, very dominant game, and in this next match, I feel like we may be looking at the same, because it is Cerberus Esports that you can see on your screen right now with their mostly OG roster. They're going up against Weibo Gaming, the team whose sister team did face up in the League of Legends World Finals against T1 last week. And well, if you haven't seen it, spoiler alert, T1 did get that W. But that's, it's still a big achievement for Weibo Gaming as a team. Hopefully their Wild Rift team can prove that they have the same kind of medal here.
Yeah, definitely. As you mentioned, this team has that pedigree, especially in the League of Legends scene where their sister team did go to the finals, and they have definitely have moments where they showed up here. in Season 2. Just recently, in their last series, they did win against Woohoo Gaming with a reverse sweep. So I do expect for them to, continue that momentum coming into the series against Cerberus Esports. While on the other hand, Cerberus Esports did lose to Nao, so they have a bit of a chip on their shoulder going into the series.
Yeah, a little bit of a revenge planned here by Cerberus Esports, but to be clear, they did lose against Naos last time, but they did win against G2 Blacklist. So, that is something to be considering when we saw how dominant G2 Blacklist could be in the last game. Cerberus Esports has that possibility. Both these teams are still sitting on 2 wins each, I believe it is, and 3 losses for Weibo, 4 losses for Cerberus. So neither of them doing all the best so far, but this is a big chance for them to kind of set that midfield pressure.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be a good chance for them, right, to set that pressure in the standings. But while we did see the head-to-head earlier, I believe between the 2 Dragon laners, now we move on to our mid laners between BMM and Faye. Looking just at the numbers, it's definitely in favor of BMM, but we do know how strong a lot of these CN conference teams are, and just looking as well at the previous games of Weibo, it is not the best of win ratios, and they've gone against a lot of their fellow CN conference members. This is gonna be their first match in this season against an APAC team, so we'll be seeing if Weibo can, will be putting up those strong numbers, or if Cerberus Esports will be, punching above that leaderboard and maybe getting a couple of wins against Weibo.
See, that's the hope, because Cerberus Esports, ever since I think Season 1, they have yet to win in a matchup versus a CN conference team. So if that's something that Cerberus Esports can hope to break here, they will need everything they got, because Weibo Gaming, they have that momentum. So let's take it to the stage.
现场以及屏幕前的召唤师，大家下午好，欢迎来到英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场，我是麦麦。接下来由西贡 CES 对阵微博 Gaming。如今状态回升的微博 Gaming 要遇上 APEC 赛区的佼佼者西贡 CES， 胜利的天平究竟会倒向哪一边？让我们拭目以待。接下来让我们欢迎 Saigon Cerberus Esports and 微博 Gaming。Next up will be Saigon Cerberus Esports versus 微博 Gaming. Now the 微博 Gaming is on the back of the game meets the leader of the APEC division, Saigon CES. Let's wait and see which side of the balance the victory will turn. Next, let's welcome Saigon Cerberus Esports and Weibo Gaming.
Chúng tôi chắc chắn sẽ chiến thắng, biến các bạn thành bước đệm trong chiến thắng của mình.
我们会把你们打回现实，多打一些有含金量的队伍吧。
Alright, strong words
首
from
先，让我
both
们有
of
请
our
微博 Gaming 战队登
teams
场
here. Weibo
欢迎单入
Gaming
选手 In the
will be
solo lane
playing live
子涵
from the stage, and of course, Cerberus Esports will be playing at their home base, so there is going to be that element of, well, not lag,
下
but
面有
like
请
just
打野选手 In the
latency,
jungle
as compared to if they are at the stage at the same time, like the CN conference does. But following up to say that Weibo Gaming, they have a lot to prove
接下来让我们有请
here,
中路选手 In
especially
the mid lane
when they have to carry on that tradition of CN conference teams doing well against the APAC squad.
Yeah, definitely. That is something that these teams would
接下来让我们有
want
请
to
射手
continue
选手
for
In the
Weibo
G
Gaming on the other
lane
side
段
from
誉
Cerberus. Of course, APAC would always want to get some wins against the CN squads, and
最后有
so
请
far
辅助
it
选
has
手 In the
only been
support Kratos
Naos, who has done that, and with Cerberus Esports actually being able to beat Naos, they might just be able to, you know, do that
接下来有请
against
西贡
Weibo Gaming. I
CES
do
战
love
队
also
亮
the
相，
words
欢迎
coming
单
from
入选手
Service
in the
Esports
solo lane
earlier,
Taku。
mentioning that hey, this could just be the start, a stepping stone for them for their
下面有
win
请打野选
streak
手 in the
moving
jungle
forward in
Y1。
this season. So I now have, you know, very high hopes coming
接
into
下来
the
让我们有
series.
请中路选手 in the mid lane BMA。
High hopes. Will they get dashed? Because Cerberus Esports, they
接下来让我
they
们有
look
请
pretty,
射手
they
选手
look
in the
pretty happy
dual
to be
lane
here.
Genza。
They just have not had the best time so far, but locally they
最后有
are
请辅
such a
助选手 in the
powerhouse.
support
Genza
Akano。
just looking like he's, you know, he's very chill. Is that like a coffee
两
punch
支
or
队伍现
something
已
on
集
his
结
face?
完毕，让我
Akano?
们即刻进
I
入召唤
like
师峡
the
谷。
imagination.
Other
I
players
didn't
are
know at
getting
first.
ready.
The
Let's start
imagination.
into the wild.
Maybe, but I also like the serious face and then that little smile. It really gives them that character.
All the personality.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, the personality shown. But yeah, as our audience should probably will probably know by now, we are just preparing for that era match to decide who will be deciding the sides for the games later on.
Yep, the fight first side is going to be a full 5-on-5 era match. It used to be that it was just, you know, a 1v1 between two people on the Howling Abyss. Now we are getting the entire team into it, and whoever wins gets to choose their side for the first game. And that is a big advantage, especially when you know how to play your champ selects. So this is a little bit of a taste test, but still a momentum starter for either team.
Yeah, definitely momentum starter, as well as, you know, that bit of warm up as you see these players, especially we're seeing now for Weibo Gaming, they had to get to the backstage and walk on the main stage, and now they're getting their hands on their phones and they're just starting out the games. So yeah, a bit of a warm up as well as we get into the game one. Hopefully, after this ARM game, we really did see these teams, you know, duking it out. But first, we are gonna head into that ARM game to decide which sides. Previously, we have been seeing a lot of trends more on picking the blue side, but there have also been teams who have been picking the red side just because of the counter picks that the red side does allow you to have in the draft. So we'll see which of these teams will be, you know, prioritizing after they win the era match.
Yeah, see, so the problem with being on red side is that you have to ban some very specific champions. Usually, we have seen teams that are on the red side, they have to ban 3 very specific jungle champions. But right now, in this fight first side, we are just getting straight into the action here. Cerberus Esports and Weibo Gaming just showing their dominance here, scrapping a little bit before the minions even start rolling in.
Yeah. And now just looking at the compositions as well, I'm liking Weibo Gaming's team fighting. They have the tank, they have the Vladimir. But on their hand, CS is very much more scrappier. Now there's a big knock up there.
Yeah, huge 3 batter there. But Weibo Gaming is ready. They're incredibly tanky. They took very little damage even after being exposed for such a long time here. Cerberus Esports, they need to look for where their damage is. They have Zaya and Rakan. 2 birds of a feather here in their team. They have to look for not huge engages, but consistent damage over time. Big catch there almost onto Genza. But Y1 is there to disrupt a little bit Weibo Gaming, but Weibo is just getting free damage in again and again.
Yeah, and Cerberus Esports playing very defensively, but they do have a lot of low health members.
Rengar got caught, and that Rengar will be taken out for the first kill, but there is a trade there. The Rengar for the Alistar, 1 for 1, but it's still Weibo Gaming who's pushing towards that tower.
I'm guessing this is still AP Rengar, right? Because Kratos right now has the first strike as well, giving him more damage if he's the one to strike first while that's up. So we'll see if we'll be able to, you know, see the big oomph damage from the Rengar.
Yeah, he's going to do a lot by just screaming at people, meowing at them with his E abilities. So Let's see if he actually can get Ventus. I've seen AP Rengar back in the old days get Ventus. And Thanos coming in with a snowball, isolates one man, and it was Fan. And there's the Vampire Blood Pool. It's not going to be enough to save him though, because he gets sniped at the very end by Y1. There's a snowball snipe there, but Faye just might have been enough more than Pikachu had to disengage immediately. Zihan is there tanking for him in the front, and Zihan is still alive, not anymore. He gets taken down to the floor by BMM.
Yeah, I don't. Faye did a bit of a boo there. I think he was gonna go. He's going for that mark, snowball mark, and then going for that portal. But he went back in again. But Ken actually.
Oh, he just kills himself with a snowball. He tried to make something happen. There's a curtain call, but there is Kratos going for the Kitty Shriek for the kill, and Faye trying to follow up. So that is still two members of Service Esports missing, and they're going to be going on to BMM under the tower. Big dive here onto Taku as well. They've taken out Genza too, and Taku is the last man standing. They won't even be able to get Faye, even though he's 1 HP. He snowballs right into an incredibly risky place. Kratos is there as well. Faye doesn't even actually care that Y1 and Akeno are there, and he's like 100 HP. He is not dying here. Two of his teammates die, but Faye is still alive. Finally, he gets headbutt pulverized by Akeno, and Fan is in the back trying to go for a blood pool. Y1 survives just barely, but that was planned by Weibo Gaming because they all went to go at home at the same time.
Yeah, they all went home at the same time. Zian's only one left here. I think he's just gonna go. Yeah, probably he's gonna clear the waves.
Oh, there's an execute that he wasn't able to prevent. He was able to get one kill. There's the dredge line onto Genza, and Genza at least gets that kill. And before he's taken incredibly low, Kratos now looking for a target to jump and scream on, because that's what AP Rengar does best.
Yeah, that's what he does best, definitely. But yeah, we did see earlier as well. I think it was also a good plan for Weibo to go for that dive, because it was only 2 tank supports on the side of Cerberus. That's why they reset, and we did see the Jhin having that clean reset. But now Keno always going for these snowball engages.
Oh, Kratos already in the middle of it all. He is jumping at Akeno, he is jumping on Y1, and they're both rebuffed. Dissuaded from going in hard onto Faye, as Faye tries to keep himself safe. There's a curtain call as starting this fight. There's already a kill onto the Riven. Another shot onto BMM, but he just gets stunned up, and CC chained Y1 trying to get some revenge in the back, gets himself killed as Akeno gets the last man standing. Akeno trying to go for something, headbutt pulverized. He gets enough damage to take Faye down, but on the back side is Genza versus Kratos, and Kratos is just trying to look for an in. The kitty wants the bird, as the natural order says, as Kratos is not going to get that kill. It is going to be Fan blood pooling in, sacrificing his life to get that kill. To Taku is going to be finishing this one off along with his buddy BMM. Duanyu and Kratos have to run.
Yeah, now Duanyu and Kratos have to go back. They have to reassess. When are we gonna go reset for ourselves? Zihan, Fan, and Faye already have bought new items after destroying that first turret of Cerberus Esports. Now Cerberus Esports are sieging down the turret. They need to find a good engage before they can destroy this turret.
They tried to go for that big engage by Akeno. He had the snowball ready. He just got flashed on when he tried to go for the pulverize. But Kratos, he could be looking for something onto Akeno here, but Akeno tries to go for the flash. He did not get pulverized, only the headbutt part, and now the kitty comes in and screams at everybody, brings their health bars low. There's the first kill onto the side. Now BMM trying to get a little bit of damage onto them, but Akeno goes for the back line as Y1 escapes with just barely with his life. There's a curtain call, and the curtain will be called onto Taku right here in just a sec. No, Duanyu misses, but just barely. BMM goes for the back line, but Kratos just screams at him with his kitty rage, and now they're chasing down Y1 and Taku all the way to the health relic. As Duanyu, if you get touched by this Jhin, it is pretty much the curtain call for you. He's doing quite a bit of damage, but at the end of the day, Kratos needed to go home.
God.
There's a big execute. Nobody was able to touch that Jhin at all.
Yeah, Duanyu, this is the second time. This is the second time in this game where he's able to go for this, for those very cheeky resets, and that's such an amazing play coming from, especially in ARAM, that denies so much gold for other team, and to also get like an achievement for
depth charge gets in and sets that play up perfectly for Faye. Zihan just clicked and got that kill for free, but Fan is trying his best with the blood pool here to stay alive. Against all of that, the Feather Storm was coming through, Now Akeno is incredibly low, but they are going to take Z-Han down. Another one for the meat grinder. Here's Kratos, who just screams and annihilates two of them as Z-Han and Fan were killed, so he got the revenge onto BMM. And yeah, Woohoo Gaming now once again in a great position here.
Yeah, they're fully showing us how annoying having a Zoe and a Jin. When you're going against a Zoe and a Jin in an era. Almost.
Why what?
Almost with that fourth shot. Wasn't able to finish the kill, still able to dodge. Yeah, that's a Rakan. The Rakan can just, jump around. Okay.
Yeah, Y1 was not even close.
Yeah, it wasn't even close. But the thing is, I'm looking at Cerberus Esports, and if they do want to win this era match, I think it's not going to be the Alistar going for these very far off engages. He keeps trying to go for either Fan or maybe the backline. I think Rakan could be the one to fish for some of these earlier engages because he followed immediately with that ultimate. But we'll see if Cerberus Esports can get another good engage on that the Alistar.
Very difficult for them to find a way to engage, but as you said, the Rakan may be the key here. They've already taken down that Jin before the fight even started. And now that the fight's continuing, Kratos has to run for his life. Fan and Z-Han as well, even though they're fairly tanky, they're able to get that Vladimir, and Kratos just eliminates somebody, deletes Y1 while he was waiting in the bush, as AP Rengar tends to do. You just look at the carry, you just scream in their general direction, and they disappear. And now BMM might be trying to disappear behind this tower as he gets jumped on by Kratos once again. That at least is one kill for the tower. They're looking for more. Z-Han going to go on to Genza, as he is going to land that dredge line once again, as Taku is looking to maybe get a little bit of revenge there, but Fang Kratos there not going to let that happen. The entire team got wiped there on Cerberus Esports' side.
Yeah, that's a big win right now for Weibo. Even though they did lose the turret, it's a second turret probably going to fall. It's only Y1 defending this at the moment.
Yeah, Y1, he's not going to be defending it for long. He just gets CC chained to death as they look to take that inhib tower down. They're looking to push onto the Nexus, even though it still has a shield. Cerberus Esports, they are not really putting up too much of a fight. BMM in the middle of their Nexus, just fighting it out, gets 2 kills for himself. But can he chase against Wan Yu? I don't think so, but he's going to try. He's going to flash on him. Tries to go for the stun, does not get it, but he does get that duel. The Jin versus Irelia. Irelia is still on top.
Yeah, the BMM waited for Genza to auto the minion wave so that he gets that gets a bit of that chip damage on the range minion. That's why he was able to jump and get that reset.
Very, very smart player. Now Cerberus Esports, they're piling on the Z-Han, who's incredibly tanky. He's just facing 4 members of damaging them under tower for like 10 seconds or so. But is it going to be enough for them to win this, as that dredge line almost connects onto Akeno? There's Y1 trying to go for a big engage. There's Akeno going for a huge engage. Immediately gets taken out to dinner, as BMM is looking for a little bit more on the backside. He has the potential for resets, but immediately gets screamed at by that kitty, that AP Rengar. Here's the current call to slow them down. Taku, Y1, and Taku again, because Y1's already dead, as well as Genza. Everybody has evaporated and disappeared for Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, and it's gonna be the win here for Weibo Gaming. They're gonna get this era, and we're gonna be able to choose the sides for this series.
Not really a huge surprise there, as Weibo Gaming just cleanly calculated those last few fights there, took that Nexus down, and they will now have the right to choose which side they want to start on for the first game. And Cerberus, this is not a huge showing of confidence for them at the moment.
Yeah, but at the same time, I had 2 observations by the end of the game, because I was asked throughout that ARM game, I was asking myself, 1, why is Akeno dying so fast, and 2, why was Y1 not engaging at the earlier parts of the game? And when I was looking at their keystones, I noticed he had electrocute on Y1 on Rakan. So I think at the start of it, he was thinking, I should go AP Rakan. Well, Akeno, base rush is fine. If you're able to get to proc it, you can run away from a bad engage. But usually you go for aftershock, so that when you go in with the snowball, you can proc it immediately and get that bit of tankiness. That can immediately burst it down. So I think that's what hampered Cerberus's engages earlier on. So in terms of just having fun. I think Cerberus definitely achieved that in that era.
Yes. Yes, I agree. It seemed like they were having a lot of fun. But unfortunately, Poke Champions are still a huge problem in ARAM, I believe. That's why that that Zoe, that Jin did so well there for Weibo Gaming. But you know, now that they've gotten that out of the way, they will have a huge advantage when it comes to them picking. They're probably going to pick a blue side, I think. They want to have that first champion pick priority, and of course they want to not have the pressure of having to ban, you know, the Hacker and the Evelyn and the Fiddlesticks possibly on the red side.
Yeah. Hecarim and Evelyn definitely are someone we have been seeing a lot of last week, as early and actually earlier this week as well. Fiddlesticks has sometimes been led through to varying success, and Fiddlesticks has been hit by the previous patch as well. So there is a chance that we might not be seeing it as well if Weibo does choose red side, because Chinese teams do tend to, or CN conference teams do tend to also ban the Fiddlesticks. But we did just get a report. We will be seeing Weibo Gaming on the blue side. So again, the blue side priority for the CN conference teams.
It just seems to be where they're more comfortable. And then, you know, a one high priority champion, the highest priority champion you have during that first rotation is pretty underrated, I would say. It's something that can turn the entire game around to your favor if you basically read the enemy team really well and see how they like to play. And if you've done your homework, you can definitely first pick something that goes well with your team and messes with their own game plan.
Definitely. We'll see if that's going to be the priority here as we get into the pick and ban phase between Weibo Gaming and Cerberus Esports. So far, in terms of first picks, I think we have been seeing a lot of either if the team wants to go for a priority Baron laner, which has been like a Fiora, maybe a Camille. Some of the couple of first picks we've been seeing are maybe a bit more of a flex pick. We have been seeing Gragas as well, very much in the priority list for some of these teams. But we'll see so far as we are winding down to the bans for both of these teams.
Yep, because there are quite some interesting bans. Of course, we did say the Hecarim, the Evelyn going to be banned out right here, followed by the Zoe for Cerberus Esports, but a lot of focus on the Vladimir, the Vi, the Yasuo for Weibo Gaming. So they are banning out just really strong champions that, you know, have really decent engage or staying power.
Yeah, and also I think the Yasuo ban is more targeted to BMM. He did get a top 5 place on it. From our previous week, he was top 3 on that champion. We have been seeing a lot more priority in terms of the Divine Sunder Grass of the Undying build, more of a bruiser style on the Yasuo. This relieves a lot of the composition where you need a lot more knock up for him, because he can set himself up, because he can stay longer in the fights, and that has allowed Yasuo to really flourish in some of the fights we have been seeing so far. As we were talking about as well earlier in terms of priority picks, Ornn has been picked up by Weibo Gaming, a really good long-range engage champion as well as support. We did see earlier Draw getting an MVP on that champion, while on the other side we have seen Fiora and Gragas being locked in 2 priority picks that we have been talking about earlier as well.
Yeah, huge priority picks here. Fiora, definitely something we expected to see a lot earlier in the last match that we had between G2 Blacklist and INV Esports, but now it is going to come out here for Cerberus Esports. Just a really solid top laner. Even if going up against that Camille, it then becomes a lot more of a skill matchup. Your mastery in that particular matchup, the number of duels you can take, and when. A lot of riposte timing here going to be relied on by Taku. But on the other side, Faye is probably going to be picking up this Akali.
Yeah.
And that is a dangerous proposition.
Yeah. So far for Weibo, they are showing a lot of good area denial as well as large levels of CC. Yeah, we did talk about the Ornn. Hextech Ultimatum as well. It pushes away everyone that's not the target. So that also gives us a really good 1v1, really good pick potential as well, and zoning out any defenders of any priority targets that Weibo Gaming will be prioritizing. So that now gives the onus for Cerberus Esports to think about what marksman they're gonna be picking, because if it's a very mobile marksman, it's just gonna be easily picked off by both Akali and the Camille.
That is 100% true. They need a marksman that can defend themselves, or basically be very, very careful with, and not as slippery. So they are going to be banning out the Zeri and the Lucian for some high mobility champions here for that marksman side. On the other hand, no Shen, no Aatrox available for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, I really love the Shen ban for the side of Cerberus, because Shen would be really good in terms of supporting both the Akali and the Camille when they go in. I also love this pick right now from Genza. It's gonna be that Tristana. Tristana has two ways to peel for herself in fights. The Buster Shot can push away any of these champions that are going on top of her, which is going to be either the Camille or the Akali. Even though the Akali as well, if she uses the Hextech Ultimatum and the Tristana is the correct angle, she can push the Camille out of the Hextech Ultimatum, and that renders the Hextech Ultimatum kaput, and then the Tristana can just jump away. So I love right now both the draft for both of these teams.
Yeah, a lot more emphasis on counterplay coming in from Cerberus Esports, but of course they have that hint of being a lot more proactive with the Lee Sin jungle. Now, it is going to be countered by the likely Jace jungle here by Fan, and that is something that really can't contest the Lee Sin, especially earlier on in the game with the amount of damage that a Jace can do. Now, I'm going to be very interested in this bot lane because Duan Yu actually picked up the Ashe, and we've seen the Ashe do really, really well for our APAC teams. But now Weibo Gaming is going to be picking it up against one of those APAC teams.
Yeah, we'll see how this Ashe can impact the game. Ashe still has her ultimate. You can direct it a bit, but it's still a skill shot that takes a lot of practice to use. So we'll see if they'll be able to hit priority targets against Cerberus Esports.
I bet as long as they play it, like a pick setter, just use that enchanted crystal arrow to set something up in the mid lane, in a bot lane, somewhere where the team is pushing. Whenever it's off cooldown, look for any single pick, and I think that if they're able to do that, Weibo Gaming is going to get so much value from that one pick alone.
Yeah, we'll see how these two teams, we talk about all of these theories, imaginations on what could happen, but in practice the teams will show us how they will execute. And as we get into this game, I'm very curious on the early game, because I feel like a lot of the onus for something to happen would be on the side of Cerberus. They do have the Twisted Fate, which can impact the game earlier on. So if Cerberus Esports can make a more safe early game for them and then wait for this Twisted Fate to go around the map to impact the side lanes, then that could be a way for Cerberus to snowball the game into their favor.
That is something that can be used as an avenue to get into this game, but to get to that point, Cerberus, they have to survive the early game plans of Weibo Gaming. They have to get VMM to a spot where when he does use that Destiny, when he does get that global gank off, it has to be incredibly relevant. He can't just be in a place where he's just tied up against the Akali, because then when the Akali comes in, she's arguably a lot more efficient when it comes to counter ganking during those later fights.
True. And to add to that as well, as you mentioned, we need to see BMM to get to that good state. You mentioned earlier how Jace has a winning matchup against the Lee Sin, so we have to also look into that as they interact in this map. Because if Jace can take control of the enemy side jungle, it's gonna be hard for BMM to go to the side lanes, because it's gonna allow the Akali, as you mentioned, to go for these counter ganks where she would be really good at catching as she walks to side lanes as well to back up the team. So that's also something that we will have to look at on how Cerberus Esports will control the pacing of the jungle. Lee Sin, in his own right, is also a really good ganking jungler, but when he gets to level 5, he can make those insect plays to also, add to how he would impact the map. So right now, there's not a lot of jungle interaction, but Y1 so far in the top side, they might. Okay, Xian's not that low. They won't be going for this dive right now, but bot lane might be in a bit more of a pickle.
Yeah, because Fan is looking to secure Scuttle Crab, maybe not gank, but definitely put a little bit more safety for his bot lane down. They are going to be relying on Duanyu later on to basically set up their game plan, right? Once that Ashe hits that ultimate level, she is going to be basically looking to launch that arrow anywhere. So the Weibo Gaming will just kind of turn on a switch, and try to look for something around the map.
Yeah, definitely. No kills yet, and this is so far going to what we were talking about CES wants to happen in this game. Safe lane for him, but Fan!
Accelerated Shock Blast did hit Taku, but that Fiora is going to be A-okay just fine to get out of there and heal up. But that tower is going to be taking a beating. Already one play down.
Yeah, Akena's gonna come here for the reinforce. We'll see if they're gonna go for a fight. Doesn't seem so. But yeah, as you mentioned, tower's getting a beating. I think that's too big already. Oh, actually, an arrow!
Good riposte timing. Great riposte timing by Taku. The arrow did hit, but it did nothing. So well done there. Good reaction time on that Fiora.
Yeah, and presence of mind there from the Fiora to block the arrow. Could have been something. But Y1 going in.
Kratos, he could be in a lot of danger here. Destiny's been popped as well. He's going to get gold carded, but he uses his W move, his fiery breath, to keep himself out of CC, but he had to be going towards this. So unfortunately, that is going to be first blood to CES.
Yeah, first blood goes to CES. Great reaction from them. Looking at this replay right here, it was all with the rotation from Y1. After seeing the top side going for the gank, he immediately went mid, tried to go for it, but Kratos trying to go for some vision, maybe trying to spot out the Lee Sin, was unfortunately caught out right there by Cerberus Esports, gifting the first blood towards the deck.
Yeah, now Akeno on the run here from the chase from Fan. Weibo Gaming, they can end up with a lot of lane control here. They are choosing to switch up the lanes pretty early on in the game. This is a pretty good way to keep Cerberus Esports on alert and see how they respond to this, because the bot lane's been switched up to the mid lane already.
Definitely. This is where the imbalance might be in terms of pressure from what these seems, because ideally you want a Twisted Fate to be in the mid lane so that he could go for the side lane. So on the other hand, the Weibo Gaming wants the dual lane to be in mid lane, because the arrow can be shot to the top side or even to the dragon side, while Ornn can just walk a bit and also use his ultimate. So now the two long range skill shots that deal a lot of CC are in the mid lane for Weibo, while they're probably just gonna leave the Sisana on her own on the side lane, and she can definitely shove waves on her own.
And then just trade out objectives here. Infernal Drake goes to Cerberus Esports. Griff Herald goes to Weibo Gaming. It's a 1-for-1, pretty even, but you always love an Infernal Drake. Get you that little bit more player damage. So Cerberus Esports gonna have that, but there's the kind of China Crystal Arrow in the mid lane. Sounds like Keno up, but that was just a setup to get Shelly to charge in and take that turret down. First turret for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, first turret goes to Weibo Gaming. Y1. Okay.
Coming in with a Dragon's Rage, but they flash after it and they get the kill onto that Ashe. There's not much she could do. The CC layering was perfect here, and Fan was not fast enough to save his comrade.
Yeah, for a moment there, I think Weibo Gaming thought they were safe. There was not going to be an insect, but a Keno.
Oh, they get the counter engage here onto Keno and Y1. Fan is absolutely beating them up. There is the Ornn Horn coming in to knock Y1 up. There's a revenge kill coming in from Fan. The incredibly healthy Jace still. You can see how much damage he can do even in the jungle.
Yeah, Keno not reading the map correctly there, whereas where Weibo Gaming was, he tried to go for vision, which was something that they needed, but didn't expect that there was going to be more Weibo Gaming members near their blue buff. As I was going back earlier, but before that, I think there might be a topside dive.
It looks like they are trying to dive Taku. He hasn't riposted yet, but he's already incredibly low. He just goes for the riposte now, and then the Hextech ultimatum. They get out of there. The gold card lands onto Sihan, but he is out of the way already. There's Jack Crystal swinging a miss right behind BMM. A counter there to back him up as Zihan and Fan just hold the ties here before the Twisted Fate and the Gragas.
Yeah, before we hit the 6-minute mark, I was about to praise Cerberus Esports with a very good defensive gaming. They were able to stem the bleeding. Yes, they did lose mid lane, but they got a kill out of it. But after that, they were giving out kills left and right to Weibo Gaming, and Weibo Gaming just out-tempoing Cerberus Esports at the moment. It feels like Weibo Gaming is just keep on putting the pressure, and Cerberus Esports has not answered correctly with some of these rotations that we see in terms of trying to defend their laners. First example of that was in the top side, right? We did see 2 times already where Fiora was stepping a bit too far from the tower, and the Jace was there. The Camille was there to take advantage of the Fiora being a bit too far from safety.
Yeah, you have to be very aware of where you are and where the enemies are on the map. If you don't see anybody there, the arrow hits onto Taku, and he's on for so long, and that just sets up this tower to be taken for free by Weibo Gaming. Great use of that arrow to reinforce macro decisions.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming right now not taking any fights against Cerberus Esports. You mentioned macro decisions for both of these teams. Since it was Weibo Gaming who started it out first, Genza, that was a very aggressive jump in. Yeah, ambitious definitely from Genza. He does have the first strike, so he is looking to burst a single target down super fast on that Tristana. But going back to my point earlier, but before that, actually BMM might be looking for a gap bot.
Yeah, because they are trying to get in there. Yes, Destiny works out, and they're going to be isolating that Akali and double teaming her until she dies. As that is a very clean pick off from Cerberus Esports. Great use of the Destiny. Now they're looking for more. There's the explosive cast, but that just brings Fan over to safety. Kratos is getting pretty low, but he is very tanky enough to survive that fight.
I believe Fan also used his flash right there to get out of the cast range to be able to be pushed out to safety. So good flash right there from Fan. He would have immediately been deleted by this Tristana. As you mentioned, she does have the first strike. So whenever she does hit, she has that passive up, she can burst down the target. But right now, I feel like CES still needs to do something to stabilize control over the map. Weibo Gaming has just been pushing them out, especially across this river. You can see there's a ward right now on the blue side jungle of Weibo of CES. That shows how much control Weibo Gaming has on the map right now.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming is, make no mistake, they're making this map their own. They look so much more comfortable just moving around and claiming spaces for themselves. Their macro is impeccable. The way they move with each other through the jungle, they're basically daring CES to come in, and CES, they know they can't do that without sweepers, without enough wards, so they are respecting Weibo's hold on the jungle, and if they respect it too much, they might just get this dragon for free.
Yeah, dragon's about 1000 HP at this point, G2.
It's already gone, and they're gonna go for the fight afterwards. Akeno gets knocked up. There's 2 victims of the Oranhorn. There's a Hextech ultimatum onto the back, onto Taku. Bazi has to get away with it with a hook shot. And there's a Chadwick Arrow lands. Runs for Elliot if he didn't even have time to go card. Now Y1 is the one who's next. And Taku and Genza trying to get away behind their tower. Faye, did he land that shuriken? I'm not sure, but he didn't follow up, so he might not have landed it. But that's still Weibo Gaming accelerating the pace of this game.
Yeah, definitely. And Weibo Gaming getting a lot of kills against Cerberus Esports. They're also going to be picking up this mid lane turret, and so far it feels like the game has just been out of tempo on the side of Cerberus Esports. Going to this replay right here, the dragon was definitely given for free by Cerberus Esports. Weibo Gaming was able to pick that up, and right now in this fight, there's not a lot to say here because it feels like Cerberus Esports didn't know what to do. They didn't know how to react on this engage coming from Weibo Gaming. They weren't to set themselves up to try to counter this fight, and they were just picked off one by one. As we mentioned earlier, they have the Camille, they have the Akali, and both of these champs are really good in these kinds of like big skirmishes. You can isolate these targets and just get them one by one. Unfortunately for Cerberus Esports so far, they are being out-tempoed by the whole Weibo Gaming team.
Yeah, the Weibo Gaming squad is really good at stopping tempo plays before they even happen. I mean, look at how disciplined they were and just setting up vision, setting up territory, and making sure that Cerberus Esports had to fight a war to even just get in position to fight for this blue buff. Look at how much they had to do, and then they're getting contested right here, right now. Fans the one who even takes it. And there is the Oran Horn as well as the Ash Arrow. Big landing onto the Gragas, and he's immediately picked off. Zero things he can do there because he was CC'd for 300 years. And that is a free kill for Weibo Gaming. They immediately head toward the Baron.
Yeah, it's gonna be the Baron take right here from Weibo Gaming. There's still 4 members of Cerberus Esports. This still could potentially be a dangerous take for Weibo, but they're not taking the Baron. They're not starting it. They're just baiting out.
They're baiting it.
Yeah, definitely. They're baiting out Cerberus Esports right now. They want them to come towards them because they spent a lot of their long-range CC. They spent both the Arrow and the Oran Horn. Now they want Cerberus Esports to be to come towards it, to lay out that trap and maybe get more kills and get Baron from there. But Cerberus Esports also showing some discipline. So they saw Weibo Gaming not going for the Baron, so they just went back to the map and are currently shoving some sidelines.
Yeah, a little bit of discipline, a little bit of good gameplay here to just respect the potential from Weibo Gaming as Cerberus Esports really needs to find a handle on this game. Destiny will pop up, and there's a big attempt here by Akeno with the explosive cast, but then the Destiny comes in and he's not able to launch that gold card. There's the Oran Horn re-engage as Taku is immediately accosted. Akeno's the one who gets collected though for the second one. There's the Chad Crystal Arrow landing onto Genza way in the back as Taku had to flash out of there as Weibo Gaming get another couple of kills for themselves. As they drop no players, they immediately get into the Baron.
Yeah, and this is just gonna be the Baron. There's no smite right now for Cerberus Esports. It's 5k HP. Cerberus gonna go for a desperate fight here.
Are they gonna try for it? Because there's the gold card. Gen's already jumped in. Taku's a little bit low. Will they try to go for the steal? There's the smite though. This fan, you're not going to outsmite him.
Yeah.
Especially not in a game that is this impactful for them.
I like the try from Genza, putting the bomb right there, explosive shot, and then trying to burst it down. But unfortunately, it was at such a high health that it wouldn't have been a 50-50 with a smite. It would just be helping the enemy jungler. But another arrow.
Yeah, it hits this time, but there's not enough follow-up. BMM was a little bit far, but Duan, you can see the hit rate on these enchanted crystal arrows. Very, very high. Y1 try to go for an insect play. It does work. They've managed to isolate Fan, but he's going to be able to get away. There is the Hextech ultimate to lock that Gragas down, though, as BMM tries to use the Destiny to help out. And the tables were turned, man. The Weibo Gaming come out on top.
Yeah. Weibo Gaming is just so strong at this point that they're just waiting for Cerberus Esports to come to them. And now they're shoving all sides, all lanes. Mid lane's about to fall.
Oran Horn and a big knock up onto Genza. He manages to flash away. Kratos manages to get away with his big headbutt move. Now Zihan bringing the wave down into the bottom lane in hip turret. And to the sky labs onto that TF's face. The Jace goes down in his place as the hip turrets are all dying. Top one is falling finally to Faye, and that is a clean out base if I've ever seen one for Cerberus Esports.
Yeah. Cerberus Esports have no more structures other than their Nexus in their base. Weibo Gaming is just retreating right now with only suffering one casualty. They have definitely total control over this game, and Cerberus Esports right now might just be planning what to do for Game 2.
Yeah, if you're a Cerberus Esports, you really just have to look towards the future here. No point in dwelling in the past, or if you can try to gotta focus yourself and try to get the best team fight possible, because that is somewhere where they are failing. They could let it get to 15, let everybody get to max level, max items, and they'll have a little bit better of a chance right there, but that arrow will land, and it will scare off Genza and BMM, that along with the Call of the Forge God. As the Sonic Wave hits Faye, I don't think Y1 really wants to take that. There's the rest of Cerberus or Weibo Gaming to catch him as they are waiting for this next Dragonfall.
Yeah, Dragon's about to fall. Even though we did say, yeah, Cerberus Esports will have to think about Game 2. Let's just go back as well on what happened, right? Between these two teams. Weibo Gaming just were really out macroing Cerberus Esports in the whole map, and Cerberus Esports wasn't able to use their composition, their engage, the setups from the TF. They tried it once, they were able to do it on Akali, but it wasn't replicated again, as Weibo Gaming right now is sieging on the Nexus.
Sieging real hard here. No more Baron Buffalo, so at least there's that. As Genza, look at that damage by that Tristana. He manages to single out Fan, and that could be a fail mistake there. Oh, sorry, not Fan, but the Camille, as they are starting to fight back forth. There's Orin Horn. He has to get it, and actually he gets denied completely. Akedo then immediately gets taken out. Weibo Gaming having to run from the Destiny. There's the gold card on the Fan, but he cleanses it immediately. There's a Sonic Wave though. Will there be follow-up? Yes, it will. Y1 trying to go for it. He goes golden as well. And now Weibo Gaming, they are being rebuffed. They are getting chased out. Sonic Wave will not land. There's the Ash W's to keep them away, to keep them slow. And oh my god, he shurikens back in. Did you mean to do that, Faye? He does have the Shroud, but he gets Sonic Wave, so Y1 can just recast. But that sacrifice.
Look at Kratos.
Oh my god, Kratos, what are you doing? What? Chat Crystal Arrow. He was not ready to end the fight just yet.
Yeah, I think that was a moment where Weibo just, for a second, lost the plot, lost the concentration. Especially Faye, having a bit of Lee syndrome, catching on that shuriken. That was very ambitious, I would say. But that has now allowed us to get to the point where Elder Dragon has spawned, and this could be something that Cerberus Esports, if they can get this cleanly, if they can steal this, it's not a high chance.
It could be the turning point.
It could be. It's just not a high chance at this point.
Fan has been isolated, but immediately uses his cleanse. There's the Orin Horn coming through. Call of the Forge got onto 2. As Akeno is gonna get piled up on, he gets knocked up, but the knockback coming in from the explosive cast. Kratos is the man in the front. He's got a huge task to try to go for these kills, and there's a Chatty Crystal Arrow once again, and a Shuriken will land on the TF. There's not much that he can do about that from the top rope, as Y1 is the next one to go home, and they are just dismantling Cerberus Esports one at a time, and Weibo Gaming cleanly get those 4 kills.
Yeah, and Taco's right now asking, where are my team? I'm the only one here defending the Nexus.
Don't you hate it when that happens?
Definitely.
Oh, he's gonna hate this as he tried to get back into the fountain. He's not gonna be able to. The final kiss, the cherry on top for Weibo Gaming as they complete game number 1.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming with a very good macro dismantling of Cerberus Esports there in game 1. We did see clearly the win conditions from Cerberus Esports. They wanted to get their Twisted Fate in a good setup, enable him to be able to go for the side lane ganks. But when Cerberus Esports was trying to do that, it was already the rotation starting from the side of Weibo Gaming. They switched their bot lane to mid lane, and from then on, it felt like they couldn't control the game anymore.
Yeah, it just was a little bit too much for Cerberus Esports to deal with when they started, just losing ground in the map itself. The macro advantage from Cerberus Esports, onto Cerberus Esports was a little bit too much to deal with. I don't know if it is because the Chinese teams, they have a lot of emphasis on knowing how to play the game at its very core. So they have terrific lane control and very good understandings of map timings, especially when it comes to tracking down that jungler.
Yeah. As well, other than that, it was also the rotations of supports. What we've been seeing the past couple of weeks as well is how the supports do time when they're gonna support the top laners, the Baron laners, when there's a possible gank coming from the enemy jungler. And and Akeno didn't have those timings earlier in this game. But yeah, as we see here, the goal difference just says it all.
Yes, it does. A huge swing, 7,000 gold diff. The damage though, Genza was in there all the time. He was wailing on Kratos, on Faye, on Zihan a lot. Got 32,000 damage in a 19-minute game. But unfortunately, that was not enough damage to take down these titans of Weibo Gaming. So even though he will be taking that award for most damage, you know, he still has to use that stat to actually get a win against Weibo here.
Yeah, definitely. He was also able to deal that. You could see the potential, right, of that Tristana.
Yeah,
pick
the potential was there.
from the side of Cerberus Esports. But the thing is, he couldn't get those resets to reposition, and that was also on the discipline from Weibo Gaming. They moving back, they kept kiting the Tristana, and that's not an easy feat because Tristana has her jumps. She gets longer range as the game goes on, as she gets those levels. But they were still able to do that effectively, and that goes to show as well the as you were mentioning earlier, the in-depth game knowledge that these CES conference teams have.
Yeah, and speaking of the in-depth game knowledge, it will be the jungler, the one with a lot of focus on the macro, who will be the MVP here. Fan, with his 6-1-10 Jace, will be taking the first MVP for this game. 94% kill participation as well. He was the one setting up pretty much everything here for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, definitely a strong showing from that mid laner. But yeah, before we head into game 2, I believe we'll be going to a short break. We'll be right back.
Week 3 definitely was a crazy week as we've seen so many great moments from the teams and the players. Hi, my name is Giyang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlight of week number 3. Starting with number 5. CF17 continues to prove to be a great jungler for J-Team after replacing 0711 in Season 2. In their match against INV Esports, and after securing the Baron, he landed a 4-man Dragon's Rage knockup that set the team fire up for J-Team to get the ace and immediately end the game in 13 minutes.
Back. Unleash has no chance to get closer. Might be able to flash in. That explosive jab from D1 was perfect to stop pushing in. Oh, the kick! On tree! What was that, J-Team? It's just gonna end the life of Invade here. This game is done. That is gonna be a Baron, a 10k gold lead with 12, and that's an ace too. J-Team is gonna finish this game.
Number 4. We're back-to-back in Jungler's MVP highlight because this time we have to highlight Inya from Oh My God during their battle against Nova Esports. 10 minutes into the game and the second dragon fight, he had the perfect catch on Long's intention and position after leading his past movement and plays. That allowed OMG to chase and punish him down, taking the second dragon staff and winning the fight 3-1.
Oh no, you was in danger, goes in onto the dragon's pit. You also have Long, goes in for the collapse caress onto the dragon's pit. Well, making it up, secures the damage, and now it's OMG who takes the infernal Drake of their own. And now Nova is on the meat grinder. OMG to stretch them apart. And now it's Inya in the front lines. World enter to the face of Remake with a flash as well.
Number 3. Yasuo has been trending more lately after some successes of teams and players with a sustained build. BMM joins as he made a massive outplay against G2 Blacklist when they were match point against them. 7 minutes into the game, G2 Blacklist tried to gank BMM in the top lane with 3 members tower diving, but they were all unsuccessful as the BMM stalled out hard, buying enough time for his teammates to respond, even getting a kill to Aaron and getting them a 2-0 win.
The snowballing stop with the utmost aggressive that they're doing right now, but they will try to be aggressive here onto BMM. Great knock up, great CC chain. The damage should be there, but it's taking too much time. The last minute's gonna be there. The counter engage and BMM lives.
Number 2. It's extremely hard to play as an ADC when you're going up against so many engaged champions, but that didn't seem to be the case for FPX's Dragon laner Kong, with his impeccable performance against Keep's game. 11 minutes into Game 3, FPX was positioning for a tower dive in the top lane when KG, Datan, and Anran attempted to burst him down. He managed to deny the engage, be backed up by FPX, and go wild against Keep's game, securing a quadra kill in the process. This not only allowed them to win the fight, but also gained enough momentum to end the series, winning against Keep's Gaming and giving them their second reverse sweep loss.
To V1, Sky in a very low state of HP. KG, Hextech Automato onto single 7 as the jungler is now the 1 HP! Was able to bring it down as Andrew 9 will secure the finishing blow, but in trade FPX, Kong who's able to bring down one more shot to the face, and the Ton will not be able to get that kill. The Quadra is secured by FPX, and this is their moment to shine.
FPX is slaughtering KBG right now. Yuya's gonna be next. Give the Penta.
2-game taunt on FPX, and it's Don 128 who will able to take that kill. The ace is secured.
And number 1. It was such a tough battle between JDG and Weibo Gaming, as both teams really adapted against each other every succeeding game, and everything was on the line in game number 3 on the Ever Dragon fight. But in this highlight, we see JDG shine.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This could be the proving ground here for these two teams. Cerberus Esports, they need to get their heads out of the gutter. They have to fight back here. Meanwhile, it has been just a dream game for Weibo Gaming so far.
Yeah, definitely G10. Weibo Gaming was able to essentially dismantle the whole game plan of Cerberus Esports. We were talking earlier during the break on how it was such a big difference when your mid laner was both the marksman and the support, while on the other hand it was the TF and the Gragas. They couldn't match the wave control of the Ashe and the Ornn, and also the timing, right, of what Cerberus what Weibo Gaming was able to do after switching the dual lane in the mid lane. They were able to also drop the Herald, essentially not giving the TF any space to do his thing.
Exactly. It was always so difficult for that Twisted Fate to even get out of mid lane, because as a Twisted Fate you have to be in a place where you can use that Destiny to get anywhere quickly. That usually is mid lane for a Twisted Fate. So having a better grip on the macro status of the game and the win conditions of the other team, just helped Weibo Gaming predict exactly what Cerberus wanted to do, and Cerberus just did not have a backup plan.
Yeah. So Cerberus, as you mentioned, how in terms of how they could get themselves out of the gutter, in terms of how they could refocus and replan for game 2, right? And it could be in a more scrappy kind of games. I know the CN conference teams are also really good at that, but at the same time, just a change of plans in terms of what they could use, less focus on trying to go for these one specific win condition, because that's how it felt like in their composition earlier. The specific win condition when they get to the first objective spawns is that we need to get this TF going across the map. But they failed to secure the key objective, which was Herald, which would have given them a bit more control in the objective part, or rather the macro side of things, because you're able to destroy turrets. And they lost control of that, so maybe go for these more wide-ranging win conditions. Maybe go for we need to get fights, we need to get late games, something like that. May be something that Cerberus Esports can look at into this game too.
Yeah, something that they need a plan B, basically. You can't rely on just one thing, as they did on that Twisted Fate thing in the mid lane. They might have been able to kind of mitigate the damage being done to them by that pressure if they were a little bit more flexible, had a different plan if the things weren't going up to their own plan. So in this blue side, those Cerberus Esports, they are still going to be banning out the Zoe, the Evelyn, the Gragas, while Weibo Gaming, they're the ones who ban out the Hecarim, the Vladimir, and the Ornn.
Yeah, you don't often see the Evelyn being banned as a priority on blue side. You often see that as the given to red side, because if that is left open, could very well have been first picked by the blue side team. So that changes things up. That's why Ornn has been banned by Weibo, and that has opened up Camille being picked up by Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, Taku's still wanting to use that Camille. It was serving him decently enough. He just got absolutely ran around though by Zihan, unfortunately. But still, it was a decent champion all around. Something that definitely can increase the odds of Cerberus Esports surviving here, especially against a Jax here that Zihan has picked up.
Yeah, Zihan probably going to buy, I think that Jax, Akali going to be going in the hands of Faye. While we do see the classic combo On the side of Cerberus Esports, Camille and Galio have been picked up. Galio most probably going to be going to the hands of Keno. And now, while we're waiting for the third pick of Cerberus Esports, it might just be the Aatrox, but I'm also looking at possibly a mid lane pick. But going for that Aatrox gives him a lot more damage, especially from the early to mid game parts. We all know how strong Aatrox is if he does hit his sweet spots. And if you have a Galio in the middle of the fight, also with the Glacial Augment Keystone, he's just gonna be able to slow down the members of Weibo Gaming and might allow this Aatrox to deal the maximum output of AoE damage.
Yeah, Aatrox, I wouldn't say is risky here, but is definitely something that requires a lot of attention, a lot of teamwork to make work for Cerberus Esports. They can't let him just be out on his own, as especially I think this Aatrox is going to be going to the jungle role for Y1. They really need to enable him if they want him to be the insatiable god killer that he is with the World Ender later on. However, there is a lot of ways to deny that Aatrox from fulfilling his true potential here on Weibo Gaming. First of all, you have the Akali, the smoke screen can really be a lifesaver. The Jax has a decent time running away from the Aatrox himself, and of course the set with his ultimate, just to displace that Aatrox, take a little bit of time off from his World Ender, is a very, very good pick against that game plan.
Yeah, definitely. Set would be that extra layer of CC as well for Weibo Gaming if they do bundle together in one big blob of the team fighting comp. That would also be good alongside the Jax. But looking as well right now at a couple of bans, we did see Shen and Ash being banned by Cerberus Esports, while on the other hand, it's the Twisted Fate and the Lucian for Weibo Gaming. And with a pickup for the Ezreal, I like this pick so far because they don't really need to have this really strong damaging marksman on their end. And Ezreal does allow them to have a bit more flexibility. Has his own arcane shift to kite out these big bruisers on the side of Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, those bruisers are going to be they're gonna have their work cut out for them, especially with how much effort they have to put into getting into that juicy backline. And Cerberus, though, they are trying to augment that with the damage from the Zeri. Now we know if Zeri is able to get into the right fight, she can just go buck wild here. But BMM wanting to play that cast to win in the mid lane. That's very interesting. Going up against an Akali, but they've made a mistake of giving Fan basically free pick of the jungler that he wants. It's gonna be Yone versus Aatrox in the jungle.
The composition right now from Cerberus Esports is more going towards the side of late game. They have two strong late game carries with the Zeri and the Kassadin, so they need to survive early to mid game against this composition of Weibo Gaming. For Weibo Gaming side, they have a lot of assassination potential. Akali and the Yone deal so much damage, while this Jax is just going to be a very good stabilizing presence for the composition of Weibo Gaming in the side lane. So it's gonna go back, I think, to very macro level game plan, and we did see earlier how much advantage Weibo Gaming gets in that kind of matchup. So we'll see what are the adjustments Cerberus Esports is gonna do here, because they also went for one of the advice that we were talking about earlier, where it's a general plan of going to late game, and that is what Cerberus Esports wants in this game.
So since that's what Cerberus Esports want to do, the team of Weibo Gaming is crafted around stopping that plan. I mean, we have the Yone and the Akali, as you said, incredible assassination potential here for Weibo Gaming. They can just stop that scaling in its tracks if they're able to take the Zarya or the Kassadin out of the fight before it even begins, with these two coming out of a bush. And of course, the big disengage from that set is something that Weibo has on their side when it comes to those late game team fights.
Yeah, definitely. Also, as you mentioned, the great assassination potential. The thing that makes both Yone and Akali great as assassins, or basically just really good damage leaders to the backline, is that they can jump away or jump ahead of both your front line and the enemy team's front line, because they both don't have those kinds of abilities, and that puts in danger the Zeri. But the thing with Zeri as well is that she is touted as one of those ADCs that are really good when the engage comes towards her, because she does have the ultimate, she does have that mobility to be able to kite things out. And as we're talking about Zeri, right on the highlight, Genza earlier picked the Tristana and made really huge damage on that champion. So with that plan in mind right now for Cerberus Esports, they could just absorb these engages and let Genza go wild, and that is something that we will be looking at if we get to that point in the game that Genza can go wild.
Yeah, that is a big if, because the Genza will need to have some fancy footwork as well. Look, Gichan already going for the big engage here, gets himself shielded up, and that is a decent trade. A lot of life on a kind of taken out for just a little bit on either side of the Weibo Gaming bot lane. And this is kind of what I was expecting to see with Weibo Gaming, with that Ezreal and the set.
Yeah. Also, to keep in mind, we are playing at patch 4.48. 4.4b, we did see a couple of buffs to both Ezreal and Kraken Slayer, which is something that Ezreal is also using. So what we're seeing right now is not even the buff of Ezreal yet, and you're already seeing what is like happens in these early part of the game. Ezreal can get these fast shoves because he does have two abilities that he can use on the wave. Has the auto attack, has the mystic shot, and if we get to the 4.4b, we might be seeing more Ezreal because they did buff the cooldown on the mystic shot. So yeah, just something that to look forward to when we get into the next patch. But while we're looking at this game right now, there is not really a lot of things happening in the map. Both junglers about to hit their level 5, but Gekyan.
Oh, Gekyan could be in a little bit of trouble. Will be exhausted as he runs away. Fan just showing himself there. So that Cerberus Esports know not to continue with this foolishness. Gekyan is able to get out. They actually are gonna stay. They're gonna prompt Akeno to stay as well for one wave. I wonder what how much gold they were losing. How much gold they needed for that item that they decided to stay for one more wave.
Yeah, that is one thing that maybe they were looking at. The thing is with Ezreal, like the first back you want to get a Sheen, or maybe items to complete your Muramana, but usually it's a Sheen and a Boots at least. I also do love how Kena just stayed behind so that they could tank the wave and let Genza get it. Now he is able to rotate across the map. You can see right now Kena moving towards the top side, which most probably they have their eyes on because Zihan has just been super aggressive here. That does attract a lot of attention from Cerberus Esports, but on the other hand, it's Weibo again. They really like going for these mid lane controls because it allows you to put more vision deeper into the enemy jungle, as well as when you get into that 5-minute mark, allows you to have more control over which objective you're choosing to get.
Yeah, and Weibo Gaming are not afraid to call out territory as theirs whenever they can. The amount of wards that they use are, pretty decent, and their placement allows them to get some really good vision and good information on Cerberus Esports, but I'm not certain they've seen Y1, but he does try to get in there. Jetchan already trying to survive with his life. He goes for that ultimate to show to stop everything. Genza incredibly low, will be able to get away, but Fan is now on the chase along with Fade. There's the Fade sealed. Akeno trying to get out of there with his Justice Punch, and he is successful. Cerberus Esports get kill and get out.
Yeah, and Cerberus Esports, knowing that the flash was down on Getchan, goes back for the gank, able to get him the kill, but a lot of members did go for the response from the side of Weibo Gaming. Looking at this replay right here, because Akeno going in at the start, using the hard CC on the Galio, and then just able to lock him down. Genza almost falling, but fortunately for him, both Y1 and Akeno were able to tank a lot of those mystic shots, and just so far the retreat from Cerberus was also amazing. They were able to dodge so many abilities from Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, but was it worth it? They used so many resources, burned so many summoners, and spent so much time there for one kill, and they weren't even able to really push after that either. They are trying to maybe go for something here in the mid lane. Just want to see how much of that one kill would have affected, their macro play, because they decided to send so many resources down there.
Yeah, they did use a lot more, but there were 3 members opposed to 4 members, right? From Weibo Gaming. So in terms of possible map pressure, in terms of getting which objectives for Weibo Gaming, they weren't able to do that. Instead, they had to respond. And now Cerberus Esports, they are the late team. So meaning in early to mid, they should be weaker, they should be behind in tempo. But looking at here, they just took the objective at the same time. They are in tempo right now.
And they are actually using that tempo to their advantage. They're trying to get onto Akano, who's able to flash out, take that explosive plant, but he will be finished off by Faye. Oh, Taku's trying to do something spicy here, but that is maybe not a good idea with Fan and Faye there. The 2 Japanese-inspired champions, the Ninja and the Samurai. As we see Zihan get dove just right there behind his tower. Even with a counter-strike, he just barely lives.
Yeah, good discipline as well from Cerberus Esports. They weren't able to immediately get a kill on Zihan, instead fell back. The Again was there to deny the kill. But off screen, I think we did see mid lane turret, first turret in mid lane did fall down. Rift Herald was released there, and this is the opposite of what happened in game 1, where in Weibo Gaming was on blue side, they prioritized the Herald and took down mid lane. Now it's Cerberus Esports on the other side doing the same thing to Weibo Gaming, and because they did take the first turret, they have 1,500 gold lead. They have a bit of the tempo at their sides. For Weibo Gaming to be able to take back control of this game, they should be looking for these like tower dives and taking turrets from there.
Yeah, they should be doing that. But right now, what they're doing is getting that Zihan getting away just barely. The dive here from Y1, he will get the knock up. There's a shield keeping Zihan alive, but just barely. He is wasting so much of their time right here. Genza finally flashes and goes for the auto attack onto him. There's the Fate Seal, though. They have kind of maybe overstepped here, Weibo Gaming, as they tried to defend their Jacks, but there was just not enough people sent. And Cerberus Esports get a couple of kills for themselves.
I felt that was a bit of a mind game, right, for Cerberus Esports. I think the thought process right there was give Genza the kill and also give Genza more gold because they're taking the turrets at the bot lane so that we could really accelerate the pace of this Zeri pick. But because they waited for Genza to get there to get the last hit, Weibo Gaming thought there was this hesitancy, there was this indecision from Cerberus, so they sent up a member there, which cost them more in the end. So kind of a weird but successful mind game from Cerberus Esports.
A little weird. Definitely gave them the advantage though. As they grabbed 2 kills. But yeah, that was just something that I don't think Weibo Gaming were expecting. Just because, you know, they were like, alright, now we're back to tower, they're not going to be aggressive against us. But Cerberus Esports, they just did not let up on the gas pedal.
Yeah.
So good on them to make that happen. But now there's Fate Sealed right onto Taku. He's going to be brought backwards with the showstopper. There is the hero's entrance to try to save him. It is successful so far. Fan is the next target. He gets taken out by Y1. The Aatrox is going big here. He is the world ender as they end the life of one member. Weibo Gaming now, they are -1. 3-4 to defend this tower.
Yeah, and this is
Gaming has been rebuffed.
This is definitely a much better early game from Cerberus Esports so far. They are not playing to the tempo of Weibo Gaming. Instead, they're the ones who are dictating tempo right now. BMM is very low against Faye, but that is to be expected as this point for Kassadin. But going back to this replay right here to the top side, Taku almost got, he did get caught out by both Fan and Getya. But fortunately, later in this fight, you're gonna see he is able to dodge out the True Shot barrage and then not getting damaged, as well as Akeno actually getting out with his life. And just Cerberus Esports with a great response from the team, immediately having 4 members right there to stop any more aggression from Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, that was just a little bit unfortunate for Cerberus that they weren't able to convert that into a little bit more. I saw that they really wanted to put a lot of emphasis on these mid-game plays because they do need to scale up. That's exactly what they've been trying to do. And they are going to be the ones onto this Infernal Drake to match Weibo Gaming. There's a True Shot Barrage to see just where it's at. And it will get smited down. Cerberus Esports secure.
Yeah, it's going to be the secure, but Dejan getting jumped on.
Yeah, big CC there. Good catch onto the set. Duanyu was really not able to do all too much to save his buddy, as Cerberus Esports will be making their home inside the jungle here of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, it's 5k gold lead right now in favor of Cerberus. They are in the driver's seat in this game. They're able to keep this snowball going. They could just extend this series to a game 3. And one more thing to point out, we're talking about their two big late game carries for Cerberus Esports. That's the Zeri and the Kassadin, and I love the adaptation from Cerberus when they saw that, hey, our Zeri Genza is getting ahead. They were able to get ahead in the bot lane, so they kept supporting the Zeri all throughout this game. They keep giving her kills. Whenever she's in the mid lane, there's going to be a fight. She's the one fastest going there and also getting more gold out of that, while they're keeping this Kassadin isolated as best as they can so that he can get as much gold and XP, so that when he gets to the point in the game where he has his items, he can just join these fights and probably destroy Weibo.
Oh, Hextech Ultimatum tried to get Duanyu, will be very successful. That Ezreal is not out of this world now. Good chance. Now the next target under the turret, he gets taken out quite quickly as Fan was not able to defend him. Great couple of kills, good picks by Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, and BMM feeling confident right now with his items, with the level of the Kassadin. Usually you see Kassadins, maybe when they get their last level of Riftwalk, that's when they join. But right now, with how strong Cerberus Esports is at this point, BMM can join them and get a couple of kills. He did pick up one for himself, and with the second tier turret down in the mid lane, 6.7k gold, as we saw earlier in the lead. Cerberus Esports in a prime position to take game 2.
Yeah, a far cry from the first game that we saw. Weibo Gaming just look like they've been stuck in a bad situation for a while. They are at least still looking to trade in these fights. They just have not been really successful as Cerberus Esports is just rebuffing them again and again. Hopefully we get this sorted out so we can see whether or not Weibo Gaming is able to take it back, because I feel like it's still winnable for them. They just need to, kind of focus on dismantling the game plan of Cerberus Esports at the moment.
Yeah, definitely there is still openings for Weibo Gaming to take advantage of, and that is if they do have enough damage on the Yoda and the Akali to take down the Zeri and possibly the Kassadin later on in the fight. But that is a question, right? We haven't been seeing Weibo Gaming feels like playing the game in the style that we saw in game 1. Right, they were taking a lot of these fights on their own. They were they were setting up on objectives. They were doing team fights, and they have not done any of those. It felt like they were playing across the map, and while Cerberus Esports was taking a lot of these objectives, Weibo Gaming were just trying to defend, not really doing any other proactive thing across the map. So I'm not sure what is happening with Weibo Gaming in game 2. They might just feel that they don't have the item breakpoints yet to challenge Cerberus Esports. But if they don't have the item breakpoints now, the Cerberus Esports is a lot stronger in the late game, then when can they actually fight?
It's a good question. That's a good question. When good time for them to actually get in the fight? What is a good way for Weibo Gaming to get in? Because they seem every that they try to turn Cerberus Esports is looking to try to get a play onto them. That is a huge difference from their first game, where Cerberus just kind of looked like they were taking it right all the time, and now they're the ones who decided to the gas pedal here.
Yeah, and now I do believe we're seeing so far. Just a report as well to our viewers, Duanyu has reported a technical issue. We are currently investigating the problem, and we'll update you guys on as soon as we hear news about this. But going back, as you mentioned, to the game, Cerberus Esports, feels like they were just all over across the map. And we were talking about as well earlier during the break and also before the game started, and how the Twisted Fate pick didn't really pan out as well for Cerberus Esports because it kind of hammered their ADC or their marksman to stay in the bot lane. Now they adjusted that. They also allowed Genza to be there in the mid lane, and that has been also a key, especially in the top side fight that we saw earlier, right, where Taku was about to get picked off by Gechian, and as well as I believe why was it the top laner, the Yone, right, for Weibo Gaming. And if not for the Zeri being positioned in the mid lane and also her kit having that wall ride, the wall ride kind of thing, right, to be able to traverse distances, it might not have gone to it might not have been a kill for the side of Cerberus Esports. They might not have converted that into a turret take. So yeah, those little things, like those little adjustments that Cerberus Esports did, is now allowing them to really get to this point of the game where their late game carries are scaling.
That's fair. That's true. That is very true. The scaling is going to be a little bit of a problem. Now, we do have views. We are investigating a technical problem with Do-On-You right now. So once we get that, sorted, we will be coming back to you, and we'll get this game going, because we do want to see whether or not Cerberus Esports can close this out, or will Weibo, miraculously play from behind perfectly and get enough kills to catch up to Cerberus Esports.
Yeah. We'll see. That still remains to be seen. If they're able to do so. The thing is, thinking about the whole composition, right, for Weibo Gaming, other than the Akali and the Yone dealing tons of damage, the Ezreal is not really that kind of ADC. You think about that you want to get into this late game and try to deal as much damage. He's more of a mid-game kind of carry. Yes, he can still deal a lot of damage, but because he doesn't have as much crit, he will not be that kind of carry that is as reliable as, let's say, a Xayah, a Tristana, a Caitlyn, something along those, right? So we'll see if how Weibo Gaming can go through that, if they're able to, get ahead enough, right? Or rather, to stem the bleeding right now, because Cerberus Esports is just taking so much control over the map. We did see earlier as well. Cerberus Esports taking up the tier 2 mid lane turret, and that is such a hard comeback for a team, because you can get smothered. They can just keep pushing you away from the towers, and then keep pushing you away from the jungle, and you won't have any more resources other than the minions that are going to your base. While on the other team, they have 2 jungles worth of resources they can get gold from, and that will just keep accelerating the pace of the game for them. While for you just feel like you're starved. You feel like all of your carries are just, where's the gold? Where are my items? What can I do?
Yeah, and it's a slow showcase sensation from there. Once able to actually even go into your jungle safely. We've seen that happen time and time again. It's one of the tales as old as time, is when you walk into your jungle while it's unwarded and the enemy is just waiting inside the bush, you get knocked up, and then it's over for you. That's something that might happen to Weibo Gaming here if they're not careful enough. If they, give their jungle up without a fight, they will find it infested with Cerberus Esports next time they step foot.
Yeah, definitely something that is dangerous for Weibo Gaming if they're not careful. But the thing is, right, and if you get to that point in the game and you try to get back, you still need to get out. You still need to risk that, and that is why advantages earlier on usually snowball in favor of that team, and they can get the game. That's why that's how we tell the story of the game. But there are still those moments. Right, where a team in back foot can get back to the game. And finally, we are back, G10. Finally, we're back to the game.
Finally. Yes, we are going to be running right back into it. And speaking of the jungle of Weibo, they are, at least for this very moment, still able to get into it without too much fear of Cerberus Esports. Even though it is 7-1, the gold advantage is pretty staggering here. 7,000 in favor of Cerberus Esports. And a lot of that is on Y1. Who has been running around the map and making things happen so far.
Yeah, definitely. Y1. We've seen this often. World Ender along with Yomos just gives you so much movement speed to run towards a lane, but actually, there could be a catch here.
Yeah, a huge catch as the Fate Seal gets onto Akeno. He is incredibly low, but he goes golden. They actually get a kill onto the Yone first before he's able to teleport back. And Weibo Gaming just traded 1-for-1 the support for the jungler.
Yeah, worthwhile trade for Cerberus, and now they're doing a Weibo. They are going for the trap here.
Oh, big trap. They've actually just fallen for it. Gitchan is already running for the hills, but they've already found the catch onto the Ezreal. Faye has to use a perfect execution to get out of there, but Weibo Gaming just they are taking their medicine. They tasted their own medicine from the last game. Cerberus Esports full revenge on their minds.
Yeah, they couldn't let go of the cupcake, right? They just had to go there. And Zihan, where are you going, my man? There's a lot of members of Cerberus Esports here, but BMM and Taku not gonna go for that fight. Zihan, they're just letting him walk away. It's not about the goal, it's not about the kill, but the message that Cerberus Esports right now is sending towards Weibo Gaming.
It's all about the message to be sent, and Cerberus Esports, they're sending the message that means that they want to go to Game 3, that they want to prove themselves against a Chinese conference team. And if this performance is any indication, then Weibo Gaming will have to take them a little bit more seriously coming Game 3.
Yeah, and we discussed earlier, right? Naos was the only APAC team to take a series against a CN conference team, and Cerberus Esports beat Naos. So now you could say that the transitive property, they could also beat the CN conference team in a series.
Yeah, that's very possible here, as Faye it might have been caught there a little bit, but they are just laying onto these inhib turrets. Cerberus Esports already taking 2 down in the reverse of what happened earlier. They are now in Weibo's base. They are knocking on that Nexus shield. It falls just a tiny bit left. Just a tiny bit of time left on it. So now Cerberus, they are just going to charge down, look for objectives to secure, and they've found the dragon.
Yeah, and do remember that Cerberus Esports did not have the Cassidon in that push. That was only 4 members from Cerberus Esports who were able to take already 2 inhibitor turrets and knock down the door of that Nexus. On the side lane, we do see the Cassidon already having that death cap. That Cassidon is so much online at this point. If this Ezreal, if the Akali, if the Yone gets caught out in a bad position, this Cassidon can just melt these squishy targets from Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, Rift Walk will melt some faces, but Gitchan, did he bring them to the other members of Cerberus Esports to have a 3-on-3 fight? Maybe, but that may have been a mistake. But Gitchan, oh my god, look at all the damage onto Duan Yu. He has to get out of there. He just got clipped by abilities and he lost 80% of his health.
Yeah, as we mentioned, the Cassidon is online. The late game carries of Cerberus Esports is online, and even though Taco is giving some space right now to Zihan, the other members of Cerberus Esports are just looking at that final inhibitor turret. If they're able to take that down, it's going to be a lot of super minions streaming into the base of Weibo Gaming. And I think what Cerberus Esports is thinking of right now is to time it maybe with the next Baron, and then go for another push so that they have Baron buff up super minions streaming into the base.
That is a possibility. That is probably what's going to happen. Cerberus Esports, they are 10,000 gold up. They want to keep this map to themselves. Weibo Gaming, they are in their own jungle. I am kind of surprised that Cerberus Esports really did put a lot of thought, a lot of priority into warding this side of jungle, considering that the Baron may be the next thing in store for them.
Yeah, it might have been cooldowns, but yeah, I do agree. Cerberus Esports did not leave much vision. That's why Weibo Gaming was able to reclaim a lot of this territory, especially in the red side jungle, to be able to challenge this Baron. But Cerberus Esports is also very much ahead. So the respect now being shown by Weibo Gaming is enough. Is enough for them to not die at the moment, as the Baron is being started by Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, but so is this fight, as Akeno finds maybe an opening onto Gitchan, but now in the back of the mall, in the middle of it, is Faye. He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox. The Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick, as Van has to flash out as well. There's a triple taunt by Akeno. Already 2 members out of the fight. 2 members down. There's a Hextech ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Zihan and Duan Yu, the last man standing. That's a 3-0. Very clean for Cerberus Esports. They're going to take this Nexus, and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Yeah, game number 3 being forced right here by Cerberus Esports. They want to be the second APAC team to get a series win against a Chinese team, and now they have even odds. It's 1-1. Game 3 probably will be seeing these teams switch sides, but that game 2 G10 was just masterful from Cerberus Esports. They were able to take control.
Absolutely.
They were able to take tempo away from the team that did the same to them in game 1.
Absolutely, a great performance there, a masterclass, as you said, of how to keep your mentality solid even though you just got stomped in the first game. They definitely came back in a big way, so there is some hope here for Cerberus Esports to land a blow against a Chinese conference team, especially when it's against Weibo Gaming. So this is something that we could be looking forward to when we get to game number 3, because there is that unpredictability factor when it comes to Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, definitely the unpredictable factor, right? And then it's also not only changing, more of not going for that, not getting tilted, right, as you mentioned, but more also changing the whole game plan around. They went for the late game picks. Genza and Akeno was able to take control of their lane, and that's where Cerberus Esports also built their whole advantage around on, while letting BMM just off to the side and join the fights later on. And yeah, you can see that in the damage done from Genza. He just took control of that game for the whole team, always there when they needed him, and that was all springboard by him winning the early game.
Yeah, I mean, that early game was basically a snowball. That is the text definition, as Genza will be the highest damage dealer, and that's all from being that early game Zeri that really took Dwan Yu and Yu-Chan to task. So a huge W for them, and a reminder that Genza and Akeno are that deadly duo.
Yeah, definitely, they are a deadly duo. Y1 as well on this Aatrox also did great, especially in the early game, to help the team out. He was called upon in the bot lane when Gekian showed himself up again and he didn't have flash. Immediately he punished him and get a kill onto their side. That's what allowed them to have that early rotation in the mid lane. And also looking at BMM, these two, both Faye and BMM. Faye, I felt like, did a lot more work than BMM. For the most part of the game, we didn't really see BMM because he was just on the side farming and then showing up later in the game.
Yeah, and Y1 will be the MVP there, 4-0-6 on the Aatrox. A huge performance here by the jungler of Cerberus Esports, and this, I think, is the way for them to go. Pick a carry jungler that can hold his own in the early to mid game, and Y1 can actually do quite a bit against Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, definitely will. I'm very excited to see Game 3. Would this be another APAC team winning against a CN Conference team? We'll find out after the short break.
It's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final game here in the series, Weibo Gaming versus Cerberus Esports. We saw two commanding games on two different sides, but both of them winning on the blue side. It's 1-1. And what do you think could happen here, Crazy Apple?
So far, right, it's been 1-1, and the momentum is definitely on the side of Cerberus Esports. For coming into this game 3. So I am hoping to see another APAC team winning against the CN Conference team, and that is something that I feel like a lot of the viewers and myself would be very hyped about. But at the same time, Weibo Gaming, we've seen their level of gameplay in Game 1 and even the previous series, so we might be seeing a more rejuvenated Weibo Gaming game coming to this Game 3.
Yeah, this could be a little bit more of a surprise here on the side of Weibo Gaming, because they will need it if they want to actually get a leg up on their opponents on Cerberus Esports, on Cerberus Esports, because Weibo, they are used to this, man. They are very used to playing from behind, being on that third game, while Cerberus Esports, they had that breath of fresh air in the last game. They have the momentum coming into this. They just need to be able to close out.
Yeah, hopefully they can. But so far, Weibo Gaming is also on a very commanding side. Blue side statistically has been the more winninger side in the league, and even in Wild Rift in general. Blue side has a tendency to win more, specifically because you do have priority picks on your side. You can leave out one of the power picks and then get it on your side, or even the highest tier that's left on the field is something that you can pick at the moment. And looking at how many power picks are being left, there's still a couple. There's still Fiora Gragas that is left on the field. Galio as well could be something that they're thinking of, but Evelyn Hecarim obviously won't be let through by the red side.
Excuse me. Yeah, you gotta ban out the Hecarim, the Eve, and in this case the Aatrox, just because, you know, it was such a good performance there last game by Y1. They don't want Fan or even Zihan to be able to replicate that with their own Aatrox play. So we will be having Faye on that Vladimir first pick.
Yeah, Vladimir, yeah, it's also a priority pick in its own right, a very good control mage. Also skills very much into the late game, deals so much damage when he is able to get his items. There's still a couple of picks being left here that could potentially be a good pick into the Vladimir. We've seen Zoe picked into a Vladimir to good effect. Oriana was banned by Weibo, which is also one of the picks we have been seeing as a good pick against the Vladimir. So so far Weibo might be looking for that Zoe to come out from Cerberus Esports. And yeah, right now for Cerberus Esports, we do see also the Ornn and the Fiora being picked up, as well as the Kassadin again from BMM. This is currently a very curious draft on there, and for me, because the thing is, for both Fiora and for Kassadin, they do like being in the side lanes. They do like to get as much resources after the early game, but having both of these champions in the same lineup could spell a 1-3-1 setup from Cerberus Esports at the moment. And yeah, Kassadin again was shown earlier by BMM, had a good performance on the Kassadin, ended 3-0-3, but was able to get his items because the game was able to be prolonged with some good plays as well from the team. So let's see if Cerberus Esports can be able to replicate that getting into this game 3. We do see as well a couple of globals being banned out. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow Ash has been banned by Cerberus Esports, as well as the Vi. While on the other end, it's the Shen and again the Lucian, the same two second round bans from the side of Weibo Gaming. Now Lee Sin has been locked in for the side of Cerberus Esports. It's probably going to be going to the hands of Y1. Good playmaking potential on the champion.
Yeah, Y1 has been a very, very big factor in Service Esports' victory in the last one. And I don't think Weibo is very afraid of giving Taku that Fiora at all.
Yeah.
Even though that was one of the factors that led to their downfall in the last game. Now, BMM, I really feel like even if he, if he goes even in lane, he's kind of like the backup plan here for Service Esports, the late game insurance plan for the composition, because man, Y1 with that Lee Sin is going to make it all work in the early game, I feel.
Yeah, if Y1's able to get these ganks in the lanes, especially, we've seen a couple of Lee Sins go for these level 3 ganks, which is not as often that we see in used by other junglers. We often do see these junglers get a full clear and get to level 5 and go for their first ganks there. But Y1 could definitely go for an early gank, maybe tilt the favor immediately, either the top in either lane actually, because for looking at the composition of Service Esports, they kind of need to get a good early game start, because their composition scales and just scales, while the other side they can take advantage of scaling champions with the composition the way gaming has.
Weibo Gaming's comp is going to be very scary later on, but right now Cerberus, they want to control that game from the start until the end. So I feel like even though Weibo's comp is incredibly scary later in the game, when they've actually gotten the stats of backing up the items, if Cerberus can just grab that ball early and never let go, they can snowball this just like they did in the last game.
They definitely do. They definitely can. They again have Genza on Zeri. So far, both Game 1 and Genza, and both Game 1 and Game 2, Genza did terrifically on the champions that he has been piloting, which has been the Trisan and the Zeri. This could just be a back to form for him, getting into the Game 3 of our series. And what's at stake here right now is gonna be, if CES can win this, they will be the second APAC team to get a series win against a CN Conference team.
Yep, and Genza showing up as Zeri, doing 30% of the team's damage in the last game. And he is on that champion once again. And even though they didn't win the first game, he did have high damage during that game too. So Genza just needs a way to be enabled. And that is really up to his teammates. If he is able to perform here, he can take over the game for Service Esports. But so far, big engage there onto Duan Yu. A lot of supportive damage coming in from Genza, but at the end of the day, it is still just kind of even. Duan Yu taking a little bit more damage to his health bar, while Gitchen stays relatively more healthy.
Yeah, the only mismatch there is the Ignite being used for the side of Cerberus, while for Weibo, they didn't use any of their summoners, but Y1 already in the bot side. As I was mentioning, this could be a level 3 gank from the Lee Sin. But actually,
yeah, it's gonna be a level 3 Y1 getting caught out and flashed over. Flashed after Fan will be kiting him down for that very first kill as Weibo Gaming look to take that early lead.
Yeah, and Y1 being a bit too greedy in that invade. I think the initial plan for Cerberus Esports there was to try and go for a gank on Duan Yu, since he is very low, at least burn the summoners. But the thing was, earlier on, Genza did check if the Krugs was there, and he was able to confirm Zing, but Zihan might come down here.
Taku actually forces the flash off onto Zihan, decides to let him go. No greed here from Taku.
Yeah, wasn't able to pop the vital, and probably Zihan might have his third ability back up again to dodge a lot of those damage, and that would have also burned the flash for him. So at least Taco right now has that flash advantage in the top side. But when on the bot side though, what happened there? Genza checked the Krugs. They were able to confirm Krugs was there, and I think that was the information that Y1 went off of, and that's why he wanted to try and steal a camp. But Weibo Gaming also knew that Cerberus Esports knew. So the jungle clear of the Jace was enough of the speed to be able to get back there and pincer essentially this Lee Sin, giving that kill over to Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, Weibo really good movement there on all over the map. Just very attentive and knowing that timing to where Y1 is trying to be, as they have already had Fan up there before Y1 even got to the top lane. So a lot of counteracting the actions here of Y1.
Yeah, almost canceling the recall right there. Wasn't able to get the timing off. Yeah, so far it really is a battle of information, right? In Wild Rift. It doesn't mean that you know something, that it's exclusively you knowing the possibilities of what decision could spring up from that info, from that information. The enemy team could also surmise what you're gonna do, and that's what I feel like what WBG did right there. And so far, with this bit of gold advantage on the side of Weibo, and also having this bit of tempo advantage right now, it's gonna fall on the objective take. Who will be able to position themselves first in the priority? Herald should be the priority for Weibo to be able to accelerate the pace of this game.
Yep, that is a very decent point. I do feel like depending on that first dragon, Weibo Gaming was going to be a lot more willing to give it up in exchange for the Rift Herald, if it's not just like an average dragon. It's not like one of the really good ones.
Not an Infernal.
Yep, the best one.
Yeah.
Straight damage.
Yeah, straight damage. Yeah, I do agree. That is not the case. The thing is as well, they could also have this much strength, right? I feel like this Jason at this point, level 7, as strong as all of these solo laners, he can dictate the pace of where the objectives are gonna go. We've also seen some teams separate their resources, putting 2 members on the Herald, starting it off early while having their bot lane distract the enemy team at the dragon. But right now, it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. It's just going to be the classic handshake where Herald is going to go to Weibo while the dragon is going to go to the side of Cerberus.
Yep, a very clean objective trade there. Cerberus will be taking that first Drake, but that Rift Herald is looking to be used right here because Gichan is right there with you on you. There's a Feather Storm. The recall will be delayed here for a little bit. Finally does it, gets the root off onto Volcano, but on the other side of the map, Zihan is gonna get dope. And Zihan is actually getting away with it. Oh my god. And Genza's taking tower shots. And Zihan, he actually uses his counter strike there. Sets up the kill for Fan. What can Genza do here? Not much. He gets to the skies. And that Jace just ran at him from nowhere. And Weibo Gaming get a free kill.
Yeah, that's a bonus right there from Fan. Already getting the Herald and then summoning in the mid lane and getting first hurt and then rolling to the bot lane and getting one more kill. But going to this replay, you can see the start here of Y1 and Genza. They actually beautifully traded the tower aggro, and then when it reset again, that's when they went back in. But Zihan just being very tanky on this Jax, even popping the barrier, not falling down, and that was just a small amount, a sliver HP for Zihan. If Genza had a bit more damage right there, he would have fallen down. But Fan with the response, getting the freebie in the bot lane.
Yep, good kill there for Weibo Gaming, especially considering that they didn't even have to trade the Jax for it at all. And now they're going to be diving Taku immediately. He's brought down to like 20 HP, and Fan is just going to walk with him, talk with him, flash onto him, final auto attack, and Fan gets another kill there as the dive being set up here by Cerberus Esports onto Gichan. It's not going to be very successful.
Yeah, and again, that is the rotation, right, from Weibo Gaming. Fan knows how strong he is, and immediately pounce on the bot side of the map. And now tier 2 turrets is also being sieged right now. BMM on this Kassadin. We were talking about him as this guy who needs to get to the late game, and we saw in game 2 he was allowed to get to the late game. But now in this game, with the mid lane turret already falling, even the other turret in bot side, but actually, what was that pick? I think it was Faye, right?
Yeah, that was a great pick onto Faye there. Sorry, Fan.
Oh, sorry, Fan.
There. As Cerberus Esports fight him in the jungle a little bit too adventurous, this Chase is. And now they're going to jump onto BMM in the mid lane as Faye is going to force him to use his Rift Walk, get out of there. Zihan quite tanky and resistant to that Kassadin for now.
Yeah, gonna be the Kassadin. Still, yeah, even though it's still able to farm, but Zihan maybe gonna come out here.
Y1. He actually hit that Sonic Wave and then he got on to Zihan with the second part of it. But at the end of the day, Zihan somehow came out of more HP than the both of them. There's the Feather Storm on top lane trying to get to Genza bot lane. The explosive cast comes in and the accelerated shot blast onto Akeno. The recall will not stun anybody. Gichan trying to do something, anything to get some CC off onto Akeno. But there is no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMM. That's a lot of damage by that Kassadin. He tries to Proto Belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool. And he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage on the fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here? He gets seen by the turrets. But he is escaping right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see Duan Yu get taken out and then get the safety, just running around the entire map. What was that?
That was Lee Sin's great escape. That was Y1's just great escape right there from Y1. It felt like everyone was doing their own thing. Everyone was fighting their own battles, and Fan was just, no, I got this. I got the kill on Y1, and Y1's like, huh, bet. And he just ran across the map, ran to the other end, was able to survive.
He was like, no, man, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, gotta get out of here, gotta get to the top lane, thank you.
Thank you.
And then they just let him go.
And it's such a great timing as well. All of the camps were up, so they was able to just keep jumping across camps. That was definitely a moment.
Yeah, was not able to steal the second Drake. But because of that great escape, I think we'll give the point to him for that. But now Gichan coming in here with a disruptive explosive cast onto Akeno, who is not able to get the second part of the Oran Horn because he was dead. WBG Gaming with another pick under their belts.
Yeah. WBG Gaming, this is a very much good recovery from them compared to Game 2, where Game 2 felt like they weren't really doing anything. They were letting Cerberus Esports just get a lot of these advantages and leads, and now WBG Gaming is the one who is dictating the pace of the game. But we still can't discount the two carries on the side of Cerberus Esports, which is that Kassadin and that Zeri. The gold lead is not insurmountable in any way yet. It's only about 2k and Y1 getting a pick.
That is a great insect play, and again they finish it off against Gichan. They should be able to. Gens is the one who takes that kill, but that took him quite a bit, and now they can be going on to BMM, forces Flash, forces Riftwalk just to get away as Fan shows up.
Yeah, and those are the kinds of fights that CS wants to get into. Skirmishes, not full team fights yet, because they still need these champions to scale. We did see as well on the bot side how BMM and Taku, even though they're two champions that should be minding their own side lane, but they joined together to try to get a kill, and that was why they were able to boss around that member of WBG Gaming, as well as the pick off in the mid lane. Good use of the vision in the mid lane. The ward was left just in front of the turret, out of vision, so you weren't sure if there was a ward there. And supports, they need to risk their lives to put down vision. That's what Kekin did, and he did pay with his life right there.
Yeah, and that is sometimes you really do have to risk it for the biscuit, even when it's just for vision, because you need that information. Now Cerberus Esports, speaking of vision, they're setting up their own towards this Baron. I don't think they're gonna take it yet, but they're gonna attempt a life on the Gichan. And Gichan, that's the explosive cast out, but he does not survive. He does, however, enable his team to get a couple of more kills for themselves. Y1 and BMM on back foot now, trying to get out of there as they pick the wrong fight, even though they focused that Orin down so well.
Yeah, 2-for-1 in favor of WBG Gaming. As I mentioned, they don't want these full team fights. Cerberus Gaming, that is, they want these like small 2v2s, 2v1s, 3v2s, where they can separate the members of WBG Gaming, because there are only certain matchups, there are only certain champion combinations where Cerberus Esports is ahead of right now, and Jekian is not one of them. He is the main tank. If he was alone by himself, by his lonesome, that would have been a clean pick-off. But there were members of Weibo Gaming in the mid lane, and they were able to respond immediately, bursting down 2 members of Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, and Cerberus have to be extremely careful now. They have a lot to lose. Honestly, they really need to rely on that Fiora to bring a lot of attention towards whichever lane she is split pushing in. That's kind of something that, like, an issue that they have to push, because otherwise they are kind of wasting time here in mid trying to look for picks here. They really have to put a lot of lane pressure and force the fights to come to them and then get a reversal here. Otherwise, they're kind of wasting time and letting Weibo Gaming scale up.
Yeah, definitely. And that is the question, right? How can this Fiora do that job when she's so behind in gold? We'd see earlier when the gold was popped up on the side, she was like 3rd lowest gold in the game. And that is pretty hard for this solo laner right here. Mid lane, I don't think we're gonna see a full-on fight right here unless this Ornn pops ultimate. Yeah, doesn't seem so, but so far Baron control does go to the side of Cerberus Esports. This could give some opportunity for Taco, but he's not in the bot lane. He's not anywhere near it, so I'm not sure where Cerberus Esports are gonna go with this so far.
Yeah, with Weibo Gaming, you're definitely just testing the waters, testing their defenses around the map, trying to match them across their jungle, across the important objectives, so they can maybe run a path towards the dragon. But Cerberus Esports, they are kind of threatening that Baron now, and they know that there's no vision for Weibo Gaming. That's why that is a beautiful insect play. Gragas down immediately before the fight even starts. And there's the Ornn to dissuade them from doing more. Cerberus Esports are actually in such a good position with that Gragas down. They have gotten maybe a pick on the Zihan this time, but he's able to flash away as the Vladimir does a lot of damage. Oh, he takes out the Lee Sin. Y1 not able to do anything more because he got Vladimir, but they are at least able to get a couple more kills. Cerberus Esports comes out ahead.
Yeah, and Cerberus really wanted to get more kills from that to be able to get into position for these objectives. Dragon is being started right here by Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, Zihan has arrived as well, so he is fresh to the fight here. He could do something about Taku, but Vanish is going to do something about smiting that dragon down, and then they go for the fight. Zihan tried to flash for that. He didn't get that stun. Genza lives. Akedo lives by just a hair. So does Taku. Cerberus Esports there now ahead in kills, even though that dragon went over the way of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, 2 dragons now on the side of Weibo Gaming. Baron is still up, something that they could fight for as an objective. And we have been seeing how Gekian has just been being picked off by Cerberus Esports. And as the game goes, as these carries gain items, they're able to burn down this tank support on the side of Weibo Gaming. So that could be signs of things to come later on for Cerberus. They can immediately delete the support to be able to have a man advantage in these fights. But if Weibo Gaming is in a better position, they could definitely back up their support, and the support just gets all the damage, and then Weibo Gaming throws it towards Cerberus Esports. So it's just gonna be that game of push and pull right now for both of these teams, and the defining factor, the X factor right now that I'm looking at for Cerberus Esports is if BMM can jump this Xayah, force her to use her ultimate early, so that any other damage that gets thrown on her later on would just immediately kill her, just because of how low she's gonna be when this Cassin gets on top of her.
That is going to be a big issue, but if Cerberus Esports want to win, they have to find a solution to that. So, can they get that Cassidy in the right spot? As they will, got Du down, almost taken him out with just one combination. BMM showing how lethal this Cassidy is.
Yeah, Y1 actually looking for another pick. If they're able to pick up Jekian there, that might have been Baron, but BMM getting caught out.
Yeah, but that's not caught out enough because they have the Ornn there ready. But they might have chewed off a little bit more than they could bite, as Y1 has to burn that Guardian Angel to get out of there alive.
Yeah, definitely. Cerberus Esports didn't feel confident in going for that 50-50 Baron. Xayah was out of the fight. They could have started it, they could have threatened that Baron and let Weibo Gaming come to them. But the thing is as well, if they let Weibo Gaming come to them and they're balled up, the AoE damage from that Vladimir could have just melted the carries of Cerberus Esports. So they had to play this game of pulling members of Weibo Gaming towards them, and Weibo Gaming didn't give that opening. But yeah, so as I was mentioning earlier as well, right? The problem that TS needs to solve is how BMM can force Duanyu in this awkward position, so he won't be able to deal the damage as the backline damage of Weibo. BMM so far away.
Speaking of the damage, they might have gotten a pick onto kind of, but he is very tanky, a lot of tenacity as well. So CC doesn't last all too long on him. And look, he's even full health now. The Elder Drake being started up here by Y1. Will Weibo Gaming threaten it? Will they let it attack Y1 as much as possible? Look at that lane control there by Weibo Gaming, and then they're just now pulling into the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, mid lane control is definitely in favor of Weibo Gaming. Cerberus Esports needs to bounce that way back to the other side, and now Weibo Gaming has ratted out where BMM is. BMM needs to reposition, but he still has his eyes on Duanyu, while everyone else on Cerberus Esports has their eyes on the objective. So this is just this cat and mouse game of tag that both of these teams are playing. Who's gonna flinch first? Who's gonna make that mistake to allow the other team to take that objective? And there's just gonna be this thick tension right now that is brewing in this game.
Yeah, the Dragon Dance is being started repeatedly and repeatedly gets shut down again. They are just trying to bait out this Elder Drake because they know that committing to it may be suicide. Especially with Y1 at level 15.
Okay, no.
That Sonic Wave, and yes, and the back, if Faye is actually in quite a lot of danger.
Oh my god!
Tries to save him, but is not successful. There he is, Duanyu out of the game, out of the way. Fan has to retreat, get out of there real quick. Faye and Zihan live as well.
The Duanyu's gone. Akeno found the opening. He was able to put some damage on Faye, and what was very unfortunate for Weibo Gaming at that point was both of their main carries were together, and BMM was able to throw the damage on Duanyu, killing him immediately. And now Elder Drake has gone to the side of Cerberus Esports. They have a good advantage to take this Baron. Weibo Gaming needs to shove the side lanes to be able to control this game to threaten Cerberus Esports, but on the other hand, Cerberus Esports just needs to bounce these waves, go to this Baron, threaten it, and maybe take a fight against Weibo and maybe win the game.
That sounds good to them, because Cerberus Esports, that is kind of the plan here. They have so much more combat efficiency now. They have so much power with the taking down of that Elder Drake. They need to use it while they can, and then go for maybe the Baron later. Or
they're starting it.
They could just start it now and have to force Weibo to respond to that.
Yeah, and Weibo's not responding, and I think this is the call right now from Weibo Gaming, knowing that the Elder Drake buff is up. If they lose this fight right here on the Baron, they would have lost the game. But now they're buying themselves a bit more time, waiting for Cerberus to mistake.
Yeah, but they're not going to be waiting for long, because Zihan is already the target here. There's the Oran Horn. Akeno flashes after him, but Akeno may have put himself in a bad spot because he gets jumped on immediately. And now Cerberus Esports, they have lost a member to their own hubris, but they are burning down the inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, and 2 inhibitor turrets are down. Only 1 is left. Nexus is being sieged right here, G10, and
it's possible.
Is this possible? Yeah, we have been hyping this up. Another APAC team possibly winning a series against a CN conference team.
Ain't no way, man, because Cerberus Esports, they haven't had the easiest time here so far. And if they're able to take down Weibo Gaming here,
what a
knows
kick!
What that means, and that is a huge catch there. Huge Sonic Wave by Y1, and he does still have Guardian's Angel, so he will be able to get back into this fight.
Elder Drake!
The JC Elder Drake is starting to really pay dividends here. Now Faye is gone as well. Get you on the last man standing, and he remains standing as the Nexus falls. Cerberus Esports reverse swept Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, Cerberus Esports fulfilling the dreams of the APAC conference right here, saying that it was not fluke that Naos Esports was able to take a win. Cerberus Esports able to replicate that here in Season 2.
Yes.
Getting another win for APAC Conference against CN Conference with a reverse sweep against Weibo Gaming, and what a series it was.
That was a huge huge series for Cerberus Esports. They get another win under their belts, and they prove that they're good enough to go up against the CN conference teams. A huge W there for Cerberus Esports, and it was so well fought too. They were not looking the best coming into the early game of that final game, you know, and then suddenly they turn it around one hand over the other. Just keep going and building up that lead until finally they were able to bulldoze over Weibo Gaming in the final act.
Yeah, and again, it was both BMM and Genza on Kassadin and Zeri respectively. Same on game 2, right? They were able to scale into the game. They were able to deal tons of damage, and I love how BMM was just able to find these angles to catch out Duan Yu. As we were talking about while the game was still ongoing, it was on him to be able to deal the damage on the Xayah, not exactly kill her, but at least to force out the ultimate so that it would be down as the fight goes on. But the pivotal pick was really in that mid lane where BM was able to stack the Riftwalk and then flash the Riftwalk immediately on top of the Xayah and deleting her off the map. That gave enough of an advantage for Cerberus Esports to eventually snowball the game in their favor.
Yeah, Duan Yu was not able to play Wild Rift, and Genza retains his spot that he consistently has had this entire series. The most damage from game 1 to game 2 to game 3, it's always been Genza. Wouldn't be surprised if he got the MVP here, because look at that damage. Look at how much Taku did as a Fiora. 7,800 versus Genza, 38k.
I actually think Taku's stat that would be the headliner for him is the most healed. Most team healed, because every time they go for this picks, he just pops his ultimate and then they get the healing from that, which enables them to reset essentially after taking damage from a pick. But yeah, going to even the head-to-head, Y1 does not have the most amazing scoreline at the moment, doesn't have the most amazing numbers, but he did have a lot of those great picks that would pick off the members of Weibo Gaming, giving that slight advantage to Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, and Cerberus, that was such a long and hard-fought battle, 22 minutes, and they never lost their cool, really. I know some other teams that would overheat at certain points, and Cerberus Esports used to be one of them, but they were able to really keep it here and find a way to enforce their win condition, and it will be BMM on the Kassadin who will be the MVP for that final game.
Definitely he deserved the MVP. Unlike game 1, game 2, where the team didn't really need him as much, they just needed to wait for him to scale and then show up in the late game. Here, he scaled and also carried the fights by the late game. Great presence of mind, positioning himself in places where he could reach the backline. Great creativity as well in dodging vision to be able to get Duan Yu later in this fight. But yeah, look at the highlights as well. You do see here some of the great kicks by Y1. Although this one was not one. This one wasn't one of those because it didn't really go into their favor later on. But Y1 kept going for these plays. This is one of them. Jetjan just being called out wildly right there by Cerberus Esports, and this is, I think, where CES really shines. The scrappy kind of fights, not this full-on 5-on-5s wherein you go front to back. It's these like starting off with a pick, starting off with some of the enemy members already having damage because there was a previous skirmish, and that's where it have been winning these fights. And yeah, going back here, this is how Duan Yu gets deleted right there by BM. Didn't even have a chance to flash, didn't have a chance to pop the ulti.
He disappeared.
Yeah, just essentially disappeared by the Kassadin, and just great overall play from Cerberus Esports here in this game 3.
Yeah, Cerberus definitely not a team that should be looked down upon, that should be underestimated, and Weibo learned that lesson here the hard way today. As really, Cerberus Esports, they stuck it out and found their win condition. BMM at the very end just deleting people offhand. Look at how much damage his Riftwalk does.
And I think also understated here in this fight is that that could have gotten longer if Y1 did not put his neck on the line, getting a kick execute on the member of Weibo Gaming right there.
Yeah, speaking of that, most popular player, Y1 on Service Esports side, and for a reason. He performed incredibly well in that series as a balm for his team, you know, always there to enable the amazing performances there of BMF.
Yeah, definitely. Right now we're just waiting. Waiting for the interview with Cerberus Esports. I wonder who they're gonna interview. If it's either gonna be maybe Y1, Genzo, or BMM. Those three members really did so much for the team, but you can't understate as well Akeno. Both Akeno and Y1 are just those two players who just keep making plays for Cerberus Esports. It's not always the correct play, but that unrelenting pressure that they throw against Weibo Gaming, I feel like threw Weibo Gaming off kilter at times.
That's true. Weibo Gaming, they did not see as clearly in the last couple of games as compared to game one, especially macro-wise. They were starting to make some mistakes there. I'm not certain if, you know, Service Esports were causing them to overthink or something like that, but whenever Cerberus Esports was in their jungle, they just kind of did not respect that threat as much as they should have, and that led to a few moments where Cerberus Esports just got some kills for free, or, you know, found a way to extend their lead a little bit more, and it felt all that time like, you know, they were going to be able to make a comeback, but ultimately Cerberus Esports came out on top.
Yeah. Cerberus Esports, I felt like that was the adjustment that we were looking for after game one, because game one was macro, but that's playing to the strength of Weibo Gaming and a lot of other CN conference teams. They know the game so much, they know it in depth, so you play it by the book, they'll also know how to counter you by the book. But game 2, game 3, they instilled this level of chaos into the Rift, and they played their game, instilling the I would say the APAC style of Wild Rift, just having this chaotic field on the map, and they were able to force that upon Weibo Gaming, and that left Weibo Gaming making those small mistakes that Cerberus Esports was able to take advantage of. And one of those, I really think it was that pick off in the mid lane, right? I kept going back to that because that was really the pivotal moment when Duanyu was caught out, and that was started by a 50-50 engage by Akeno, because he wasn't sure where everyone was, but he went in just trying things out and seeing, hey, maybe we could get a pick here, and that gravitated the members of Weibo Gaming towards him. But yeah, I believe we'll be going into the interview now.
欢迎来到赛后采访，我是麦麦。首先让我们恭喜西贡 CES 今天让一追二拿下了比赛的胜利。我们也是邀请到了 Y1 选手，那先请 Y1 跟大家打个招呼。Hi, can you introduce yourself first?
Họ kêu em giới thiệu bản thân em.
Hello mọi người, mình là Y1 đến từ đội tuyển Sài Gòn CES.
OK.
Hello everyone.
好的，第一个问题想要问到的就是，你们今天是遇到了一个相当于实力相当的队伍，那你觉得你们获得成功的决定性因素是什么呢？ So actually today your opponent is like the equal maybe ability, and what's the key to take the victory?
Thì họ nói hôm nay là mình gặp một cái đối thủ mạnh á, thì cái bí quyết để mình giành chiến thắng trong trận đấu ngày hôm nay là gì?
Bí quyết để giành chiến thắng trong trận đấu hôm nay là sự ăn ý của đồng đội và tự tin.
So like he feel that today they are very confident about themselves and they have really good synergy with each other.
OK， 他也是说到他觉得他们今天打的真的非常的自信，并且他觉得他们的团队配合打得特别好。那么说到团队配合，第二个问题刚好就来了。我知道你们第二局的时候野辅联动真的是打得非常的绝妙，我想请问一下，当时跟 Akeno 是怎么那个沟通交流的呢？ So actually in game 2, your jungle with the support actually have a brilliant cooperation. So how do you communicate with Akeno?
Thì trong cái trận đấu ngày hôm nay, đặc biệt ở game 2 á, thì em và Akeno đã có những cái tình huống phối hợp với nhau rất là tuyệt vời á. Thì tụi em đã giao tiếp như thế nào trong cái game đấu đó?
Thì em sẽ giao tiếp là sẽ đợi on kéo R và dòng CC và em sẽ dòng CC theo, dòng đam theo.
So when they communicate that Akeno using on would be the player that's always proactive to start the combo, so to make sure that Y1 never miss his skill.
OK， 他也是说到，他觉得他们的辅助选手一定会提前跟 Y1 沟通好他的技能，或者说各个的配合是不是都有的。所以说他沟通好了之后，他们的 combo 就打得非常的顺利。那么最后一个问题想要问到的就是第2把13分钟的时候，我注意到你们当时利用了一波假打龙团，就是当时准备去打龙，然后利用一个视野差去蹲了他们一波，然后拿到龙之后，你们选择去破了高地，结果最让我震惊的就是你们没有选择一波，你们反而去开那条土龙，当时是怎么沟通的？ So actually in game 2 around maybe 13 minutes you pretend to attack the Nasher and use a gap of sight to engage with them, and when you break the inhibit turret you choose to gain the Soil Dragon, so why do you consider that?
Thì ở cái game 2 á, trong lúc mà mình đang khoảng tầm phút thứ 13 gì đó, mình đang có ý định là mình đánh quanh khu vực Baron, mình nhử Baron á, nhưng mà xong rồi tự nhiên khi mà mình lấy được cái trụ 1 thì mình lại dồn qua mình đánh con rồng á, thì tại sao mình lại có cái quyết định đó?
Tại vì team em cảm thấy là không còn cơ hội để đứng lại đó để kiểm soát nữa, nên là chịu tiêu rồng.
So they feel that the opportunity to rush Baron or like caught any player in that area is gone, so they all agree that they should move to the dragon to scale better.
OK， 他也是说了，他觉得他们当时打龙团的时候 ，Aaron 是不在的，所以说他们想要去等 Aaron 来了之后，然后蹲一波，然后再去把那条龙给拿掉。那么今天的赛后采访就到这里全部结束了 ，Thank you Y1， Thanks for joining me today。那么让我们稍事休息，进入一段即时花絮。
Yeah. That was definitely an interview with Y1G. And any final thoughts for the game?
Actually, there we go. Very confident words coming in from Y1, and that is going to be well deserved. Their win, good reverse, and we will be right up. And he's have 2 more matches left for you to have, but we will still have to pick.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
definitely was a crazy week as we've seen so many great moments from the teams and the players. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlight week number 3. Starting with number 5. CF17 continues to prove to be a great jungler for J-Team after replacing 0711 in Season 2. In their match against INV Esports and after securing the Baron, he landed a 4-man Dragon's Rage knock-up that set the team fired up for J-Team to get the ace and immediately end the game in 13 minutes.
Back. Unleash has no chance to get closer. Might be able to flash in. That explosive jab from DY was perfect to stop him pushing in. Oh, the kick! A tree! What was that, J-Team? It's just gonna end the lives of Invade here. This game is done. That is gonna be a Baron, a 10k gold lead with 12, and that's an ace too. J-Team is gonna finish this game.
Number 4. We're back-to-back in Jungler's MVP highlight because this time we have to highlight Inyat from Oh My God during their battle against Nova Esports. 10 minutes into the game and the second Dragon fight, he had the... And alrighty, welcome back to the Wild Rift League Asia, of course, still day number 18. One of the longest games, or longest days that we are going to be having, of course, with loaded sets of series. We just came from an intense series of Cerberus Esports reverse sweeping Weibo Gaming.
Yeah.
Man, what is just happening right now in Wild Rift? This is just extraordinary effort coming in from Cerberus Esports, and I'm so happy for them.
Yeah, I am as well. I am especially as a APAC team, right? Taking down a CN conference team. It's not something that we get to see every day. It's only the second time, right, that we've seen this, and it's definitely something. It was such a seesaw series as well. Game 1 felt like there was no hope for Cerberus Esports after that, but yeah, when they came Game 2, Game 3, they were able to bounce back.
Yeah, okay. Alright. I'm channeling myself. We're moving towards the next series.
Yeah,
it's time for Thunder Talk. It's a reset time, Crazy Apple. We're looking at Thunder Talk right now, which is one of the most loaded teams, if not the lowest. I mean, the only team to be undefeated, uncontested, and undeniable here in this tournament right now. 5 series of all 2-0 sweeps, and now they're gonna be going up against Woohoo Gaming, that is so far a team that is struggling on a 0-2 lose streak. Game 3s has been a curse for them so far lately as well during their battle against J-Team and Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and yeah, definitely this is something that, you know, Woohoo Gaming would want to get, right? Want to win against Thunder Talk, because as you mentioned, they have been struggling a bit, and this could be a starter for them, a fire starter for them to get into a longer win streak for them. But for Thunder Talk, they are now looking at a perfect to keep their perfect run so far.
I mean, we love underdog stories, man. We just yearn for underdog stories. That happened a while ago, and look what result we've seen. Cerberus Esports reverse sweeping Weibo Gaming. I'm not even gonna be surprised right now. I want to be surprised, to be honest, by Woohoo Gaming getting a great win here against Thunder Talk, because we still have that question of which team actually can stand against them. Because right now we see XBY against August. Of course, August is a main hero of a Woohoo game. He makes so many great plays. But we're talking about XBY here, which is just so strong. And if you look at the matchup here between Soil and Pan, still these same stats back it up, and Thunder Talk remains to be just really strong.
Yeah, the numbers say everything between these two Dragon laners, right? I think this is even the same KDA from XBY that we saw earlier between him and Soil. And definitely right now the odds are against Woohoo Gaming with how strong Thunder Talk their performance has been in the past couple of weeks. But still, we have a long season. We are nearing the end of the 4th week, and Woohoo Gaming can just get that back.
Let's go to the
现场以及屏幕前的召唤师，大家晚上好，欢迎来到英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场，我是麦麦。接下来由 Thunder Talk Gaming 对阵呜呼 Gaming， 战无不胜的 Thunder Talk Gaming 将遇上这赛季的劲敌呜呼 Gaming， 强者针锋相对，谁能拿下比赛的胜利？让我们拭目以待。接下来让我们欢迎 Thunder Talk Gaming with 呜呼 Gaming。 Next up is Thundertalk Gaming against Woohoo Gaming. The invincible Thundertalk Gaming meets this season fierce rival Woohoo Gaming and a strong R4 Tat. Let's wait and see how the battle will unfold. Next, let's welcome Thundertalk Gaming and Woohoo Gaming.
希望你的游戏水平不要和你的垃圾话一样垃圾。
这里看一下，你们的身份证掉了。
What is that? What is that? Oh man, we didn't get a closer look towards. Maybe they're just clowning with them. And sorry, I just have to say this. Normally, it's the left person that speaks first, then the right. But we just see like Thundertalk waiting. No, we want to have the last one.
I think they had, they definitely had something here, ready, right? They have a prop. They have this whole thing with I don't know, was that an emoji? It might be a CN thing. Or it might be
I think it's a clown emoji.
It looked like it, but there was something.
In the solo lane,
I just couldn't put my finger on.
Yeah,
WHG Rocky.
Same. I even like went back into the live stream just to be able to get a better view. It kind of looked like a panda as well, something like that. But again, okay. Moving on. For the second time. There's just so many things happening.
WHG August.
Man. It's crazy. It's crazy. But we're about to see a crazy series here. Definitely hold your horses. Make sure you have your seatbelts on.
In the mid lane,
this is going to be a banger of a
Sunny.
series. Two really strong teams. Even if Woohoo Gaming is coming from a 2-series lose streak, we can never deny them because they're still a strong team with already strong foundation. August can still carry, and Sunny or Sanwan has been making sure that they do get their moments when they kind of have an opportunity to do so.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen Woohoo Gaming carry with August, and we did see also earlier in the support in the numbers in the head-to-head between the two junglers. Definitely a lot of this like the gold and the kill participation were more in favor of August. It really shows what's the difference in the impact or the gravity of the impact this player has.
两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players are getting ready. Let's start into the
how
wild.
we could impact the game to let or give Woohoo Gaming that advantage against Thundertalk.
You just gotta love SFY and his creativity, right? He even changed his hair now to a little bit of a brown. Brown blonde. Brown blonde. Sorry, I'm not good with color.
Well,
sometimes I categorize myself as.
We'll
blind,
have to check again.
If not colorblind.
We'll have to check again. Or you know, some of our viewers who are more good, have knowledge of
better eyes.
color theory might know. Just put it down in the chat. We'll look into what colors you think it has. But yeah, definitely. These players have been showing their personalities, right? They have been showing a lot of personality, and it's just fun to see how these players grow throughout the season.
I mean, they continue to grow, they continue to adapt, they continue to polish their movements. And I'm not talking just about Thundertalk and Woohoo Gaming. It's everyone. We haven't seen them start to shine. At least some of them, right? We have yet to see INV Esports be able to pave themselves the way to bounce back here in this tournament. But the others have made it work. So should never not consider Woohoo Gaming, especially in their capability. They're going up against the Titans right now. The only undefeated team, like undefeated with a bold let and fully capitalized, because every single game has been a dominating game for them. Trace Esports so far is on this like undefeated in terms of series, but they suffered some game losses already. That's not the same for Thundertalk. They're just insane.
Yeah, they're insane. If we do see this team just continue this run, this is gonna be an amazing run for them. But before we get into that future of seeing more matches from Thundertalk, we will be getting into this era match to decide the sides. Who will be choosing the side for both of these teams. And as I say that, we actually get into the ARAM game between Thundertalk and Woohoo Gaming.
a Twitch. We're gonna be seeing a Twitch. AP, Twitch, possibly? Because we do see First Strike, right? It's just so fun to see. It's so busted. I actually wanted to see the Twitch on like our regular games, but we're not that blessed just yet to be able to see it. It's very hard to actually use, but the rock grab does connect here from Rocky. X-Spy might be in a lot of trouble right now, poisoned to death, but Rocky actually wants to get the punch to get the kill as well. First blood by Woohoo Gaming. They look to still continue the damage, but they disengage.
Yeah, it's very annoying to go against a comp right now. Woohoo Gaming. They have a Brand, they have a Twitch, both damage over time champs with Z going in tons of damage.
Snowball into the blood pool and everything just gets thrown out. But this time Soil actually is there with X-Spy following up as well with the damage. That's why so many of those snowballs connecting. It's just mind over matter at this point. You get kinda tempted to actually go through.
Yeah.
Shin flashes in the moment he gets that really good damage. And now
my God, Z!
going for round 2. Just going straight into the backline. Unable to kill Sunny though. X-Spy this time around might be in a lot of trouble. Actually gets an outplay there onto the Zaya. Tower takedown in the first minute? We're going on a sprint here, man.
Yeah, it's 1 minute 15 and the tower's already down. And I think you mentioned round 2 from Z. I'm counting in my head. That was round 4, man. He went in first with the snowball pool and then went in again with the flash and then went in again and then went in again. And he's going in again. This guy just keeps going in.
Again and again and again and again and again. Any second chance or any chance that he do get, he doesn't hesitate at all. The damage is just there. The aggression is just so pure here from Thundertalk. And we're just on the Adam game. Man, yeah. Thundertalk, chill.
Chill, Thundertalk. This is supposed to be the warm-up. You don't come in here already this hot into the game, but Thundertalk's just no brakes. No brakes on this car. There's going 100 kilometers in this game.
You don't burn your tires just when the race is about to start, man. You don't burn your tire. You burn it when you're near the finish line. You want to drift towards the finish line. But right now, Woohoo Gaming is actually doing quite a bit of damage onto them. Still a 1-for-1 trade. I'll take that any day.
Oh, what a hole! Right there. Does
no static field though. So no silence. Death mark onto the back line. Pan is gonna get absolutely obliterated. I mean, it's a Zed. Yeah. With great kin, by the way. Gets rocket grab though, and get killed. And everyone follows up. There's just some you can never know if they're actually gonna be going in because even in moments that they shouldn't go in, they go in. Yeah. And Z almost gets a kill onto Sunny, but Sunny got the upper hand in that fight. Jin wants to join the party, not hesitating at all. SM1 flashes in just before he uses that AoE damage, but gets killed as well.
And now, Woohoo Gaming, I feel like they're going the tourist route, but this is the first time that they're seeing the blue side of the map again. They've been pushed for so long into their side of the base, so Thundertalk just keep on, pushing them down there. And Soil, what a flank!
Yeah, great hook coming in from Rocky, but not onto the best target. Olaf of Wake Up not getting the backline kill onto Shin. Unfortunate, doesn't have the follow-up coming from the rest of the squad, and that's a bit of a complicated thing right now in the composition here of Woohoo Gaming. No one's actually there to follow up alongside with the Olaf. That's where they struggle.
Yeah, definitely. That's I think what Woohoo Gaming is waiting for is more of a late game for their Twitch to get the damage. But, Thundertalk's like, huh? You're waiting for their late game? No, the game is now. Game is now. We're finishing.
The game is now. This is late game. This is late game for Thundertalk.
It's already the late game for them. They're revved up. They're fired up. They're ready. They're ready for their next game already.
They're really warm up, and they're about to burn some of the members here of Woohoo Gaming. Unless Shin can actually do something, or Wake Up can actually do something about it. Gets an outplay against 3 people. He gets a triple kill. What? All right, Olaf without anti-heal on the enemy side is busted.
Yeah, can't kill the guy. He's just an angry Viking, angry berserker going all in. SMY might be getting caught out as well, or the tower gonna fall here.
Great chance right now being picked up here by Woohoo Gaming. SMY will be able to survive at least for a short time. But again, Wake Up is starting to actually be a big problem here. 2 snowballs connect, but I don't think they're gonna be following up with that.
Yeah. Actually, Soil X-By going in.
They pull everything to Pan. They're just mad at this brand at this point. They always focus on him. And this time at least it's gonna be a 1-for-2 trade, a little bit on the downside here for Woo Gaming. But still, okay, as long as Wake Up gets back into the base, I think he's happy with that, so he can cash in for his items and then be more ready for later.
I think he's gonna wait. He's gonna wait for at least the ghost to be able to get to chase down a kill again. But Thunder Talk doesn't really want to give him any of that time. They just really want to push this down, and there's not really a lot of any analysis we can put here, Gian, because these teams are just
What can we analyze here?
it's just all fights. It's just oh my god, Rocky.
Can we analyze that flash? Can we? I can't. Maybe you can. You're good at it.
Oh, the triple knockup right there, Gian.
And then the wind slash. Oh, Wake Up suddenly gets a kill, and now he's mad, screaming like a true Viking, and now gets a kill, and then just easily walks towards healing pawn, unable to get killed. There's no anti-healing here on Thunder Talk. They don't get the kill on Wake Up still, despite them throwing everything at him, and that's gonna be the ace. Man, minute 1, we saw Thunder Talk taking full control.
Yeah.
What is happening right now? 5 minutes after.
They warmed up. I think
they got burned.
They got burned. Thunder Talk has burned their tires, and Woohoo Gaming is just starting to run their engines, but actually, they're all gone at this point.
They're all gone. Alright, that's a chance for Thunder Talk to maybe secure a tower, or at least push in the wave, because there's still a Twitch here of August. Rabadon's death cap, that hurt so much. When he procs his third skill, everyone's HP can just easily explode.
Yeah, Death Cap, Nasher Suit with the Boots of Mana is gonna deal so much damage as that rat if they get the stacks though. That is the question. Can he get the stacks?
No. Nope. Z is like, not at all. You will never be able to. There's no fun time. There's actually no one to stop the engagement of Thunder Talk. But Woo Gaming, there's nobody that can stop this Olaf. So it's like, truce.
It's mutual destruction, I could say. If one goes in, the other guy also goes in because there's no one to stop them, right? From both of these teams, and I think this is where Thunder Talk. That was the break. They took a break for a minute, and might be looking for another engage. Yeah, to breathe.
Wow. Alright, let's be friends, and then you're about to reach a handshake, and then the slap comes in here from Wake Up. Jump time! There's no break, we need no truce, never mind, it gets killed instead here, and XY survives, so the backline's gonna be tanked all the way here by this Tau. Finally falls down, Rocket as well just getting a rocket grab into that knock option as well, access onto the backline, but Twitch is still alive. Same as Sadie.
Oh my god.
Might actually be able to deal the massive damage here unless backline can be breached once again here by Shin, but actually just disengages for the meantime. He can just wait for the Vladimir again, unless XY wants to go in and just go towards his shadow. Actually hesitates for a little bit. They're being pushed back. Baki goes in with a flash into the knock-up, but Shin is being able to come on, blow the fire! Alright, it's enough.
He's alive. He blew it out. There was fire all over his body. Okay. He's good. He was able to put up the shield and he's good. Well, August might be not as good. Okay, he's alive.
This Olaf doesn't suffer from any sore throat, just like us. He just screams and still is able to get into the backline, but unable to get any kills though. He got just that outplayed.
Yeah, the outplay. What a mean outplay there from Shin, using the mark from the snowball to dodge the axe and then getting Triumph to get back some HP. I think that's a win. They're like, I want to get healed, but I don't have life steal. How do I do it? Outplay.
Outplay is always the answer. It's always the answer. Just go in, just attack. If you hit your snowball, there's only one decision, one choice. Go in. There's no going back. Never. And they do get this tower at least after... They get the second tower after 8 minutes. It's kind of long here for Thunder Talk. But Wake Up is actually doing a really good job this time around. SMY damaging nothing because there's a shield on the Nexus.
Yeah. This could be a bit of time for just some slight analysis. And that would be... Thunder Talk has been having a hard time to destroy these structures later in the game just because of the AD carry. Just because of the Zai can deal so much damage, but if XBY and Z can get on top of her, that is rendered moot. And now, Wake Up might be getting good day.
I want to see that. Okay, there's nothing.
Oh, Z going back in!
On the AP. There's more damage on Z. To be honest, I kind of changed my mind on the AP Twitch. We don't see any damage actually coming from August at all. Might have been better for going if he went towards the standard ADC build. Now Shin wants a piece of the pie, but says no here by Sunny. This cow is just so tanky, especially with so much money on the map of Aram. You get more gold here per second as well as the kills and assists that has been coming through towards Thunder. And just so big with the gargoyles as well. Rocket gets the hook. Might need to get a different target instead. Shin unable to reach backline though and might just get killed here for Soil. Flashes out, unable to get to the healing pawn. And Sunny will just want a piece of the steak instead.
And that's a difficulty here for Thunder Talk. They don't have a marksman on their composition for this ARAM game. So prolonged fights, they have a hard time, especially if the Z and the Vladimir falls. And they're just so squishy against Sunny at this point. And August going in again.
August? No damage. I mean, this rat is basically just a ratatouille. At this point.
It's Remy.
Let him cook. Let it cook for a while. Let it sit. Let it broil. But look at Wake Up. Man, he's just crazy. Okay, you can't lifesteal to the turret, buddy.
Yeah, you can't. I think the mistake for August is maybe he should have gotten Lethal Tempo instead. Z going back in.
They want to commit. Ban as well gets chased out here. Z getting the damage. Sunny actually is doing a really good job with the kiting despite all the engage and the gap close here by everyone from Thunder Talk. But at the end of the day, still Thunder Talk that gets the massive win. Possibly can end this game since it's still a long death timer for the rest of Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah.
And August, well, he can't really do anything. It's just being ignored. Come on, give attention towards this rat.
I mean, the rat's not doing anything. It's not even hurting them. Let the rat go. But yeah, that was the ARAM win for Thunder Talk. We definitely had fun watching that ARAM game.
That was fun, to be honest.
Yeah, that's just unrelenting fights, and it's just Thunder Talk. I feel like the whole game they were just limit testing themselves.
Actually, everyone was limit testing themselves.
That's true.
And it's a great warm-up, to be honest. I love it. I'm gonna say I have said this so many times already, and I'm gonna keep saying it for the rest of season 2. I love this this 5-4-side mode better than the 1v1 because everyone gets to have fun in this mini game. And yeah, it is important, but it's also more important to set this as a true warm-up of everyone. You actually go up against your opponent in a game that it's not really gonna be impacting like the actual results of the game. It can impact like the side, but surely both of these teams are already used to both sides.
Yeah, and it also shows that ARAM is a fun mode.
True.
It's a very fun mode, especially if both of you play it in that way. And it's not entirely, it's not supposed to be entirely competitive, but we do see these teams. It has some stakes involved, but at the same time, you can have a lot of fun and warm up on ARAM. So yeah, I love seeing these as well. I also love having this format instead of the 1v1s. Since the 1v1s tend to take long as well, and while ARAM take a bit as long, but the action is there, and there's just so much that we get to see, especially some of the individual outplays. Shin earlier with the dodge on the axe, man, that guy's insane.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen so many great highlights already just on that game. So many great moments. Sadly for August, though, he didn't have any. I kind of feel bad for the rat. I kind of feel bad for August in that game. But it's okay. It's a nice try. It's still a great attempt, to be honest, and maybe we can see more of his great action, or maybe he's actually reserving his energy towards this actual game that is about to happen. We are receiving news already and which side Thunder actually picked up, and it's his red side that they have chosen.
Ooh, they are going for red side. They are going for the more counter pick sides. They also get to choose how many power picks they want to let through. And also a good opportunity for the team to be able to pick up a good 2 champion combo some of the picks that we have seen before, like Zyra Khan, Camille Galio, might be something that Thundertalk is looking into.
Yasuo gonna be banned away immediately though is a massive respect towards Thundertalk being able to fully utilize this. They even tried it out against Team Flash recently, last Wednesday. Zoe as well gonna be taken away here by Woohoo Gaming. Possibly is gonna be an inkling towards a Vladimir pick for Woohoo Gaming. But let's see what Thundertalk is gonna be reserving as a respect.
Yeah, we'll see what their final ban is, because they've already banned Hecarim and Evelyn, two of the primary bans that you look for on that side. They also banned Aatrox. So far, these two teams for Woohoo Gaming, they banned out mid laners. For Thundertalk, they banned out junglers.
That leaves out Camille and Galio open here for Thundertalk if ever they do want to go on that route. Though we have seen SMY try various champions already in the support role, has even picked up this set recently against Team Flash and fully utilized it as well. He is comfortable in using other champions as well in the support role, though he has spammed in the Ornn quite a lot. So Woohoo Gaming definitely is a good respect to take this champion away from him.
Yeah, I like the adaptation for Thundertalk here. They didn't need to pick the Galio immediately. They could have chosen a different champion because Woohoo Gaming already picked up the Ornn, and Ornn's most probably going to go towards that support position, so there's not going to be a contest from Woohoo Gaming, chances are, right? So that's why it is the Zeri picked up then. For them, they prioritize that champion more. We could probably see the Galio getting picked up right here by Thundertalk for their third pick.
I'm kind of nervous for this Renekton pick though, to be honest. We haven't really seen that much success with the Renekton against a Camille. Yes, it is a nice matchup against a Camille, especially because of the anti-shield. And more value now because there's a Shen. So if you properly time your Ruthless Predator, then you can deny massive amounts of shield. But still, we have seen some mistakes being made. It's actually quite tricky, to be honest, especially when you're layered up on OCC. You can be denied so much potential on the Renekton. And what I don't like about the Renekton pick, just to add it up, is the late game scaling definitely is more towards the Camille side.
Yeah, definitely. That is the biggest weakness of Renekton, but his biggest strength is his late game, his early game. He is such a bully in the Baron lane, especially if you give him the proper resources and attention from a jungler. So that's why I see all of these jungle bans right now from Thundertalk. They have a total of 5 jungle bans to take away any of the other options right now for August. There's still the Lee Sin though that I think August could pick up, that could very well be a good backup for the Renekton.
Yone as well can be picked up here if ever, and just add in more late game scaling. I love the Galio ban. You just have to take it away, man. It's too much. It's too much. They have the Camille, they have the Shen. What more if there's a Galio, and what more if they add in something like a Twisted Fate? I love the Shyvana though, being hovered right now by August. This is something that recently has been buffed up, right, Crazy Apple? And then we have seen lately showing promise, especially because of him, this champion, being able to tank so much damage, especially in the late game.
Yeah, able to tank so much damage, also able to deal damage as well. This is going to be more of a late game angle for them, the scaling champion for the side of Woohoo Gaming to at least match up against the Zeri. I am actually thinking about that Galio pick from Woohoo Gaming, right? The Galio ban, because the Shen was already picked up. That is already the global that you can pair up with the Camille. And having 2 globals would hinder the damage output from Thundertalk. This is a weird... I don't want to talk yet about that hover. That was a weird Ashe hover from the side of Thundertalk. But Tristana makes a lot more sense now. I was thinking about they lack a bit of damage on their composition, but now having 2 marksmen on their comp really adds to that. I also want to say I really love the Gragas pick from Thundertalk. It could potentially deny the second part of the Call of the Port God from the Ornn. This provides a lot of CC and disengage and peel for the 2 marksmen on the side of Thundertalk.
I love the damage capability here of Thundertalk, especially that they do have the Shen, the Camille, and the Gragas to serve as a frontline. But I love the utility present here for Woohoo Gaming. They have massive reach, especially because of the Call of the Forge God. They have so much frontline, possibly even better frontlines than Thundertalk, to back up the Karma and the Lucian. And since they have the Karma, they have so much ways to increase their mobility and add a little bit more shield. And since they also have the Renekton, they can deny the Shen.
Yeah.
So it's so creative right now that we're seeing from Woohoo Gaming. I love it.
Both you can really see the thought process right on the draft of both teams. But also focusing less right now on the team fights and focusing more on the laning phase. There is a definite mismatch in the Dragon lane between the two teams. There's two ranges on the side of Woohoo Gaming. They can bully out the Gragas as well as the Zeri being not the longest ranges of Dragon laner. So the Tristana not having the longest ranges at the start. So we might be seeing a lane swap maybe for the side of Thundertalk, but so far as these champions are going across the map, it doesn't seem to be so.
Oh. Yeah, August might actually get caught here, but there's not much damage actually present here. The Ignite did take him out, but not take him out just yet.
Yeah.
And I just want to add here on Woohoo Gaming, right? Because one of the concerns we actually had prior towards the last picks that they've had is that they're very reliant on their early game. They picked up the Karma and Delusion. That's more towards early game. Mid to late is definitely more on Thundertalk side.
Yeah, definitely. And sorry to correct myself, it is Delusion going to be in the mid lane, while it's going to be the Karma and the Ornn in the bot side. So this Gragas and Tristana is not as it's not going to be as tough of a matchup for them. Karma still is able to poke things out to the bot lane, able to deal a bit of that damage as well as a wave clear. But Tristana also has a lot of that AoE damage, so I see that it can still potentially stabilize this lane for Thundertalk.
Hopefully they do have the damage later on, because I think that's going to be one of the concerns that we're going to be having with the Karma and Delusion, especially if they're going up against such a high dive comp, right?
Yeah.
You have the Gragas to set things up, you have the Hex Ultimatum to deny recovery from Woohoo Gaming. Z going to be bullied out here though, in the mid lane, but able to at least answer back.
Yeah, that is something that Lucian should be doing. It is innate in his kit to be able to bully out champions, is very mobile, has good reach with the first ability. But right now, with the crashing of this wave with the top side, August is looking to challenge X-Buy.
Just interrupting the farming here of X-Buy. That's the luxury that you actually have when you're using a Shyvana. Yeah, this Shen has to auto-attack to secure kills, but this time, he actually turned here onto August, had to flash away. Rocky actually going a little bit deep there, has the shield to deny some of the auto-attack. Sandy as well just rejoining, but unable to get anything except for some pressure here against Thundertalk.
Yeah, Flash has been burned on X-Buy, so this decreases the chances of a gank coming from the Shen. But right now, since he has this luxury of just going into the lane, he's helping Shin right now shove up the wave. Also hits level 5, so they could get a timing here. SMY going in.
Great knock-up. Stand United has to be used. Wake Up as well, taking a little bit of damage, but Soul the Soil. And this time he turned on to Wake Up, but no one's there to actually help out X-Buy and taking too much damage from the wave. The shield! No! When Woohoo Gaming gets an outplay here, Sunny at least will get another punish. And that's just salt into wound here of Thundertalk. 2 kills for Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah, and going to this replay right here, we immediately see SMY going in. We did mention that the Shen hit level 5, so he popped ultimate immediately for this dive. But they didn't have enough damage to kill the Ornn, even though he was level 3. And there were so many low health members. And the clutch shield coming from the
Karma things, man. Karma things.
Oh. And 2 kills going in favor of Woohoo Gaming. This is the early game start that they want.
Panda's like, nope, you will not kill my support. The adds in the shield the moment the auto attack is about to connect, and then head scratches from there for Thundertalk. Now Shin is getting a little bit bullied, but is still fine. But I love the confidence right now building up on Rocky.
Yeah, and now with those couple of kills going in favor of Woohoo Gaming, they have opted for this lane swap. They have put Sunny into the bot lane while they have put the Karma in mid. This would allow Pan to help the other lanes as well, but August has to go topside.
Gank and gank and gank and bully Shen out. Unable to get the kill though. Just a denial of 2 waves. I think it's going to be fine, and a couple of plates is going to be secure. But here comes Soil and SMY to actually catch the wave. So pretty much unsuccessful here for Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah, but that denies so much experience right now for this Camille. The Camille is still level 5, only about to hit level 6, while that Renekton was halfway towards level 7. So you already see the advantage that Renekton is building towards that Camille. As we mentioned earlier, Renekton is a lot stronger in the early game compared to a lot of other top lane champions, and that's why you pick this champ up to stabilize or at least take control of one side of the map.
And they're taking a little bit of a control here for Woohoo Gaming. I love the aggression that we are seeing, but I think it's a little bit lacking still. They need more result. They need more kills. It's a great attempt that they're doing into the Baron lane, but with the adjustment that ThunderTalk is making right now, prior to the objective spawning up, this might signal that the RH is going to be the priority of ThunderTalk as well. Since we do see the Shen going in the bot lane, possibly a dive or the gank is going to be coming out here against Rocky. Not much damage coming in here from XBY just yet, but Shin does have hook shot. They might commit on the chase, but they do disengage.
Yeah, and you mentioned, right, that these two teams put their dual laners into the top side, might be prioritizing Herald, but actually both junglers were in the Dragon Pit. But now Herald is being started on the side for Woohoo Gaming, while Dragon's being started here by ThunderTalk. It seems like it's just going to be a handshake for both of these teams.
Yeah, I actually thought that the other members or the dual laners of ThunderTalk will contest the RH and then the Stand United will be used so that they can possibly get double objectives. That didn't happen. Woohoo Gaming able to trade out. That is nice. Maybe they can unlock mid lane after that and secure a couple of vision in the jungle parts here.
Yeah, we do see a different kind of pace from both of these teams. So what we've been seeing more often is that after objectives have been taken, both teams seem very passive. Other members are either going to objective or staying in their lane and only farming because they know that there could be a numbers advantage. But we didn't see that earlier on the top side. ThunderTalk went for a trade, but mid lane about to fall here in favor of Woohoo Gaming, summoning the Herald.
And that's a great start here for Woohoo Gaming. 2.5k gold lead already. Bottom lane, Shin is hunting. Dominus already buffed in here by Rocky. Doesn't have that much damage, but August is going to be joining. So this time, XBY might be waiting for the Stand United to actually cast it. Great bait coming in here from Woohoo Gaming. Actually commits a little bit off there since they won't be able to deal any damage to August, at least not now. So it's just a trade of summoners here and a couple of ults.
Yeah. But they now know that the Stand United is on cooldown. So it means for Woohoo Gaming, they can make plays across the map while that crucial ultimate is down.
SMY taking a bit of damage. Actually uses the cast to put Wake Up under tower's range. But he's taking a lot of damage right now. Call to Force gone. And the Mantra Q there by Pan securing the kill here right now for Woohoo Gaming once more. And ThunderTalk, since they don't have the Stand United, you're right, Crazy Apple. That was a great play by Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah, they immediately timed that out and they saw that the Gragas was out of position. They immediately went for a fight. They didn't really think about if it was a 50-50. They just went for it, and look at the replay right here. The Stand United was just burned. So immediately go for a trade. This is like a 50-50 for them because it's fine even if they don't get a kill. But ThunderTalk also entertained the idea of this fight, and just the tail end of that Manta Q, he was hit and he did fall down right there. Woohoo Gaming getting the better end of that trade.
Man, that was just so amazing coming in from Woohoo Gaming. Inner Flame kill. And the shield wasn't enough to actually allow that Tristan to be able to stay alive since they had no Stand United. It was a massive outplay that started from the bottom lane. Man, the information that they have been collecting on a constant scale here on Woohoo Gaming is just such a great adaptation and improvement here by this team right now. And Pan is going to be the one to actually lead the charts here in terms of gold lead. I think we're going to be going into a pause. A bit of a technical difficulty has been experienced by some of the players here. We will go into details later on to figure out what caused the problem, who is experiencing the technical issue, and how it is going to be resolved.
Yeah, but while we're still in the pause, let's kind of just set the scene right now on where these two teams are at this point in the game. So we're still at game 1 of this best of 3 series between ThunderTalk and Woohoo Gaming. So far, Woohoo Gaming does have a significant early game lead. I would say they have a very early game focused composition with that Renekton and the Lucian. So these two champions would be really able to take advantage of the early game strength that that they have at this point. So a lot of the onus is gonna be on Woohoo Gaming to still make plays across the map, while Thunder Talk needs to stop the bleeding, or at least slow down the bleeding that's happening to them right now, because they still have two scaling champions on their end. Tristana, we say that she is a scaling champion, although she is not as strong as some of the other AD carries that are scaling as well, but she does hit her stride in the mid game. If she does get those two items, she could very well dictate fights as well, explode members with her explosive shot. So those are like the angles that well, at least we're looking at right now between these two teams. If Tristana can get to that point to burst down the squishy members of Woohoo Gaming, that would be a good opportunity for Thunder Talk to open up these fights.
I mean, one of the ways that Woohoo Gaming can actually, secure this win against Thunder Talk, right, is them being able to establish good early game pressure already, and that's step one. Now they're doing it. Now it's a start. But it requires them to get a couple of gold lead. Not just 3,000, possibly 5 to 6 would be the right one, the optimum one, so that it can deny the power spikes of Thunder Talk later on the mid game. Because late game is definitely onto them. The Zeri of Z is gonna deal massive damage. Soil is gonna deal massive damage, as well as gain so much range. And the others would be very problematic as well. Top it all off, there is going to be the massive shield of the Stand United of X-Spy that can just help out with the macro, as the Camille of Shin is just going on the split push. So Woohoo Gaming, right now, they're doing really well. I believe this is going to be a great start for them to take control of this map, possibly even secure a win against Thunder Talk and give them their first loss of a game. But it also requires them to get the succeeding dragons, because so far, Thunder Talk is actually the one that secured the first one. If they deny the soul, or maybe take the 2 ones, and that's gonna help them out, or deny the scaling more of Thunder Talk.
Yeah, and that's definitely how a late game team should position themselves, right? Knowing that they needed to give away the Herald, needed to give away the mid lane turret, that gives a lot of macro advantage right now on the side of Woohoo Gaming. But if you can scale those dragons into your favor, you'll have a lot more stats as you get into later parts of this game. And now, the pause is finished. We're back into the game here, Giyang. 3-0 is the advantage to kills for Woohoo Gaming, and they still definitely have the lead here in the early game.
Divine Thunder picked up already by both of our junglers, Shyvana and the Shen. X-Spy and August. Let's see if the Shen of X-Spy can actually help out more, dish out damage, because a while ago in the bottom lane, we saw him struggle securing the kill on the wake up. That was a little bit sad, to be honest.
Yeah, it was, but actually bot lane, okay. Shin wasn't able to catch Rocky right there. If he was being caught out by the hook shot, might have been the taunt follow up by X-Spy, but it wasn't the case. But going back as well, I do want to also give you this this viewpoint of what fights we might be seeing later on, because this is gonna be very much a front to back team fighting that we're going to be seeing from both of these teams, especially for Thunder Talk. If they can get these front-to-back team fights, absorb the engage from Woohoo Gaming, that's going to give them a lot of advantage, because Zeri is the kind of marksman that really thrives in those kinds of team fights where the team engages on her, doesn't catch her completely, doesn't burst her down, and then she throws back the damage against you.
I think possibly even a Thornmail might be a great item here for Woohoo Gaming, because most of the members here of Thunder Talk actually do physical damage, right? So that alongside possibly more armor items can help deny the damage later on of Thunder Talk. Second dragon is going to be spawning up. We did discuss this, that Woohoo Gaming has to deny the scaling here of Thunder Talk, and this is the second step. But it's going to be very difficult because the cask provides just a massive pressure.
Yeah, definitely. And also Thunder Talk immediately positioned themselves into the bot side of the map so that they could destroy this turret. They could pressure the lone member of Woohoo Gaming, push him out of there so that they at least have one half of control over the river. But Woohoo Gaming is fancying this fight right here. They are aggroing the dragon, and this Ornn is in a good position to probably cause some mayhem when he casts Call of the Forge God.
Rocky getting zoned out a little bit there. Has taken too much damage. Call of the Forge God gonna be denied. The next single to beat him now onto the backline. San is gonna be in a lot of trouble. Tries to be resurfaced here with the rest of Woohoo Gaming. Rocky actually doing a really good job catching one member here of Thunder Talk, but is now being punished and might be taken away. SMY is chasing him down. Shen as well onto the back line. The steal coming in from Z. It's just gonna allow Soul Point right now by Thunder Talk, and SMY continues to be in the front line. Wake Up had to flash away. Thunder Talk getting everything that they needed.
Yeah, and Thunder Talk, it's like they were in the heads of Woohoo Gaming, and I can't believe I'm gonna say this again. I said this last week. Again, it's information. Look at the replay right there. Wake Up started off with that ultimate, and it's just Gragas knowing where this guy is, and he locked him down, not letting this Ord deal the CC for August and Rocky to have a good engage to Z and Soy, and they were just able to melt the two bruisers, and even the steal right here on the Dragon.
Cherry on
what a well-timed
Chef's kiss.
cherry on top. Exactly, and Thunder Talk getting 2 kills along with the Dragon. Sorry, just 1 kill along with the Dragon. It's just everything they wanted from that fight.
Yeah, and to think that Rocky did so well to access the backline to maybe prevent them from taking the Dragon. But I kind of got weirded out that August actually committed on it too hard as well, and that kind of forced them to be not in the best position to secure the Dragon. And now everything is just going into places here of Thunder Talk. Yes, there is a 2,400 gold lead, but the 2 Dragon stacks kind of denies the ability for Woohoo Gaming to fully capitalize that.
Yeah, and you can't really fault the engage right there from August. Yes, it was unfortunate that when he went in, he couldn't reach the 2 marksmen from the side of Thunder Talk, but he had full confidence in Wake Up that he was able to throw the Call of the Forge, but SMY was just in the perfect position.
Yeah, perfect position. Right now, Wake Up's not going to be in the perfect position this time around. Thunder Talk is going to maybe secure the skill. Dragons is going to be the form here of August, and Z is going to get taken down right now. A trade of kills. Rocky as well taking too much damage. SMY is going to be slowing him down as Soul takes the kill onto him. Pan just jumping along. Shin able to at least dissuade him. But Thunder Talk still very, very strong right now. Able to pressure out Woohoo Gaming. And now, the Baron is going to be started.
Yeah, Baron angle right here from Thunder Talk. I'm not sure if they know, but I know. But I won't rat out Sunny. He did something funny in the edge of the screen earlier. But Thunder Talk, see if they saw that, they know that this guy doesn't have ultimate, won't be able to challenge that Baron. So Baron secure, pretty fast take right there because there are 2 marksmen for the side of Thunder Talk.
Now Thunder Talk remains to be so clean. And yeah, SMY has been a big factor for the plays, especially the result of the team fight. This time he actually set up again against Wake Up. And now, Woohoo Gaming is definitely on the back foot right now as they desperately want to defend all of their turrets, but it's going to be very difficult this time. And Wake Up flashes in to get the Call of the Forge. Soil is going to be in a lot of trouble, but still able to jump away. Soil getting gunned down by Sandy as that XY is going to be the next target. Thunder Talk running for the high heels. They want to escape. They want to deny every engage here of Woohoo Gaming, but still the damage is going to be Chris coming in from Z. Now they go onto the strike. Shen as well taking at least some of the damage here coming in from Woohoo Gaming. Sandy is looking to back away, unable to gun the other members down. The hook shot into the flash of Sandy as he looks to flash away, but unable to escape this time around. Thunder Talk strikes back.
Yeah, and Thunder Talk with the very strong counter punch. They did. Wake Up was able to catch Soil right there with a very good engage on the Ord, but Thunder Talk is looking to end the game right here.
Man, after so many great things happening, Thunder Talk, I actually thought that they're gonna be outplayed here by Woohoo Gaming, but then the capitalization here of Z, and then suddenly they win the game at 14 minutes.
That was such a fast reversal there, Giyang. We were talking about how Thunder Talk, they have a late game composition, they need to get maybe 3 dragons, they need to wait for the Zeri to start the scale, and they said no. They didn't need any of that. They just needed the mid game. They just needed to get a couple of good fights in the Dragon, able to get that Baron, and 1 counter punch, and it's over. The game 1 goes in favor for them.
That is okay. I'm gonna state my. We're gonna be having an age reveal here when I say the statement. This is like Marquez getting that massive punch onto Pacquiao that suddenly knocked him down and gave him such
revealing our
a big time for Pacquiao to just adjust his movements afterwards. That is a traumatic event for Woohoo Gaming. To think that they already got the kill onto Soil with X by already investing his Stand United and they were chasing them down. But suddenly, Z just became the hero moment or hero playmaker in that, getting the damage done, and also the rest of the squad just backing him up. I love the hook shot coming in from Shin. I love the attempt of SMY just body blocking everyone and just landing the CC so that they can't reach Z. And everyone from Woohoo Gaming went it too deep and they couldn't escape afterwards.
Yeah, it was also very clutch Stan United, as you mentioned, right? Soil was so low before that Stan United was cast on him, but when it was put on top of him, he was able to buy so much time for the rest of Thunder Talk to back every member up, and the goal difference over time. Sorry, the goal difference over time just set the whole story here, Gia.
Yeah, 14 minutes and 31 seconds. We weren't able to see the Dragon Soul or the third dragon. And look at the goal difference over time. Man, that is just work of art coming in from Thunder Talk. To come back, hard swing, and a massive victory after just 1-2 team fight is the very definition, the very reason why Thunder Talk is just unstoppable. And to think that they haven't even gone through a game beyond 20 minutes. Okay, there is one against FPX. Okay. But that's just 20 minutes and 19 seconds. Everything is below 20 minutes.
Yeah, you just see the knowledge and the instinct that these players have to be able to immediately grasp the situations, especially in that dragon fight, right? How SMY just positioned himself to be able to make sure to stop the Ornn from casting Call of the Forge God. He not only used Body Slam, he also used Cast. He timed those two abilities perfectly so that the Ornn wouldn't have any time to get the second proc, and he did it again in another fight. It's just these two, all of these players are so good.
So good, man. It's just a sight to see. The performance here of Z and Thunder Talk. And I can't wait to see game number 2 because, of course, we have to commend Woohoo Gaming as well. They really did a really good job, especially in the early game. And I think they will be learning such a big lesson after that mishap and will be looking to polish that for game number 2. So, we're just going to be taking a short break here in preparation for game number 2. And Crazy and Apple Eye, we'll see you in just a bit. Week 3 definitely was a crazy week as we've seen so many great moments from the teams and the players. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlight of week number 3. Starting with number 5. CF17 continues to prove to be a great jungler for J-Team after replacing 0711 in Season 2. In their match against INV Esports and after securing the Baron, he landed a 4-man Dragon's Rage knock-up that set the team fire up for J-Team to get the ace and immediately end the game in 13 minutes.
Back. Unleash has no chance to get closer. Might be able to flash in. That explosive jab from DY was perfect to stop her pushing in. Oh, the kick! On tree! What was that, J-Team? It's just gonna end the lives of Invade here. This game is done. There's gonna be a Baron, a 10k gold lead with 12, and that's an ace too. J-Team is going to finish this game.
Number 4. We're back-to-back in Jungler's MVP highlight because this time we have to highlight Inya from Oh My God during their battle against Nova Esports. 10 minutes into the game and the second dragon fight, he had the perfect catch on Long's intention and position after reading his past movement and plays. That allowed OMG to chase and punish him down, taking the second dragon stack and winning the fight 3-1.
Oh no, you is in danger, goes in onto the Dragon's Pit. You also have Long, goes in for the glass to rest onto the Dragon's Pit as well. Making it secures the damage, and now it's OMG who takes the Infernal Drake off the road. And now Nova is on the meat grinder. OMG just shreds them apart. And now it's Inya in the front lines. World Enter to the face of Remake with a Flasher's Blood.
Number 3. Yasuo has been trending more lately after some successes of teams and players with a sustained build. BMM joins as he made a massive outplay against G2 Blacklist when they were match point against them.
7 minutes into the game, G2 Blacklist tried to gank BMM in the top lane with 3 members that were diving, but they were all unsuccessful as BMM stalled out hard, buying enough time for his teammates to respond, even getting kill to Aaron and getting them a 2-0.
The snowball and stop with the utmost aggressive they're dealing right now. They will try to be aggressive here onto BMM. Great knock up, great CC chain. The damage should be there, but it's taking too much time. The last minute's gonna be there. The counter engage and BMM lives.
Number 2. It's extremely hard to play as an ADC when you're going up against so many engaged champions, but that didn't seem to be the case for FPX's Dragon Laner Kong, with his impeccable performance against KBG. 11 minutes into Game 3, FPX was positioning for a tower dive in the top lane when KG, Datan, and Anran attempted to burst him down. He managed to deny the engage, be backed up by FPX, and go wild against KBG Gaming, securing a quadra kill in the process. This not only allowed them to win the fight, but also gained enough momentum to end the series, winning against KBG Gaming and giving them their second reverse sweep loss.
The V1, Sky in a very low state of HP. KG, Hextech Automator onto single 7 as the jungler is now the 1 HP! Was able to bring it down as Andrew and 9 would secure the finishing blow, but in trade FPX, Kong was able to bring down one more shot to the face, and Datan was not able to get that kill. The Quadra is secured by FPX, and this is their moment to shine.
FPX is slaughtering KBG right now. Yuya's gonna be next. Give the penta.
2-game taunt on FPX, and it's Don 128 who will able to take that kill. The ace is secured.
And number 1. It was such a tough battle between JDG and Weibo Gaming as both teams really adapted against each other every succeeding game, and everything was on the line in game number 3 on the Everdragon fight.
Man, Crazy Apple, I'm still not over that game number 1. That was crazy. That was crazy. And props to Thunder Talk. I mean, this team is just so good. But props to Woohoo Gaming as well. I think that early game was really, really amazing coming in from them. I think they've already established so many tools and steps that they can take so that they can defeat Thunder Talk, until Thunder Talk just had the perfect counter punch against them. Now is a new start. Game number 2 in which Thunder Talk is match point, but Woohoo Gaming still can take this game number 3.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Woohoo Gaming can still inflict the first game loss for Thunder Talk in this season. And yeah, just going back to game 1 as well, Woohoo Gaming was able to capitalize on some mistakes that Thunder Talk did, and that was more specifically the dive in the bot side. You remember that the early game dive on the ward and just the timely clutch shield. But fast forward 13 minutes and in the 13-minute mark, Thunder Talk did the same thing with a different kind of shield, and that was the Shen. Soil was so low, he essentially baited the whole team when Stan United was cast upon him, and it feels like, you know, Thunder Talk just giving Woohoo Gaming a taste of their own medicine.
Is this gonna be the same lineup once again here by both of these teams? We've seen this path. We've seen this first pick, and they're just rushing it as well. Okay, it's gonna be a different one.
Almost. They got us in the first half.
They got us in the first half. All right, just like Thunder Talk, they got Woohoo. Hey, Woohoo Gaming had Thunder Talk in the first half. Shendo gets picked up one more time, and this time there's no denial of the shield unless they pick up the Renekton still for Baron Lane, have the Jax in the mid lane, though that's pretty much uncommon nowadays, especially with, you know, a priority on ADCs and with the other meta happening into the mid lane right now, which is the Vladimir and the Zoe. Vladimir still open, finally Woohoo Gaming denies it.
It's away both the Vladimir and the Gwen, taking out some potential damage leaders as well for the side of Thunder Talk. Riven getting immediately picked here for the side of Woohoo Gaming. It seems like they're really gonna go in a different direction. Yes, it's still the Ornn and the Lucian, but all the other instruments right now, all the other variables and their composition are quite different. There's a lot more ways to keep on engaging, a lot more strength in terms of skirmishes as what they're clearly looking at for this composition.
I have just one question for Woohoo Gaming and Thunder Talk. Do they have some plans to do something later? Because they're sprinting the draft right now.
Yeah.
It's so fast. And it's the same draft once again here for Thunder Talk. They're basically saying, try us once again. Okay, change your draft. It's still going to be the same result.
if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? For Thunder Talk, it's like,
Yeah.
hey, we were behind 10, 12 minutes of the game, but we still won. We're just gonna do a run back.
Run back. Let's try it one more time. Okay, let's go round 2.
Yeah, and not a lot to say about the Thunder Talk comp because it's the same comp again. Has a very good front to back. Has elements of the front, middle, back of a team fight, wherein it's gonna be the tanks in the front. The middle would be policed by Zeri, dealing a lot of the damage when the engage comes towards her, and then Tristana dealing a lot of the backline, the farthest backline damage. Whoever gets near to the Zeri, they could immediately just burst down. While for the side of Woohoo, it's kind of the same comp from last time. They have a lot of these like engaged champions getting on top of you, like the Riven, like the Jax, which you can also say about the Renekton earlier on. But it is kind of a different flavor. There's a lot more AoE damage for the side of Woohoo Gaming, which may cause some uncomfortable situations from Thunder Talk.
Actually, I like this better coming in from Woohoo Gaming. We see the Jax as a possible counterplay or a counter towards the double ADC, especially in the late game. He's not gonna get caught here. But the ward got caught, so that's, at least a thank you coming in from Woohoo Gaming. But also to add in towards composition, right? Riven and Ziggs is just such a great combination that we have seen so many times back in Season 1. And since Riven is about to be buffed up as well in the next patch 4.4b, this is just a trailer on what the potential can actually be on this Riven.
Yeah, definitely. And while you will talk more about the game, also Zeri earlier on TPZ on that Zeri made huge damage, 32% in the last game. Definitely was the main driver of that. And whoa, what do we have here? August actually stealing away the red buff. Seems like Woohoo Gaming would prefer going for a more vertical jungle position here against Thunder Talk.
XBuy only took one camp from August, so this is actually a great trade coming in from Woohoo Gaming again. Might be a great start for August as well, because he's gonna deny level 5 on XBuy and will reach level 5 faster as well, since it's only one camp that XBuy actually secured in his red side jungle. And what that can impact is how Pan and August are gonna be going with their combination, possibly in mid lane, possibly in bot lane.
Yeah. Some question as well would be, why didn't they match it? Why didn't Soil and SM Wild help out the Shen to get red buff, or even at least the Gragas? And that would Soil would have been too far behind in this bot lane if that would happen. So they are willingly right now trading away these buffs to allow Soil and Z to have a better to allow them to scale better into the game.
Is August gonna be interfering with the top Scuttle Crab as well against XBuy? That would be just crazy, because he's pathing there right now. And that's gonna deny again so much XP from the Shen. Level 5 denied.
Yeah. And that is crucial, right? To take it away from the Shen, because we've been talking about the Stan United, how crucial it was. It was so crucial in that last fight earlier. And if you take it away, it's gonna mess up with the possible gank timings for the Shen, possible dive timing as well. And I feel like Thunder Talk is trying to make up for it in other factors, like giving Z and Soil more space to be able to get to that position, to be able to get their first item, and just letting the Shen get as much resources as possible, but on a later part of the game.
I think this is going to be a great start already here for Woohoo Gaming. It's just the micro steps that they are making to make sure that they establish great control, not only from the laning phase, but also from the jungle side. Right now, we're seeing safe position in the bot lane, safe position in the top lane as well. This Jax can carry out the game, at least in the split push factor, later better than Shin is on the Camille. So I think that's going to be one of the factors that Thunder Talk needs to be considering later on. Maybe they need to find ways to bully out Rank to prevent him from having that split push action. Woohoo Gaming can answer so well since they do have the Ziggs.
Yeah. We are also waiting for the Ziggs to be transferred into the mid lane. We have been seeing this often, putting the Ziggs in the mid lane to make more, to take advantage more of the global ultimate. Also, there is a lot of I would say, priority, and getting the Herald and taking this first turret down and having the Ziggs in the mid lane would really give Woohoo Gaming that priority.
That's the only problem when you're using Illusion, right? Your first skill is kind of dodgeable. If you don't angle it correctly, then you can be outplayed with it, and more so likely be killed just because not hitting it. Now SMY is actually tanking a lot. Has to be used, but unable to set things up here for ThunderTalk. I think it's just a denial of control on the blue side jungle here of XY, and they're gonna be successful with it.
Yeah, well, Cass is down right now, so they know there is no disengage tool, there's no big engage tool from this Gragas, which won't really be anything at this point, I think, because there's not a clear objective on the map right now, which also is... Sorry, I'm just looking at the rotations as well. We have been seeing a lot of teams going for this rotation to the top side, even if it's just the supports, but we haven't seen that. So both of these teams right now are probably looking at Dragon as their main priority in this first set of objectives.
And again, same objective here for Woohoo Gaming, or same goal. I think is going to be so important to secure the Dragon, but also secure the RH, because they have the Ziggs. They can easily unlock mid lane. If August can do something in preventing XY from getting in an objective, since it's a Shen, it's a slow take on Dragons, they can find a way to maybe bully out and take 2 objectives right now. It's the reason coming from the Shen, a little bit odd, to be honest, coming from XY. Too late, to be exact, as he is a little bit delayed as well on his farming. So now they go on to SMY, then a possible standing knight gonna be used now as a possible combination, but miss the car control chain, as now ThunderTalk gonna be engaged as well, as Annie has a good backing action possibly to take down this XY, or August rather, and now the drag, or at least the RH is gonna be taken here by the Riven of August. Woohoo Gaming can just disengage, but let's see what ThunderTalk can actually do. Counter-strike now, and Rocky as Wake Up flashes out. Shin might be in a lot of trouble. ThunderTalk disengages, and Woohoo Gaming gets the win.
And what this, the discipline right now from both of these teams, you could see right there how good the disengage as well from Woohoo Gaming. We're going to this replay right here. It feels like ThunderTalk really tried to force the issue right here. Unfortunately in that cast, I think the Gragas was predicting the flash from Pan. But it didn't pan out for him, and as well this Herald almost reset it, but August was the one who was able to pick it up. And at this point in time, ThunderTalk are trying to fight their way out of this pit, while Woohoo Gaming is not giving them any kills. Even Wake Up getting away from a sliver of health. And I think Woohoo Gaming very well knows if they give a kill, a couple of gold from ThunderTalk, that is a trade that would take any day just because of the strength of this late game composition. But by not giving that gold, not giving any of that tempo, Woohoo Gaming is just able to get all of these objectives. First lane turret, even the Infernal Drake go into the hands of Woohoo Gaming.
That's just such a clean start here for Woohoo Gaming. And I love what you mentioned earlier, right? What actually caused us to be successful for Woohoo Gaming. The cast from SMY not able to hit Pan, and that paved the way for them to actually be able to disengage successfully in that RH fight. So that recall play and stand united play by XY had a full denial on its potential. Now they turn on to top side to take down Rocky. They do have the damage, and that Hextech ultimatum is just so useful.
Yeah, good pick right there. From ThunderTalk, they needed that. They really need these small wins at this point, because the Dragon scaling is obviously not in their favor at the moment. Herald has been taken, mid lane turret has been taken as well, so they don't have any control when it comes to the entrances to the jungle in that part of the map. But bot lane though, Z very low.
Yeah, still able to at least apply some pressure. Sani though is going to be gunning them down. SMY doesn't have mana anymore. The dash in coming from Sani, unable to get the last auto attack to finish up the kill. But Wake Up getting a good engage on the soil, good usage of that jump, be able to safely back away. But its tower will not survive.
Yeah, they can't defend the turret. It's the Ziggs. The Ziggs does have the execute on turret. Shin trying to at least trade it out, but Rocky here.
8 HP, man.
August.
That's just so close right now, and August just gonna be joining in. Extra limit to maybe be able to escape Honeyfruit as well, helping out. He survives. What
happened?
Just survives there. And then XY goes onto the tower to just finish up the kill. Megan for the bot gonna be used. But again, it's just a happy event for ThunderTalk.
Yeah, Shin was able to essentially snake his way out of that gank. Able to use the Hextech Ultimatum to dodge the initial damage coming from the Riven, and then when the Riven tried to stun him, he flashed away, got the Honey Fruit, and got enough HP back to be able to live through that gank. Amazing play right there from Jin. At this point in time, Thundertalk cannot just give away any objective, any kills willy-nilly towards Woohoo Gaming. They need to slow down the bleeding as much as they can so they can get back to the position that they were in game 1, to be able to turn the game back when both the Zeri and the Tristana get their items.
And again, if you were to look back at the game number 1 as well, in terms of time, that is 13 minutes, 14 minutes, the power spike of Thundertalk, in which they can potentially end a game. So now that has to be the watch here of Woohoo Gaming. They need to find ways to increase their gold lead threefolds possibly, to make sure that the power spike of Thundertalk won't be able to affect their performance.
Yeah, that is definitely something they're looking at. Also, this is a more early game, mid-game team comp for Woohoo Gaming, right? As you mentioned earlier, this is no longer the Shyvana. This is Riven. Riven deals more damage in the early to mid-game, has that burst, has more mobility than Shyvana because it's not tied down to that ultimate. So she can get towards the backline of Thundertalk more reliably than the champion that he has earlier. But Thundertalk very aggressive here.
Wow, the SMY even flashes in, but August able to dodge away. That's good. Just a blue buff taken here by Thundertalk, but not really too much needed. They go in, Call of Forge God missing the target. That at least is gonna be a cooldown here for Thundertalk.
Yeah, Woohoo Gaming started off the Call of Forge God. You might think that it's a bit questionable, right? Because you're trying to go against a Rocket Jump and a Zeri that's also pretty mobile. But they tried to go for that, but actually Shin getting caught out here.
Yeah, Wake Up is all here. X-By gonna be joining in a short while, but Rocket actually is struggling to get the damage done here onto Shin, especially because of the Bramble Vest that has been picked up earlier. And now, again for the buff dodge away, August gonna be joining as well, goes with ulti as well as the CC chamber gets denied the damage and gets taken down. Thundertalk looking to get the picks right now. Soil flashes in, gets the burst down and jump reset as well, as the Wake Up is gonna be the next target. Z as well just wanting to join the party right now, as SMY as well is gonna get the cast done. Oh my god, that is just picture perfect. Thundertalk again.
How does Thundertalk keep doing this? Early game was in the hands of Woohoo Gaming. They went for a pick in the top side. Going into this replay right here, this was an overchase from August. August tried to predict both X-By and Shin, but in the end, he was caught out by both of these members and eventually gave the kill. And while this fight was ongoing, all of the members of Thundertalk from across the map were running towards the top side of the map, picking off members of Woohoo Gaming, exploiting this mistake, this opening that was given to them by Woohoo Gaming. And now, it feels like game 1 all over again. Thundertalk right now have the advantage against Woohoo Gaming.
Are we seeing a replay of game number? We're seeing different champions, but this exactly happened in game number 1 in the same time as well. The start of the descent of the gold lead of Woohoo Gaming.
Look at the goal difference. It's the same thing.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
It's deja vu.
It's deja vu. What?
It's. I mean, Thundertalk saying right now, I don't know what you mean. We have the same champions. It's the same composition for them. Shin going in with the Stand United.
And now it's gonna be a caught up Ornn right now. Wake up from his dream. And it's a nightmare for Woohoo Gaming. You really want to wake up from that.
And Thundertalk is just so good at capitalizing on your mistakes, but X-By might be getting out there.
Is able to escape. Rocket this time around is gonna be asking for help as they take on SMY and take him down. Z as well is still able to at least escape, but that might signal at least some camps here to be secured by Woohoo Gaming, possibly an objective as well to be set up. But again, it's still not time for it.
Yeah, good response as well from Woohoo Gaming. If earlier on we kept talking about how Thundertalk could stop the bleeding, they actually stopped it and made Woohoo Gaming bleed instead. And now Woohoo Gaming is slowing down slowing it down for them at this point. yes, late game is gonna be in favor of Thunder Talk. A lot of the damage will be in favor of Thunder Talk as well, but it's definitely not over for Woohoo Gaming. They can still position themselves well in these fights. They can still, if they can catch out the members of Thunder Talk in these tight spaces, can make full advantage of the AoE damage coming from the Ribbon, coming from the Ziggs. So Woohoo Gaming, that is their win condition right now. They need to be more disciplined at this point.
And final catch the members off guard here of Thunder Talk, possibly the back line because they're focusing on the front line. Still able to kill at least SMY. Now 14 minutes. Again, we have seen this time frame before in which Thunder Talk, they lost a member but still was able to fight back and get the A. And Woohoo Gaming, they've seen this site before. It's like, okay, something feels wrong. They back away from the Baron.
Yeah, they didn't want to take the 50-50. I'm not sure if they spotted the Shen using the Stand United on Z to be able to get into that pit as early as he could. But I do like the discipline and the respect that Woohoo Gaming is showing right here, because they've already seen in Game 1 and even just earlier in this game, you give Thunder Talk an inch and they take a mile against you. And
they take a light here.
They take a light here, yeah. I agree with that assessment of Thunder Talk. And Thunder Talk right now is still in such a strong state.
Absolutely. And still, we cannot deny the fact that Thunder Talk has a massively scaling composition. And we haven't seen Woohoo Gaming get to the backline just yet. It's always about the front line. And that really just shows how great the defense is of Thunder Talk. It's like battle against Mayweather at this point. He's just too damn good on the defense.
Yeah, that's true, and that is the front-to-back composition that Thunder Talk has crafted for themselves. A really solid front line with a really good mid line for them to defend, to deal damage and absorb the fight, and a really good backline damage dealer as well that would support all of the members that they have tanking the damage for. But Shin might be getting caught out here.
Yeah, there's 3 people chasing him down. Denied on the exit. Actually, is still able to flash away. Stand United though has been used already. The cast gonna be used though to maybe take on Wake Up. Megan for the mob deals a little bit damage here onto Sea and Soil. Great knockup as well coming in from Wake Up. Comes the Forge God. Will it hit on multiple members? Hits 3 members of Thunder Talk, but still is able to back away. Number 1, Camille gets committed here by the Lucian, and now they turn. Soil is in, going for the reset, and now piles on the member of Woohoo Gaming. Now it's only the Jacks remaining alive. Can they end? I think the death timers are starting to get too long.
Yeah, I think they can. I think they have that opening. There's still 4 members of Thunder Talk here. Only Rocky for the defense, Giang.
Rocky, you have to find ways to clear out the way, but it's being denied to do so. Counter Strike gonna be used, but it's gonna denied to be alive, and Thunder Talk's just gonna be waiting for the next wave.
Yeah, I think they can end this in the next wave.
It has been a bit of a longer game, to be honest, but Thunder Talk remains to be unstoppable. Another 2-0 by Thunder Talk. 6 games consecutively. 2-0s.
Yeah, and it feels like this Game 1 and Game 2, they just, they run it back with the same composition. But in Game 2, there was a moment I felt like they were in more dire straits than in Game 1. Specifically because this Riven and Ziggs could have just kept dealing so much damage in an AoE that would have essentially taken out the Zeri out of the fight. Potentially taken the Zeri out of the fight, and every time they team fight. And that didn't get to that point because of the overchase in the top lane. Thunder Talk was able to punish that mistake and yet essentially delete the lead that Woohoo Gaming had.
Oh man, Thunder Talk is unstoppable, man. It's unstoppable. It's basically boxing against Mayweather or MMA against Khabib. You're bound to lose. You're bound to lose at some point. You're just having a question of when. And Thunder Talk decided to win at 16 minutes and a little over that as well. And man, Z and Soil are just unreachable. And they do go into the front line as well in the very end. That's how confident Thunder Talk is. And they're just unbreakable at this point. And we will look forward to the day that they will feel challenged, because so far they're unchallenged, they're uncontested, and they're unstoppable.
Definitely. I'm with you there to see a team that could challenge them But at the same time, I also want to keep seeing this team dominate in such a way, because right now Thunder Talk is one of the teams that we see here that are bringing, I would say, peak Wild Rift in this league. They have shown us outplays, they have shown us macro decisions, they have shown us individual plays that are just out of this world, and they're just really wilding here in the Rift. And I love seeing how they play, because it's not just this cold calculated slow methodical wins. They take challenges, they 50-50 things, and they deliver.
They deliver. That is the most important thing. And they're untouchable as well in the backline. Z didn't even suffer any deaths at all in this game, despite the huge amount of engaged potential of Boohoo Gaming. The most that they have actually taken down is just SMY. Just SMY! And he's more than happy to die for the team, because the rest can just follow up, and they still have two front lines, Shin and XY.
Yeah.
Both
SMY has just
no deaths.
Yeah. The SMY has just been, starting off a lot of these fights. He goes in with the body slam, procs the glacial augment, and throws the cast, and Soil with the MVP. Very much deserved for this guy.
Yeah, both. Just give the MVPs to both of the ADCs. And they're just so good. They're just so good. Oh, Soil having even the utmost confidence to jump around in front of Boohoo Gaming and land the damage right into their carries is just so amazing to see. And we're about to see one more amazing series as well. That's gonna be up of Keepest Gaming and Edward Gaming. Crazy Nap and I will just go in a short break, but we'll see you again later.
It's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
菜呢？
欢迎来到赛后采访，我是麦麦。首先，让我们恭喜 Thundertalk Gaming 今天2-0拿下了比赛的胜利。我们也是邀请到了周周选手，那先请周周跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 T 的中单选手 J。
OK， 第一个问题想问到的就是，我看到你们今天2把其实阵容都是一样的，特别好奇为什么2把都选择了双射手体系呢？
因为这个版本双射手强。
因为觉得双射手体系很强，对不对？Okay, so the first question is, in this patch, mages improve a lot, so why you still choose 2 marksman system? And his answer is, I think in this patch, 2 marksman system is really powerful. 那么第二个问题想问到的就是，2把其实呜呼 Gaming 前期优势都蛮大的，尤其是第1把，他们前期优势那么大的情况下，你们是怎么做到14分钟终结比赛的？
比较冷静吧，然后吃了那么大的ES，我们没有太着急，他们反而比我们还要更急。
觉得他们做了一些小小的失误，然后你们很快的抓住了机会，对不对？
是的。
Okay, so the second question is, in Game 1 and Game 2, Who Gaming made some advantages in the beginning, but how do you stabilize your mentality and take over this game in 14 minutes? And his answer is, I think we are really calm and sober, and maybe they just too nervous and made many mistakes, and we carry them and win. 那么第三个问题想问到的就是，今天2把都是5班打野英雄，怎么是对 August 表示尊敬，还是怎么回事？
因为 August 的他确实是个很能 C 的打野，然后这个版本红色方基本上都是3班打野的。
就是觉得红色方要承担更多的打野英雄的班位，对吗？
是的。
Okay, so why you guys spend 5 jungle champions in both 2 games in order to respect August? And his answer, I think August is really powerful, and I think if we are in the red side, we should take more responsibility to ban the jungle champions. 那么最后一个问题想问到的就是，你们是怎么保持这么好的手感的？秘诀传授一下呢？
每天都很放松，然后晚上出去吃点，然后基本上没有太紧绷的那种训练氛围吧。然后现在的话都过得很轻松。
团队内的氛围是不是也特别好？
是的，氛围挺重要的，对。
Okay, so the last question is how you just stabilize your status, and his answer is, I think our atmosphere in our team is really nice, and we are really confident, and we are really comfortable in our team. 那么今天的赛后采访就到这里结束了，感谢周周接受本次的采访。那让我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来。
英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛精彩瞬间。
本期第5名是来自 Nova Remake 的莫甘娜闪现追击大招留下敌军，5人集合把龙打，敌方还想。
小子，你得惊奇呀！
牛啊，这个球！
菜呢？
Week 3 definitely was a crazy week as we've seen so many great moments from the teams and the players. Hi, my name is Giyang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlight of week number 3. Starting with number 5. CF17 continues to prove to be a great jungler for J-Team after replacing 0711 in Season 2. In their match against INV Esports and after securing the Baron, he landed a 4-man Dragon's Rage knock-up that set the team fire up for J-Team to get the ace and immediately end the game in 13 minutes.
Back. Unleash has no chance to get closer. Might be able to flash in. That explosive jab from DY was perfect to stop pushing in. Oh, the kick! A tree! What was that, J-Team? It's just gonna end the lives of INV here. This game is done. That is gonna be a Baron, a 10k gold lead with 12, and that's an ace too. J-Team is gonna finish this game.
Number 4. We're back-to-back in Jungler's MVP highlight because this time we have to highlight Inya from Oh My God during their battle against Nova Esports. 10 minutes into the game and the second dragon fight, he had the perfect catch on Long's intention and position after reading his past movement and plays. That allowed OMG to chase and punish him down, taking the second dragon staff and winning the fight 3-1.
Oh no, you is in danger, goes in onto the Dragon's Pit. You also have Long, goes in for the glass caress onto the Dragon's Pit as well. Megan secures the damage, and now it's OMG who takes the Infernal Drake on her own. And now Nova is on the meat grinder. OMG just shreds them apart. And now it's Inya in the front lines. World Enter to the face of Remake with a flash as well.
Number 3. Yasuo has been trending more lately after some successes of teams and players with the sustained build. BMM joins as he made a massive outplay against G2 Blacklist when they were match point against them. 7 minutes into the game, G2 Blacklist tried to gank BMM in the top lane with 3. We're down to our last game for today, but possibly one of the most exciting as well because it's gonna be Keep Best Gaming going up against Edward Gaming. But still, we are going to be your shoutcasters for this last series. My name is Giyang, with me is Crazy Apple, and both of us are very excited for this last series.
Yeah, definitely. It's probably gonna be a close series. Could potentially be a close series between the two. Also, always love to see Keep Best Gaming as well. One of the teams we are looking at as could be one of the top contenders, but as you mentioned, they have been a bit shaky as of late. As it hasn't been as that performing as well as we hope for them. So right now, when we look at this team, we do want to see them improve game to game.
They received 2 reverse sweeps, one from Trace Esports and another from FPX. Their last game has been a win, but it's against INV Esports, right? So in terms of the standings and them being able to go up against the other strong teams, it's not yet a redemption story for Keep Best Gaming. This time, they have to prove it for the first time against Edward Gaming, which is so far on a win streak. Winning against Fennel and winning against JDG, which is also a really strong team that is very, very aggressive. And the way they defeated them is through aggression. So this time, KBG should be able to find ways to withstand this such aggressive composition and players from Edward Gaming.
Yeah, definitely something that we would want to see as we set the scene here for both of these teams. Head-to-head as well, mid lane, it's going to be between Unrun and Yo. KDA, a lot of the numbers actually is going to be in favor of KBG, but that is to be expected since they do have more series wins compared to EDG.
Especially because of the comeback potential of Edward Gaming. I think that is going to be a massive threat towards Keep Best Gaming. Normally, they do like to take control of the early game, but sometimes they have a tendency to let go of that lead and get a little bit too overconfident that they can just outplay anybody. But that can put them in such a big risk, especially with the high outplay ability of Edward Gaming. That's how they won against JDG. Just one combination of Xiao Chang and Langui can just turn the tides around. That happened in game number 2 between them and JDG, and that can happen against Best Gaming as well. We look at the second head-to-head matchup as well between the Ton and 0711. I think the Ton has a big responsibility this time around to be able to carry for the team, which is
something of a lacking personally for me. Normally we do see his biggest potential on champions like a Kazakh, but it's more towards objective taking, but also on champions that can enable the team. But it doesn't really stand out on using champions like Aatrox or Yone. I think that is when 0711 can actually stand out against him. We go to the stage for the host to introduce the teams. Let's
现
dive
场以
into
及
it.
屏前的召唤师，大家晚上好，欢迎来到英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场，我是麦麦。今天的最后一场对决由 KBG Gaming 对阵 Edward Gaming， 具有统治力的 KBG Gaming 遇上全新面貌的 Edward Gaming， 谁能豪取比赛的胜利？让我们拭目以待。接下来，让我们欢迎 KBG Gaming and Edward Gaming. The final matchup will be brought to us by KBG Gaming and Edward Gaming. A dominant KBG Gaming will versus a brand new Edward Gaming. Who can take victory? Let's see in the wild. Next, let's welcome KBG Gaming and Edward Gaming.
今天让你们想起来爱杯怎么输的。
今天没有垃圾话，主打就是实力。
Mike almost hit lag me there. And Andrew was like, oops, oh, sorry.
Yeah, he literally dropped the mic and it almost
Dropped
the other
him.
guy.
Best outplay ever.
I think it's the first time that I saw someone be very afraid of getting hit of the bike, but I still love every time I see it, I still love the setup. I still love how it just drops down.
Yeah.
Speak to it. It's like, oh man, the design is also very, very good.
Is that also a premonition that Andran 9 picks up a real life
KBG,
first strike?
Edward Gaming 小张。
Oh my god, yeah, he deals the first strike from the trash talk part. It does it. Oh, okay. That was a.
接下来
very
让我
long
们有请双方
Okay.
打野选手登
The
场。
Baron
一
lane
个
is
战
being
狗
very
KBG
honorable.
大唐 Edward Gaming
I think
0711。
there was a day that we even saw the Baron laners like hug each other out. It was really wholesome.
That's wholesome.
有请双方中路选手登场。In the
I
mid
think
lane
I remember
KBG
us
安然 9 Edward
keeping track
Gaming
of this
有
as well before. It's only the Baron laners so far who have shook their hands, and that was the same thing before. Our Baron laners are very
有
very
请双
honorable,
方射手
but so
登
far
场。In the
junglers and
duel
mids
lane KBG 小马 Edward Gaming alone。
Same SPC as in the mobile. The Baron laners do get the biggest, pressure of them all. That is
最后有请双
not
方辅
really
助登场。In the support KBG
advertised
UU Edward
as
Gaming 浪鬼。
actuality. So they know each other's pains, they understand each other, and they just respect each other now.
Yeah,
Because nobody respects
两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players are getting ready. Let's start.
I mean, we're
into the
enemies,
wild.
but we're also allies in this.
True. One thing you could also like frame it right for Baron laners. They're the only. They're not the only, but I think out of all of the other roles, they're the most exposed to each other. Mid laners have their junglers. Junglers always goes to different lanes. So bot lane always have to support and the dragon laner. But for Baron laners, it's always them on an island. So
yeah, that's how even the term coined out, right?
Yeah, right.
Baron laners on the island.
are on an island. So it's like this. It's like this medieval warrior always going for those 1v1 duels, and always you feel the other guys. It's like his life is on the line. So that is a very honorable thing to do. And I guess that's why we've been seeing these Baron laners, shake hands more often.
And that's why even in the Philippines, like there's a term like if your crush is a Baron laner, be a Baron laner and go up against him because you'll have an actual bebe time.
You'll be alone time. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh my god. If you're against one another, right, you don't go bot lane. You don't become an AD support.
It's the Baron lane. That's meta. No longer the Dragon lane support.
I'm learning, Ian. I'm learning. I'm learning for advice from other people who would ask advice on playing lane. What if your significant other does not play support, does not want to play for it? Then just go Baron lane against each other.
Yeah, queue up against them. Watch their stream and then queue up against them. Be a Baron lane and just be passive in the lane. That's gonna be your bebe time.
just shake hands and just get CS. It's Nasus versus Nasus. Go blind pick. This is Nasus versus Nasus.
Nasus versus Science.
Nasus versus Science. You're just gonna go farm. Oh my god, that takes me back.
Oh, that takes sense. Oh man, age reveal once more for us.
Anyway, after all of our, her shenanigans, talking about how honorable leaders are, these teams right now are preparing for our ARAM match. For our viewers who are not as familiar, this first game is going to be an ARAM between these two teams. The winning team will be deciding the sides for this best of 3 series. And now we're heading into the game. Oh my god!
Now Andrea just heads down to 5 members of EDG.
That was a wild horse.
Wild horse indeed.
Okay, action right off the bat. I love it.
And then goes back into it again and back into the base. Okay. Does it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm wrong twice.
Thank you for
Dice
finishing
in
that kill.
That's twice in like 20 seconds. That's the first, at least on Wilder. Andra 9 just really wants action.
One more? Andra 9?
One more. 0711 gets taken down finally here. Langui as well is gonna get taken out. EDG gets so many kills. 2 of those, that 4 kills that they've gotten, is from Anran. And the Dawn might actually be next, but able is to survive. Finally gets killed off here by Xiao Jiang, but KBG is answering back. Anran on Hecarim is just so new though. We've never seen him on Hecarim just yet.
Yeah, and I'm just in awe right now. I'm watching these two teams fight a never-ending battle. It's
ending. It's been a clash since minute 1.
Yeah,
they're not yet done.
There's nothing to talk about. It's just teams butting their heads against each other.
Yeah, we're gonna be waiting for the time that they stop, because we're gonna clip it. We're just gonna mark the time that they've ended, because they're not done just yet. It has been a minute and a half that they have been battling on and on and on. USL going in, not able to hit that knock up, so unfortunate for him. He's gonna get taken out here by Shama. Langui again set things up, and will get the counter play there against the Dr. Mundo. So 1 minute and 4. Never mind, it still goes in. It continues. The team fight never ends. That's the beauty of the fight for side.
This welcome right now to the Forever Clash ARAM podcast between me, Crazy Apple, and Giyang. This will never end until the game ends. So sit back, relax, and listen to us. Just not really talk about the fight that never ends.
Yeah, 2 minutes. Alright, finally it ends.
Okay, finally.
So it ends at, the limit is 2 minutes. The limit is 2 minutes, and then they reset once again. Just 5 seconds of a break for
they just need to take a breather. They just need to drink water, stay hydrated, everyone,
and then go in again.
And then go in again.
Stretch out their hands a bit, and whip it all off, and then go for another team fight. This time KBG is the one who gets the be on the receiving end of a beatdown, especially because of the power spikes of the composition here of EDG, and should be able to take this tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, 2 minutes 40 seconds. We do get the tower in favor of EDG. KG getting dove right here.
Absolutely. Can they secure the ace here against Edward Gaming? It's a question that we have in our mind right now. Especially you actually goes in with a flash into the last breath. Man, this guy is wild. And it goes in towards the wave on the other side. Your base is on the other side, buddy. Alright. He goes back there at the end.
Yeah, unfortunately, Yasuo's can only go one way and towards the enemy base. There's no other way. And
no other way.
Forward. Forward. And you have shown that, but actually, this is really just a never-ending fight. It's just gonna keep going on and on and on. The both of these teams' compositions are built for that. Just forever fighting. See Gragas, Renekton, Yasuo, Alistar, on the other end, Rakan, Hecarim. Giyang, when will these two teams just take a breather?
I think the only person that is not enjoying this so far is KG, because he has a late game scaling composition, possibly even Yu.
Yeah.
But this Corki can poke, so at least there's that. But KG has to auto attack and dodge everything. And look at the fun. Yeah, he's not allowed to have fun, at least just yet. And EDG is having loads of fun right now in taking down the members of Keepest Gaming. They will take Andran out as well, but the Ton goes in alone. And he might just get punished for it. Finally, Shama is going to be following up. Xiao Jiang is looking to get into that body stem, but still is on cooldown. So they cool down as well.
Oh,
never mind. They go in. Void Seeker did not connect. That is a near miss with plus 300 points. And EDG will again re-engage with Langui. Just die.
Okay. Is this it? Is this where things stop for a bit? Anran is still far away. Oh no, we don't get that. Yu gets chunked down, and they're still going.
There's a reason why both of these teams are one of the most aggressive teams in the world. EDG here in Wild Rift Asia wins through aggression.
Yeah.
KBG as well wins through aggression and some outplays and scaling sometimes, but yeah, we're never gonna stop. We're never gonna have a break. This time, the last breath is gonna be casted out once again. Anran looks to follow up the backline access, but is unable to do it. Gets Ruthless Predator in by this Renekton of 0711 again. A killer instinct even by alone, just jumping onto Anran 9. Onslaught of Shadows is not gonna be helping out this Hecarim. And Shama getting kited out and got taken down as well. Quickness a little bit too late here by the Daton, but at least is able to set things up with the crowd control. As KG and Yu is not actually dealing that much damage just yet. Finally, they do kill the Yago.
Finally, it's over, Kia. 5
minutes and 40.
5 minutes and 40. Exact. Go back, go to your tower. You don't have to contest this. You don't have to fight.
Xiao Jiang, just let us breathe.
Xiao
Jiang. Okay, good boy.
Good. Thank you. I know you're AP. I know you see that you can burst these people down, but please just let us breathe for a moment as we reassess.
5 minutes and 40 seconds of a team fight. We see that in some other game.
Yeah.
Not here.
Not here.
Normally it's just 30 seconds. Possibly the max is 1 minute and 30. But 5 minutes and 40 is just too much, man. Let the casters breathe.
Let us breathe. Let us gather our thoughts while it's a never-ending fight. And yeah, as you mentioned, these two teams just have
nothing to analyze.
Yeah, they just have comps built for this. That's it.
Yeah, they're built for team fight. They're built to engage, and they will engage. And EDG, they're just loving every single engage that is happening right now because they have massive sustain as well. Nice knock up though, coming in from the Daton, and the follow-up comes through here from you, and that's just gonna be Yasuo things.
Yeah.
All in.
Yeah, he goes to the enemy base. Oh, even. Huh? Okay.
Oh, almost. He's human. Langui makes a big mistake right there. Anran is just dead capitalized as well as Yu, and they will be able to defend their tower.
Yeah, and the thing is that I've been always looking at is it's like this tower doesn't exist for EDG. They just go for the dive. They just go for the kill. Tower, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, there's no such thing as Nexus. You only focus on champions.
Yeah, exactly. Like a tower, I don't know what that is. Could you describe? Can we eat that? No, I don't think.
Can we eat that? What is that? What's the spelling of that? Nothing. It's non-existent. But now the Daton actually engages once more. KG looking to maybe access something, but gets accessed instead by 0711. Nice kiting though with Vayne, and that's it. When you have the final R and some items to just enable your auto attacking and kiting ability. Sham as well just gonna be the sacrificial doctor, and EDG just gonna be taking him out. Have an appointment with him.
Exactly. Under 9, the ride doesn't stop. This horse just keeps going in.
And you just
goodbye you.
Goodbye you. Langui as well just gonna be putting Andran on the other side of the map right now, but is able to tank loads of damage from the tower. Finally, a tower falls down again, this time on EDG's side. And KBG is actually starting to scale up, especially for Yu and KG.
Yeah, this Vayne is going online and just destroying the health bar side of EDG. We are at the point of the game where death timers actually matter.
Yeah,
so they stop fighting.
Like 70 kills over the past 8 minutes.
Yeah, we're almost there. Xiaoma even going in again.
They want more. 0711 accessing the backline through the snowball as Langui follows up as well, just distracting the Corki and possibly the Vayne. But KG already got taken out, and Shama's gonna be the last remaining target. He is just so tanky though. Has the gargoyle, has the ult, finally will fall down. A triple kill by Yu, and that should be at least a tower. possibly the game, but might not be so.
Yeah, might not be. Yeah, might not be the game. There's gonna be a shield on this Nexus. They might actually. I think they can.
They can, and they will. Edward Gaming gets a, the side selection here for this game after the. I don't even know how to describe that. 5 minutes and 40 seconds of a clash.
It's just champions going forward all the time. Feels like they're just going into the meat grinder of the team fight, and just I don't know, man. It was something. That's all I can
say. And one day we will be able to coin a term for that kind of clash.
We'll figure
possibly
it out.
Two, on marathon terms, that's like two Kenyan runners trying to know who will be exhausted first, and they don't. Fun fact, they don't get exhausted. That's why they're able to just run a full 42-kilometer marathon in like 2 hours.
Yeah, as I see whether and if I would say for both of these teams, nice warm up, good warm up,
nice warm up,
good warm up
for them and possibly us as well.
Yeah. It's
we got burned out though.
it's the 4th series of the day, and we got that as our 4th ARAM of the day. I couldn't say anything more after that, but definitely it was a nice warm-up for both of these teams. Now I hope that is not the pace of the game that we will be seeing later on.
I mean, I would like to see a 5-minute and 40-second clash on the actual game. I think that's just impossible. 5 minutes? That's like from early game to the first objective.
I would go out of my mind if that happens. Imagine a 5-minute fight. It starts in the lane, goes into the jungle, and then goes to the other jungle. It just keeps on going because they don't have the death timers yet to make it significant. So they just keep on pouring in. It's just audition after audition after audition after audition. It's just a never-ending cycle.
It's so many audition fights of both of these teams. But we're about to go on to the actual fight. And Edward Gaming, they choose blue side. Quite contrary to what we have been seeing all throughout the day, right? Normally it's a red side priority, but this time maybe they want to secure an important champion.
Probably. They are banning out a couple of different champions. Yeah, Shen is the usual, but Vi hasn't seen as much priority in other matches that we've seen. While on the other hand, for KBG, they're by default they need to ban away both the Evelyn and the Hecarim, taking away 2 of those carry junglers. But yeah,
okay, it makes sense now. Yeah, you have to deny KG from the Fiora. I think that's the first step into, getting into the head here of KBG Gaming, because KG is just too good on the Fiora. But the Aatrox quite early. Jax as well gonna be secured. That's massive scaling for KBG Gaming.
Yeah, good split push potential as well for KBG Gaming. Also, Jax versus Fiora is a really good skill matchup. Yes, you can say that the Fiora can just time her repulse on the counter strike of the Jax, but also you have to think about when will the Jax put up his counter strike, and if he does put it up, will he just jump to a different target to dodge the repulse? Those are a lot of things that you have to think about while you're playing the Fiora against the Jax. So it's a very skill-based matchup that we'll be seeing in the Baron lane.
I love the securement of the Kha'Zix as well. And then the Akali, Yu is just so good at this champion, and I can't wait to see how this will match up against Andra 9, because, well, Kassadin is still available, Vladimir as well. He has been spamming this champion though, and I think this is gonna be much better, the Vladimir compared to the Kassadin, because Andra 9 hasn't been, having the best success with the Kassadin. And I'm talking about their match against FPX. It was against an Akali as well. And this might just be a better thing. Pick up the Vlad.
Yeah, Vladimir does give a bit, is a different champion altogether when it comes to like win potential for compared to a Kassadin. Right, Kassadin is more of an assassin in the late game, jumps to the back line and can immediately delete members. We did see that earlier in the in the two series before this one. But for Vladimir, is more of a front to back style champion. Needs to get through that tank line. Needs to walk from there up to the back line to be able to deal his damage most effectively. So very different take on the champion. Also provides a bit more safety compared to casting it in the early game to match up against that Akali.
Gragas denied, Galio denied, Alistar also denied. That leaves the tier 2 supports, except the Ornn, of course, will be taken here by Keepus Gaming. EDG would have to settle for the tier 2 supports. Possibly the Rakan, possibly even, a Nautilus right here that is being hovered as of the moment. I'm not really fond of the Nautilus because there's so much outplay potential against a Nautilus. If you make even the slightest mistake, you're just gonna be taken away, and that's -1 already for the comp.
Yeah, that's true. Also, the Nautilus will have a harder time to cancel out the Call of the Forge God from the Ornn later in these fights. Ooh. So it's not gonna be a matter of which support can deal will be able to cancel each other. It's gonna be which support is able to deal the most CC and catch and have the first catch. Nautilus would probably be able to do that. But the thing is, who are you literally gonna catch on the side of KBG, right? You can try catching the Ezreal, but the Ezreal could cast his Arcane Shift. Vlad is not the best always because you could just give him an into your backline. So it's gonna be pretty hard for this Nautilus to get that hook target. So most probably the job of this Nautilus is just gonna be to try and keep the backline of EDG safe.
And it's also very important that he's the only one that has crowd control. It's just Langui. So it's going to be so scary of a situation here for Edward Gaming. Let's see if this is going to be a full takedown, Keepus Gaming, especially with so much crowd control in their lineup. The Jax with the Counter-Strike, Aatrox of course with the Darkened Blades, and they have the Ornn as well to just set things up in a team fight. And just one mistake can be the demise of Edward Gaming. Let's see who's going to get game number 1.
Yeah, we'll see here as we get into the Rift. Game 1 between EDG and KBG. We're looking if there's gonna be any shenanigans from these teams. So far, it doesn't seem so. But also want to commend. I also like actually the Ezreal pick. It gives a bit of safer marksman on the side of KBG. It's one thing that they don't really need to think of as much to peel for their marksman. They can just keep going forward later on in these fights with the Aatrox and the Jax. Good pick right there from Xiaozhang, able to get at least that early 30 gold for himself.
KBG is just going to be playing this out safely since they have like 4 scaling composition. They heavily invest into the late game to maybe deny the outplay ability of Edward Gaming, because that has been the trend of EDG in their past few games, right? Their win against JDG, their win against Fennel as well. It's all about comeback, but it's so hard to come back from a massively scaling composition. KG is going to be struggling a little bit here, especially because this is a Fiora, and Xiaozhang has been doing one heck of a job just poking him out, forcing him to be denied of some minions despite the Counter-Strike. Man, even the flash by Xiaozhang.
Yeah, I think flash right there expended by Xiaozhang. KG didn't need to because he did have the leap strike. I think that was a bit of a overestimation for the Fiora, because he was waiting to get the second proc from the third ability to be able to get the crit hit and maybe deal enough damage to the Jax. But Jax is also a very slippery target, so that would have been a very hard ask for him.
And he wasn't able to land the Vital as well, so that's a little bit unfortunate for Xiaozhang. Yu getting damage a little bit here by Alone. You have to really be careful of this Zeri. Even if it's just the early game, he can get a little irritating, and that's the luxury of picking up the Zeri. You have so much poke.
Yeah, definitely. That is why Zeri is also one of the premier marksmen that we have right now in the Rift. But I also want to touch on what you mentioned earlier, right? For KBG, they do have a lot of scaling potential. Jax, yes, is a scaling champion, but also is not the hardest to scale champion, I would say, for the Baron lane, he can hold his own and defend himself and try to just get as much resources as he can on the top side. But for everyone else on the team, KBG would have a hard time. So that the Ton is just really walking up here.
Yeah, he just wants to force this wave out, crash it under the tower. Because look at the gold here of Xiaojiang against KG. He's already ahead by 400 gold without any kills. Just the denial of the minion last hit. That's how good this laning phase has been for EDG.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, again, going back to the Ton, I think his job right now is to enable this either the Ezreal or the Vladimir to scale.
Call of the Port card gonna be used, and that's first blood by Alone on Xiaoma. Man, that's a massive mistake, to be honest, here by KBG. Just leaving out the Ezreal. Yes, it is a little bit independent, but still, there's so many catch from the Nautilus.
Yeah, we'll see the replay right here. Good catch actually from Langui on the Ezreal, immediately flashing over the wall so that he won't be able to see it and then just get the CC chain on the Ezreal. I think actually that is also a mistake on the Ezreal from walking that far up, not seeing where the Nautilus was.
Like animation cancel into the depth charts, making sure it has a shorter range so that it can hit faster.
Yeah.
And then goes in with a dredge line. 3 crowd controls on one target, just locks him down and secures a kill for Alone.
And now it's like a dual lane here, the top side, the Ton again on the top side, but yeah, that is a bit of an advantage, right? In terms of KBG, they're able to shove the lane, but you could also look at the experience difference right now between Xiaozhang and the Jax. It's like a full level at that point, about 2 waves. So the Jax will continue having a hard time unless the Ton will be able to get some a couple of tower dives on the Fiora, or maybe push the tempo on the top side, maybe push the turret.
And it's just a massive improvement by Xiaojiang in general, because last season he was bullied so much and wasn't even allowed to play the game and was rendered useless most of the time. This time we see him shine, especially after denying the Fiora from KG. And we do see the advantage that he is getting in the Baron lane just through the laning phase. Not even securing kills, but already securing a massive lead. 600, I think it was the last time we saw it in the difference in the Baron lane. Now we see it being accumulated by EDG with just 1 kill and through the platings as well, 1,700.
That is how you get these like incremental leads, right? And how you really take advantage of your laners having a stronger champion on their side. KG is a bit low, could have been something that EDG might look to take advantage of, but Keepers Gaming in the area while Herald is being started by EDG.
Great engage again. KBG does have a massive crowd control. Depth charge gonna be used already. Call of the Force God only landing onto 1 target, but Lango is already low. And KBG, are they gonna be committing on attempting to steal this RH out? There is no steal! A flash by the Ton to try and escape, and the engage by Xiaojiang. Good counter strike to deny the kill, but Xiaoma is surviving. Alone is all alone onto the backside. Finally, Liu's gonna be helping out secure the kill onto the Ezreal. A 1-for-1 trade, but also the RH secured by Edward Gaming.
Yeah, good secure right there from EDG. They can now accelerate the pace of this game once they've put down that Herald. But going to this replay right here, we do see the Ton with that steal, with the trial of that steal, but still 300 HP. It did go to the side of 0-7-11, and Xiaoma almost actually surviving here, but Yo with the flash over the wall gives him that kill. Yeah, it was a 1-for-1, but with that Herald being won over by EDG, they can just put that down in the lane that they want to shove. Even the Dragon goes in favor of EDG.
That's because they managed to deny the steal from the Ton and punish them heavily for it. And now the gold is just gonna be ballooning. They unlock bottom lane, which is interesting because they could have used it in the mid lane, but I think they really wanted to secure first tower and maximize the amount of plays that they're gonna be getting. Now the gold leads 3,000 plus the Infernal Dragon. That is just so much resources now for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, I think they put it down on bot lane first because they want to maximize the amount of gold that Xiaozhang has, as well as to maximize the pressure on KG. They could just keep snowballing this Fiora, and this Fiora can just take over this side lane. This Jax can't do anything when this Fiora scales later on. Yes, Jax can at some point if he also gets his items, but if this is the lead that the Fiora has, it's a tough ask for this Jax.
Yeah, especially for Alone later on the Zeri. Yes, you have massive crowd control, but if you're not gonna be able to pin down the Zeri, then she is just gonna free hit the hell out of you, and you're not gonna be able to catch her at all. Now they infiltrate the jungle here of Datan and pin him down. So much crowd control to take him out, and KJ is gonna be next. Does have at least some sustainability, but will not be able to survive. 2 kills for Edward Gaming.
What a heat check right there from Xiao Zhang. He saw that the Aatrox was taking blue, and when the Aatrox started the animation on the third part of his first ability, he just went in for the riposte to make sure that he gets a stun, and that's how they started off that fight there. And now they're even going for this mid lane turret. It won't be falling in favor of EDG yet, but EDG definitely on fire right now.
And on paper, right, one of the ways you can just enable your team to take control of the full map is at least 5 to 6,000 at 10 minutes, or maybe 8. And now they're almost there, to be honest. Edward Gaming having also a late game scaling composition with an Akali just puts so much pressure now of Keepers Gaming, because even if they manage to scale up into this game, there's still such a massive outplay potential here from Edward Gaming, especially coming from the Zeri and the Akali, and even the Fiora, that they can just do this! Look at that damage that came through to the Ton! A third of its HP just deleted.
Yeah, it's gonna be, it's a wake-up call right now for the Ton, right? He can't position himself that aggressively in these fights. If he gets caught out, he can get immediately deleted by CO711 and Yo. 2 assassins on the side of EDG. And I know we're talking about how the late game potential, right, for the composition of KBG. EDG still has their own. Still has this Zeri who's gonna deal so much damage. Look at Yo!
Oh man, you is just having a 1v1 dominance here against Anra 9. Just scaring him off, forcing him to back away.
Yeah. Going back though, yeah, KBG does have a lot of their own late game scaling potential, but I do feel in terms of the damage that EDG can output later on, it's a lot easier for them. Ease of use is definitely on the side of EDG. They just have to think about some abilities that they have to press. Right, the depth charge, the hook coming from Langui. They just have to think about those. Who's gonna get hit? If the depth charge is gonna go to a priority target, then we jump on him. It's just gonna be the Akali and the Kha'Zix jumping on that target. And when Jack Aatrox tries to counter back, jumping on the Zeri can just kite.
Muramana not completed though. This is gonna be a big problem, especially for the next fight. Because you need to be able to get this going, you need to be able to have that power spike in order to contest the second dragon. If EDG gets soul point, this is already disastrous for KBG.
Yeah, Muramana usually gets completed at 12 minutes, 11 minutes at the fastest. But you can also see some that completes it at the 14-minute mark. So we'll see if Xiaoma is able to get that by the 11-minute mark, hopefully. I think there's there's no camp, there's no raptor, so he can't get that proccing faster.
And this is gonna be very problematic. KBG struggling still. We're just waiting for the next objective to spawn up, but Aton might actually get caught here. Ocean Dragon again. If 2 dragon stacks get taken here by EDG, that is already massive scaling for themselves. We have seen them be able to completely dominate games and deny any possible comeback from the enemy teams. This time, KBG might just be a victim of this.
Yeah, now Dragon being set up here, but actually Yu getting the catch on alone needed to expend the flash. So no flash right now on this Zeri, taking away one of the escape tools that this carry has. Could be something KBG takes advantage of. So Forge God still there.
Yeah, they didn't use it a while ago, even on alone. So that is already great maximization of their utilities. You unable to catch anyone. Langui actually commits here with the flash into Dredge line. You as well. Trying to hide under the shroud. No damage as yet coming in from alone. Let's see if they are going to be getting any kills. No, they don't. They lose the Nautilus as well. But the Dragon has been taken here. And 0711 is going to be more than happy to do these kinds of trades.
Yeah, definitely. But Baron right now is open. Could be something that KBG wants to try. But 0711.
The catch! The Dawn is in trouble. The flash though is unfortunate. But 0711 gets caught instead. And that's big for KBG.
Yeah, he thought He thought the Ton flashed to the left. He was wrong. The Ton immediately ran to the right. And there was also a Jax to help the jungler of KBG. The jungler on the side of EDG is down. This gives KBG a bit of breathing room, but still at the end of that, looking at the objectives, the Dragon did go to the side of EDG. 2 dragons to their name. They have that scaling at this point, and KBG still doesn't have any lead. Any decisive lead at this point. They don't have map control. They don't have tempo. It's still, everything is still in favor of EDG.
Yeah, if they would have been able to get the Baron, that could have been the chance for KBG to actually strike back and go with a comeback. But since EDG is just too far ahead with the objectives, with the gold, and they only lost 0-7-11, and the other person, Langui, already respawned, they could not risk a 4 versus 5 in a Baron pit. It's just too dangerous.
Yeah, definitely. Now though, how does KBG get a lead? Right, and it's the same thing that EDG is looking for. It's gonna be front to back team fight. Unfortunately for KBG, that's what they need to do. And it's just gonna come to who makes the mistake. If KBG can catch alone immediately at the start of the fight, they can win the fight. They take out one of the consistent damage dealers on their side.
And Langla's been really good in these engages. Call of the Wars gone. Not gonna be called out here onto Edward Gaming side. You know it's taking too much damage. Ignite is gonna die. He doesn't. He dies. The damage is so pure here from KBG. Stasis is gonna be survived on to try to survive. Under as well, going with the blood pool as well to just deal damage here onto the backline of EDG. The part as well, joining, unable to get hit by Language hook, and KBG gets 1 kill.
Yeah, KBG gets at least 1. It could have gotten worse for EDG, but KBG still needs a bit more of those fights. They still need a bit more to be able to convincingly get back into this game. But Yudo also with a really good bait with that stopwatch earlier on.
Oh man, this is already a chance for Keepers to maybe try and come back from this game. They have been looking for opportunities. They have been looking for avenues in which they can actually just get anything for around the map. They do get a turret in the top lane. That is already good. At least some gold getting put here into the backs here of KBG, and they can go maybe on a reset to try and contest this 3rd dragon. But still, Edward Gaming not really giving too much towards Keepers Gaming. There is still a chance for them to regain control.
Yeah, definitely there is a chance. You mentioned earlier on how what is a convincing gold lead early game to really snowball the game, and you mentioned it was like 6,000, 8,000 gold. That gold lead earlier for EDG was about 4k.
Oh, no.
Now it's just down to 2.
Oh man, MVP might have been just a blue buff because he wasn't isolated.
That is unfortunate for 0-7-11, but also I think that was a good mind games from Yu. He summoned the Call of the Forge God, but actually dashed away from it. I think EDG was very mindful of the ultimate and tried to dodge it, but instead to use it as a
last time! Oh, that might have been a big tower, and then it dies! That's just perfect here for Edward Gaming now! They're gonna be coming onto this fight. KBG is gonna be backing away, Edward Gaming as well, but they turn towards possibly the last dragon. It's about to spawn up.
Yeah, it's about to spawn, and EDG, you mentioned earlier they only had 1 champion with hard CC, and that is, they only needed that from Langui.
Yeah, because Langui's just so good. Even in Season 1, he's just a god on the Alistar, but now he's proving to be a god on the Nautilus right now. Man, the setups are just too clean, the setup is just too good. Now he's set up here onto Yuyu. He might have been in a lot of trouble. Cam as well got hit with a slow. Thought as well just gonna be looking to back away. KG doesn't have the counter strike as yet. It's being delayed with the knockup final asset, but it's already too gone for the rest of the members here of Keepers Gaming. KG is gonna be next. He gets annihilated, and EDG just runs towards Baron.
Yeah, it's gonna be actually the dragon here for EDG. They could get the Baron after this, but what a win right there from EDG, taking full advantage of the mistake that KBG gave right there. Look at this replay right here. It should be starting at around Langui when he's able to get a catch. I believe this is going to be the catch on Anran, but I think he was already caught at this point in time. But look in the picture as well. It is the Baron being taken at the moment.
Andran getting absolutely obliterated right there.
Okay.
Like a bubble. And EDG back to back to back to back to back. They get the soul, they get the Baron, they get the kill on Andran 9, and they get the 7,000 gold lead. Everything now that is for their win condition.
They get everything here, Giyang. EDG in the prime position to win Game 1 of our last series of the day. And how have they been doing that? It's to not give KBG anything in this game so far. They have been methodical in trying to take down KBG. Some aggressive movements from them, but they have been doing this in a macro game so far.
Macro, micro, even the patience game here of EDG is just so crisp. This time, wow, Dredge tried to cancel out and to just connect onto Yu after you go with a charge. And the Thon might actually get in trouble. He managed to back away, the Thon as well. Yu might be dying. The zap is not gonna be there, but still it's a kill for you. And now they turn, and they're trying to chase him down. Oh my god, that's perfect! Outplay by you! And now this is gonna be ending this game. EDG having a flawless victory here and can keep best gaming. Again, this is the champion of Season 1, but they defeat them like they're nothing.
Yeah, EDG on the roll here. They didn't only win the ARM game, they even won Game 1. And at the end, Yo even styling on Unrun 9. The Vladimir was chasing him out of the base and was able to flip with a perfect execution, killing the Vladimir. And what a game for EDG. At the start of this series, we were thinking it is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close series between the two. We have high expectations of KBG, and EDG has been so far showing up in the past couple of series. And I think EDG right now is just poised to take over this series with that win streak.
Yeah, that game. I can't believe I'm saying this, but EDG, they have a one-sided beatdown against Keepest Gaming. Man, that's just insane. Keepest Gaming is definitely in a big slump right now. They're about to be defeated again here today. And we have been looking for a time for KBG to redeem themselves, especially after 2 consecutive reverse sweep losses. But EDG just wants them to receive another 2-0 loss.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't know, I was thinking about how KBG went along their game, and one of the things I've seen is that they just it feels like the Ton just keeps getting caught out. I feel like KBG is not using the information that they get as much as they can. They've been trying to rely on these picks, and it just isn't working out. Well, for EDG, they have been catching out Keepest Gaming in these awkward positions, and they're just taking full advantage of the from small to big mistakes that KBG has been showing.
Oh man, Shauma dealt massive damage, but it was just soaked up balancedly by the members of EDG. That's how good they were. They neutralized Anon 9, the Ton, and KG. We talked about the scaling of KBG. They actually were close to the point that they would be able to withstand EDG. But I think the pivotal point was the time that they took 0711 and punished him for overextension. But they weren't able to get the Baron just because of the lead of EDG. And everything actually just started as well from the first objective. 0711 denying a steal from the Ton and got them as well the second objective, which is the Dragon.
Yeah, it's just an early game snowball, right? From EDG. Also, I also want to mention Langui is the Kickstarter from a lot of those fights. He is the only CC source of the team. We were questioning at the start how he would get these hooks in, but he has shown us how he can get these pickups with flash depth charges, just catching out any member of KBG.
Oh man, I'm just gonna say this out loud. Langui is the best Nautilus player that I've seen so far, and it's against Keepest Gaming. That's the reason I'm saying this right now. He's the only one that has CC, and it done that, man. It's just a crazy game number 1. I'm so excited to see what's gonna happen here in game number 2, because again, this is still KBG versus EDG. Before that, of course, we'll just go in a short break. Crazy Napple and I will be back. Week 3 definitely was a crazy week, as we've seen so many great moments from the teams and the players. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlight of week number 3. Starting with number 5.
CF17 continues to prove to be a great jungler for J-Team after replacing 0711 in Season 2. In their match against INV Esports and after securing the Baron, he landed a 4-man Dragon's Rage knock-up that set the team fire up for J-Team to get the ace and immediately end the game in 13 minutes.
Back. Unleash has no chance to get closer. Might be able to flash in. That explosive jab from DY was perfect to stop her pushing in. Oh, the kick! A tree! What was that J-Team? It's just gonna end the lives of INV here. This game is done. That is gonna be a Baron, a 10k gold lead with 12, and that's an ace too. J-Team is gonna finish this game.
Number 4. We're back-to-back in Jungler's MVP highlight because this time we have to highlight Inya from Oh My God during their battle against Nova Esports. 10 minutes into the game and the second Dragon fight, he had the perfect catch on Long's intention and position after reading his past movement and place. That allowed OMG to chase and punish him down, taking the second Dragon stack and winning the fight 3-1.
Oh no, you is in danger, goes in onto the Dragon's Pit. You also have Long, goes in for the glass rest onto the Dragon's Pit. Well, making it up, secures the damage, and now it's OMG who takes the Infernal Drake off their own. And now Nova is on the meat grinder. OMG just shreds them apart. And now it's Inya in the front lines. World Enter to the face of Remake with a flash as well.
Number 3. Yasuo has been trending more lately after some successes of teams and players with a sustained build. BMM joins as he made a massive outplay against G2 Blacklist when they were match point against them. 7 minutes into the game, G2 Blacklist tried to gank BMM in the top lane with 3 members tower diving, but they were all unsuccessful as BMM stalled out hard, buying enough time for his teammates to respond, even getting a kill to Aaron and getting them a 2-0 win.
Snowball and stop with the utmost aggressive they're dealing right now, but they will try to be aggressive here onto BMM. The knock-up, great CC chain, the damage should be there, but it's taking too much time. The last minute's gonna be there, the counter engage and BMM lives!
Number 2. It's extremely hard to play as an ADC when you're going up against so many engaged champions, but that didn't seem to be the case for FPX's Dragon laner Kong, with his impeccable performance against Keepest Gaming. 11 minutes into Game 3, FPX was positioning for a tower dive in the top lane when KG, Datan, and Anran attempted to burst him down. He managed to deny the engage, be backed up by FPX, and go wild against Keepest Gaming, securing a quadra kill in the process. This not only allowed them to win the fight, but also gained enough momentum to end the series, winning against Keepest Gaming and giving them their second reverse sweep loss.
2v1, Sky in a very low state of HP. KG, Hextech Automato onto single 7 as the jungler is now the 1 HP! Was able to bring it down as Andrew and 9 would secure the finishing blow, but in trade FPX, Kong was able to bring down one more shot to the face, and the Sun was not able to get that kill. The Quadra is secured by FPX, and this is their moment to shine.
FPX is slaughtering KBG right now! Yu-Yu's gonna be next! Give the Penta!
2-game taunt on FPX, and it's down 1-8 who will able to take.
Man, we had a crazy game number 1. EDG gave Keepest Gaming a one-sided beatdown. But let's see if in game number 2, Keepest Gaming can actually pull off a good comeback this time around. We're still casters Giyang and Crazy Apple, and I just want to add in just a bit of a fun fact, because last year they battled. It was April 23 at that time, and EDG actually almost had a reverse sweep against Keepest Gaming, and they're really aggressive as well during that time. They even pulled off a Vayne Lulu when ADC wasn't meta at that yet.
Oh, that is interesting. That is interesting, right? And as you mentioned, how dominant KBG has been in the previous season, and now seeing them here in season 2, it feels like there's something lacking right now from KBG. They still need to get out of that funk. And as we get into game 2 here, we do see the game 2's draft. KBG is gonna be on blue side, while EDG is gonna be on red side. Hopefully KBG can, think of something here. Blue side we have been seeing often as more of the winning side for a lot of these games.
Okay, KBG gets the
the Fiora as well, right? For KG, that is already step 1 into KBG getting a great laning phase. But the Jace hasn't been picked up here for 0-7. We recently just talked about how good the Jace is in impacting the game. And EDG, a very aggressive team, gets their hands on this champion. It's just gonna be Bloodfest all over again.
Yeah. It's as you mentioned earlier, right? Jace is gonna be a hard champion to contest in the jungle. He has access to twice the abilities you have before you hit level 5. So there's no real way to invade him unless you have your support with you. That is a huge ask right now, since you do have marksmen in the game. The marksmen will need their supports to be with them in most parts, because they can't just be alone at that point. And this Aatrox is a strong champion, but I don't think it's gonna be enough to really deal with the Jace if they go toe to toe. So KBG will need to think of a way to take advantage of the level 5 spike. When the Aatrox hits level 5, the Ton will need to use his World Enter and maybe look for some sneak picks across the map.
Actually, I was thinking that both of these teams are going to be looking forward to locking in the Vladimir, especially that KBG actually banned out the Corki. Something that we have seen recently being very useful against a Vladimir. Let's see. One has been picked up here. Zai as well gonna be picked up here by KBG after ADC. This can be really good for scaling, also repositioning, plus crowd control. So they have 3 champions that has crowd control right now in their roster. It can be backed up by a great mid laner. Is it gonna be the Ziggs? I think this is nice. They have great macro, also clearing, but it's not really, it's uncharacteristic of what normally we do see for Anran 9. It's just such an immobile champion that he has picked up right now and can be very dangerous against EDG.
Yeah, and you heard me. I was surprised when they locked in that Ziggs, because I don't think they need the Ziggs in their composition. It could have been any other AP mid laner, but I think what's gonna happen here, it's gonna be Anran 9 piloting the Xayah, while it's gonna be Ziggs in the bot lane. We're gonna be seeing around level 5, level 6 that Ziggs will be swapping towards the mid lane to provide that push. So right now it feels like KBG would want to take more hold of the early game, gonna go and try and get that Herald with them. I also like that they swapped out their supports. They do have a Gragas right now, which could stop the call of Forge God from the Ornn. We've seen the Ornn, we've seen these Ornns have really good engages, and in the hands of Langley, which we saw earlier when he had the Nautilus. Now we're expecting really good things when it comes to forcing engages on KBG.
Let me just add in a little bit of a pressure here towards everyone that is watching right now as well, that is supporting KBG. This is the first time that we're gonna be seeing Anran 9 use an ADC, or an ADC champion rather, in this whole season. Because every single time they had a game here, he hasn't picked up an ADC champion. Not a Zeri, not any Corkis, none of that. He has been picking Kassadin, Vladimir, Akali, stuff like that. Mages in the mid lane, and now we see him on the Xayah. So this is a first. Hopefully they're prepared for this, especially with the aggression of EDG.
Yeah, we'll see here as we get into game 1. I don't think he's that prepared to get caught out immediately.
You know, took more damage than Anran. Shock Blast as well, not able to equalize the damage. So at least that's a good sign for Anran.
Yeah, but at the same time he did burn Flash, and there is a Lee Sin on the other side, so 0711 could very well plan out his jungle route to take advantage of the Xayah. Also, Jace is a very good mid laner in his own right, can deal tons of damage if he gets on top of the Xayah. But actually also earlier on we did see Xiaoma, even though they did a ton of damage on the Ezreal, but that's mostly because he had a ton of poke on his side.
27,000, right, was the number shown to us a while ago. And in terms of percentage, I believe the highest we have seen so far is 44 or 46. And the highest in total is 50,000. And it's from a Vladimir that we've seen just earlier, 2 weeks ago. Xiaojiang struggling a little bit here against a Fiora. I mean, this is a Fiora, and it's KG. This is his champion. So KBG basically is having advantage right now in the Baron lane, and EDG needs to either shut him down or look for avenues in other lanes.
that's something that the Lee Sin could try and do, right? After going for this bot side clear, he could go for a recall and then head straight to top side. And we've seen a lot of these teams after the jungle has been cleared, their supports also fall back to try and help the top laners. Right now, in terms of clearing, it seems like both junglers are at about the same clip. No, actually, Datan is the one who's cleared his whole jungle first, so he's now recalling while the Lee Sin is still gonna be going for the clear on Wolves. Curious to see as well that we haven't seen this Lee Sin pressure the mid lane. Anran was a flash down earlier, could have been something that they could have harassed. But instead, it seems like these two teams right now not being too aggressive at the early stages of the game.
Just waiting for level 5, I think is the name of the game here for both of these teams. Datan is already level 5. 0711 is as well. And then, maybe this time, we can see some plays being made. I think 0711 got spotted there by Datan. Same as you. But Lanky joins here as well. Maybe they can make a play against Andra 9. At least force out the Featherstorm. That's not going to be the play just yet.
Yeah, and you see the wards right now for the side of EDG, both of which are near that jungle entrance over to the blue buff side of KBG. That tells us that they have real high priority over this mid lane right now.
Great consistent DPS here by Andra 9. That's the prowess, the benefit of using the Xayah, especially that the feathers just pierce through everyone and you can damage multiple members at the same time. And now the pressure tower as well. If they secure RH, basically this is tier 1 tower gone for Edward Gaming. 0711 lands the Sonic Wave, but gets body slammed away. Comfort God misses as well. That is massive misplay here by EDG.
Yeah, but that was also forced by KBG. In a way, I felt like Yu was really tempting that fight. And now this has opened the blue buff seal right now for EDG. 0711 might be looking for a side. No, but going back to the mid lane, yeah, it was unfortunately the Call of the Forge God did miss. But then again, I felt like there was so much reactionary pressure that fell upon EDG in that mid lane.
This time we see a little bit more of a balanced economy as well. 500 is nice, but not really just like game number 1. At most, Xiaojiang is just, managing top lane. Later on, his goal is to reach Andra 9, maybe force out a Featherstorm, or maybe Shama off guard because it's less mobile of a champion. And EDG just looking to scale for now, wait for the first objective, and maybe plan from that.
Yeah, they still have a lot of scaling on their side, but Langui taking so much damage again. There could be a fight here with Datan.
Datan is gonna be dashing away. Anran deals so much on this Xayah. He's gonna be the target for sure later on. They have to take him down. He just deals too much.
Yeah. Actually, trying to get punished right here, but it's only 0711 left. I don't think that was worth it. He should have just completed his recall. Now KBG can confirm where this jungler is. This could be information that they can use. Since right now, looking at where the junglers are positioning themselves, Datan does want to prioritize this Herald, but so far, most of the numbers for KBG are either at base or are just about to go on their lane. So EDG, for a brief moment, will have numbers advantage here at the objective.
Oh, are they gonna be targeting Andra 9 this time around? This is gonna be huge. They actually turn, just providing vision for this RH so that they can start it up. Again, just short recap on game number 1. Datan was denied a steal, and that led for EDG to be able to set the tempo up from themselves. Cast, gonna be used. Call of Forge God here onto Datan! And it gets killed! First blood! Just 5.5 minutes into the game, Yu's gonna be next, but they have a turn here onto Alone, is still able to back away. Megan for the bomb, Yu's too far away. The KJ gonna be chasing them out. They have the hammer form here off Yu. Xiaojiang as well, going with a Hextech Ultimatum. Featherstorm gonna be used to deny. Great CC staying with a big call as well. Xiaojiang burning to death, and they will take a kill up. Yu as well doesn't have any mana anymore and will need to back away. And KBG might just get this R8 for now.
Messy fight right there from KBG. I was questioning the start of that fight. It feels like they were too scattered with their composition, but they're able to scrap this out. And Datan, the fight took so long that he's back again, able to secure this Herald. But in exchange, EDG will be able to secure the Dragon. While they secure that Dragon, this Herald is gonna be, Shelly's just gonna hit mid lane.
That is already the plan here for Keepa's game, especially that they do have the Ziggs. They make it through this time around.
Yeah, and going to this replay right here, you can see here, KBG is just too scattered. The Ton and Sham are the only two members together, while EDG is just trying to assess the fight where they could go. Great pick off at the start here by 0711. But as this fight went on, EDG did not have enough damage on the priority target because Anran, 9, and Shama, they were able to just really hit the members of EDG, having that safety. And as well, EDG didn't really know what to do. They started off the Herald, they wanted to go for the Herald, but some of the members were caught in the fight. They were fighting two battles that they couldn't win both of them at the same time.
Both of them committed a big mistake. KBG, especially on that Mega Inferno Bomb of Xiaoma, and then the Camille of Xiaojiang overcommitting as well as getting CC chained by the rest of Keepless Gaming. So at least it's a trade of kills and then a trade of objectives, not really something big for both of these teams just yet. Things can be turned around still by both of these teams as well, but EDG getting a scaling objective can be pivotal to their success, just like Game 1.
Yeah, that's something that we'll see if KBG would still be looking for, but Lambi really wants this fight here.
Great knock-off. Feather Storm hasn't been used just yet though. Not baited by EDG.
Yeah. Exactly. I think that was the point of using the ultimate right there for Lambi. Trying to see if Anran has nerves right now, but
the burst is gonna be real! Mega Inferno Bomb already too late from Xiaoma, and that is the beauty of using Lee Sin now. Anran 9 is actually gonna be using Feather Storm right now. Blade Caller just saved up, alone be able to just escape, and the pressure is just real coming in from this setting now in the top lane. Hexic Ultimatum, no denial of the damage. KG looking to survive, but will not be allowed. Honeyfruit actually helping him out, but Sonic Wave into the Resonating Strike will take him down in the tower as well.
Yeah, and EDG just going full throttle at the 8-minute mark of this game, making plays in the mid lane, top lane, and also the bot lane. The exhaust was using alone could have gotten the kill earlier on in KBG, but EDG going for another potential tower dive, but I think the members of KBG were spotted. It's not going to be the dive for them, but going back, EDG so far getting the advantages that they need, able to convert in both mid lane and top lane.
Man, the pressure is starting here from EDG. KBG is feeling every bit of it. You might actually get caught here in this area, knocked up. No follow-up just yet. Xiaoma is already low, ticking to death. 0711 stalking Xiaojiang, killing! And EDG are hunting the members of KBG.
Yeah, and can we just go back also to the kill earlier? We've been talking about this since the start of this series. The Todd just feels like he's not in the correct positions. He just keeps getting caught out. And even that fight that happened on bot side, he wasn't there. He was so far away. And we were talking about how he is the carry of this team. This is Aatrox, who potentially has that world, and they're also building towards that Yomus. You should have a lot of movement speed to dash your way, to glide your way towards these fights. And we haven't seen him in these kinds of positions. All of the time, feels like 0711 is in his head. He keeps getting caught out.
And this is the thing that we have talked about before, but hold that thought. Anran is just in a lot of trouble and just killed off easily by Langui and Yu. And going back towards that Aatrox, that is the reason why we don't really see Datan on carry champions, because he just keeps getting beaten down. Normally we see him on enabler champions and possibly just the Kazakhs for securement of the objectives. But here we see exactly why they just get shut down whenever he has something like an Aatrox.
Yeah, and I think it's more of right now, he's picking into these champions because that's the meta so far here in Season 2. So that could be an adjustment that KBG is looking for in the next couple of days. But in this game right now, they need to figure out how to stop this bleeding, because EDG just decided to turn it up a notch, just decided to take kills from KBG, take these objectives, and KBG has not been able to keep up.
Man, this is such big pressure, especially for Andan9. He's the main carry right now. He has to really step up. He has to be able to deal consistent DPS onto the members of EDG. He's being prevented to do so. You as well, being caught out. Just chunked down so hard. Does have the armor to be able to heal himself back full health, but it's taking too much time. The Dragon's already being started. Baton is nowhere near. Yu as well. Maybe has a good inkling for this cat right now, but Hexic Ultimatum denies every position right now, and the Dragon will not get stolen here by the Ton, and you will just get rained down. Great kick as well coming from 0711. Are they going to be chasing them down? The answer is no, but EDG get the better objective. They're now soul point.
Yeah, soul point for EDG. They're able to secure the Infernal Drake. Let's get into this replay right here. It's actually EDG who started off this Dragon. KBG was looking for a way to engage, but the Call of the Forge God really hampered the other members on the left for KBG. While the Ton tried his best actually to go for the steal, wasn't able to, and just this kills coming in favor of EDG. Another fight coming in here.
Yeah, KBG is definitely being crippled right now, especially in every single instant of Ando, but having a hero moment gets denied, especially with the CC here of Edward Gaming. 077 getting chased down, just down, tanking so much damage. Is gonna be the sacrificial member. Edward Gaming, Baron spawned up. Maybe KBG can bait them on this.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe KBG can go for the bait right here, but at the same time, KBG is not in the healthiest of positions. They need to back off a bit while EDG is hunting for members of KBG, because if no KBG members inside, it's gonna be the Baron.
No way they're doing this right now. Oh man, that's just how confident EDG is. They spot the recall, they turn into Baron. If the Scrying Bloom hasn't been used, that would have been Baron for EDG.
Yeah, exactly, and that is the risk that KBG can do right now, because the EDG can do right now, because KBG is not only behind. I feel like there are a lot of moments at this point that they can't be too confident in walking up, and is showing in their game. They take more cautious approach against EDG, and let's see if that could work for them, because if that could work, that could force us into a game 3.
Yep, there is still chance for KBG Gaming to turn this game around. Again, the potential of Andaran is just vast. Yes, we see a mountain of a goal difference over time growth here by EDG, but we cannot deny the comeback potential of KBG Gaming. They're still Season 1 champions. The complete roster. 0711 setting up with a kick. Call of the Forge God by Langui, catching the thaw. No follow-up just yet. They turn. The cast gonna be used. Langui is isolated already. Has the shield. Megan for the bump to feel the massive damage. They take the orb down.
Yeah, good start right there from KBG. Anra 9 is low. I don't think they could be able to threaten this Baron, but at least that is one kill for them. They're also able to successfully defend this mid lane turret. It's inches right now that KBG is looking for, and these are inches that they can get back into the driver's seat of the game.
Inch by inch, even if it's just millimeter by millimeter, KBG is still crawling in this game, grinding out so that they can pave this to a game number 3. EDG though being very patient. They know that the biggest objective right now is not only the Baron but also the Soul right now. Has ultimatum, so Jan got caught but is still able to flash away. It was just attempting to maybe get the catch here onto Andra, but Chama's gonna get caught as well. Had to flash away, has the kick here, the taunt. Still able to escape, Xiao Jiang as well. But mid is being pressured right now by EDG. They get another one.
Yeah, and good heads up play from 0711 right there. Was able almost catching out the Ziggs, and then also kicking the ton away from the pit. That just provided so much pressure and space for EDG to successfully take down the mid lane turret. And now with the mid lane turret down, EDG can now exact as much pressure as KBG has had in the lane.
Oh man, Edward Game is just so deadly. If you make even the slightest mistakes, EDG are gonna beat you down. This is why we see this kind of movement route from KBG. Yes, they're not really proactive as of the moment. I mean, more reactive lately. Defense set up, all the walls being built here by KBG just to protect in the back line. But it's just because EDG's power is just too much to handle. Even if they hit one punch, it's gonna be a knockout punch. And now, they're attempting on the Dragon.
Yeah, it's gonna be the Dragon take here. KBG had first dibs, but Andra9 already used his ulti.
Yeah, Featherstorm gonna be used already. Thought about gonna be helping out, but no Featherstorm to help out. Andra9 gets to live with 1 HP. Miracle play now for KBG. Can they actually take the Dragon? No, they don't. But they turn onto the member speed of EDG. Great knock up here by 0711. Also by Langui. Can they still turn? 4 versus 5. They do the damage. They do strike. They do the comeback here in this fight, and Edward Gaming wins a 4 versus 5 alone. Is just too clean. 0711 is just too damn clean, and EDG are running towards the Baron.
Yeah, it's gonna be the Baron threat right here for the side of EDG. Soul has been secured here by EDG as well. KBG, They need to figure out a way. They fully know that EDG is not starting Baron. There is a blue ward, the lone blue ward that's about to expire, and now EDG knows there is no vision for KBG. KG looking for the check.
Grand challenge gonna be used. Langui has a big
Baron's
responsibility to stop anyone that causes their path. Begging for the bomb, not gonna be getting the Baron here for the team, but KBG is flipped the back away. They got the Sigs, and EDG will get one in the Baron.
Yeah, and that was such a close thing. I got nervous for EDG over there. The begging for the bomb came in, and as soon as it landed, it was a 2-digit Baron. If there was a Landry's, it could have probably burned the Baron and maybe gifted it towards KBG, but no, the Lady Fortune right now is smiling on EDG. EDG may just about to break KBG in this game, and they might just be able to take the series away from them.
This game has been really destructive, especially with how powerful EDG is displaying right now in their prowess. And now they're knocking onto the base here of Keepest Gaming. 2 inhibit towers gonna be destroyed immediately in a span of seconds. The Keepest Gaming inches away from destruction, inches away from being shut down. EDG wanting to close out this game. They have the inhibit tower destroyed, fell into the bottom lane. It's everything now on the line, on the Nexus. You already dealing with damage 0711 with a kick! It's just glorious right now! And just like EDG, it's just gonna be glorious for this team!
And EDG takes down the previous season's champs in a convincing 2-0 win. And what a game it was for EDG. It felt close at the start. KBG felt like they could maybe start something, but EDG said no. They just turned up the throttle, accelerated the pace of the game, and never let go. This squad right here is showing us why they are one of the teams that we have to look out for. One of the teams that are to be feared in WRL-A.
Man, I have a new contender now. We have a new contender now for Thunder Talk. Thunder Talk may be the best defense right now, especially that has been displayed earlier. But now we're gonna be seeing the best offense. It's like Mayweather and Pacquiao all over again, baby. It's just so exciting to see. They dominated against Keepest Gaming, Season 1's champions that have a 4-0 record in the Grand Finals. And now they're just having such an amazing storyline here for EDG because they just keep on improving. They started the season with 3 consecutive losses and then a win streak massively in their favor. 1 against Penel, 1 against JDG in a reverse sweep, and now a 2-0? Man, if this team is improving, it's exponential.
Yeah, they found the sauce. They found the recipe for success for them with a 3-game win streak, and also to top it off right against KBG. But at the same time, looking at the other side of the fence, KBG, they tried something else in game 2. They tried to put Anran 9 on the marksman, put Shauma on Ziggs. It didn't pan out, and one of the players we keep looking at is the Ton. As you mentioned, he wasn't really a carry jungler. He's more of a jungler that plays a lot of these like supportive champions, a lot of the playmaking, a lot of the opening up opportunities kind of champions, right? And that has not been the meta for WRL-A Season 2 so far. It has been a lot of farming, full clearing, ganking junglers, and he just doesn't fit the bill at this moment. This should be something that KBG should look at and try to adjust.
Oh man, just well deserved. I'm just gonna say it out there. 0711 is a Lee Sin god. He is a Lee Sin god. He just beat down Thon. He had the perfect set, perfect way to just get the objectives as well as set the fight off. We see multiple Dragon Rage knockups coming in from 0711. It is just masterclass of a skill set of this jungler of EDG and the rest of the squad. They're just so clean. So clean, man. So clean.
Yeah, it was definitely a clean game from EDG. There's not a lot to say about how EDG did the dismantling of KBG. It's more about how KBG can find their footing at this point. But at the same time, EDG, I do want to see them going against the other top teams. As you mentioned, Thunder Talk, we did see them the previous series. They kept going for these counter punches, and we'll see how they will be performing if they go against them later on.
I just will have one thing to say right now for EDG and the Thunder Talk. Next week. That's gonna happen next week on Sunday. So we have to make sure we're there! Because that's gonna be a battle for sure. Everyone should be there to watch that game. Because now we see the result. G2 Blacklist winning against INV Esports, Cerberus Esports landing such a decisive victory against Weibo Gaming. We see as well just prowess on Thunder Talk for sure in a 2-0 sweep. And then from Edward Gaming, man, it's just insane. We see EDG grinding right now. Yes, they're on the 7, but their performance seems to be at least 3rd.
Yeah, I think they're really punching above their weight class at this moment,
yes.
Right? For EDG and KBG is slowly getting lower and lower in the rankings. They really need to find the recipe that EDG was able to concoct after that 3-game lose streak. They're able to get 3 wins now, and there's so many. There's just a lot of there's expectations right now, right? A lot of expectations we have for EDG, and it's gonna be a fun ride to see this team go forwards and what they're gonna show us next.
Oh yeah, for sure. Thunder Talk remains to be the unstoppable team right now. 6 games, 6 2-0 victories. That's why we see the plus 12 there. The first team that has a double digit of a scoreline. And we see on the APAC side, now Esports just having such an amazing experience right now with +6 as well, with 5 wins and 2 losses. A little bit on par with G2 Blacklist, just more game 3s on their side. And we see Cerberus Esports just grinding as well, remaining on the 4th spot. And despite the contestations that they have been receiving time and time again, they still manage to hold the 4th.
Yeah, and they've been able to hold the top 4 position because they're the second APAC team to beat CN Conference team, right?
Yeah.
And that is definitely a feat in of itself, and I think that helps us. That helps justify to us why they should be in this top 4 spot at the moment.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see more of this just game-changing moments. Because tomorrow we are going to be seeing brand new games once again. Exciting games for sure. Fennel versus Burrito United Esports. Fun Plus Phoenix against Oh My God. Innova Esports against J-Team. Very reminiscent of last season as well, as these teams clashed against each other. There can only be one team that wins.
Yeah, definitely something that we are looking forward to. That last match tomorrow, Nova and JT. I'm sure it's gonna be a banger of a series.
Any final words, Crazy Apple, before we head out?
It's just been I'm so happy as an APAC native. Really, as being from that region, I'm just so happy to see Cerberus Esports win earlier today, and that is just the highlight of my day at this point.
That's been a highlight of my day as well. So many great things happened today, and it's a pleasure as well. Always shoutcasting with you, and always alongside with G10 as well. Tomorrow we have brand new games in store for you guys, but for now, we are gonna be bidding good night.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.